This boy is only 13 years old. He's already training with weights on his body, just like Oakley. This is because he does not belong to the direct family lineage, so he has to stand out. His physique, even at this age, is already monstrous. Since he's from the secondary lineage, he does not even have the right to a real sword. Even so, the boy has absurd strength and precision while training with a wooden sword. Even his own father is afraid of him. The boy's physique is just too ridiculous for his age. He even thinks that he wouldn't be able to exchange blows barehanded with that boy. And what the man fears the most is his fierce gaze and coldness. Even when he lost his mother at a young age, he didn't grieve or cry at all. The boy also keeps saying that they should go after the blacksmith who makes the training dummies and bring him there to give him a thrashing for his incompetence. On the very first day, they sent him to the main family's castle. He had already impressed even the maid with his spear. He got into trouble with the most annoying boy there and even made that boy's sister fall for him. In the end, he took off the weights to the tune of Linkin Park, made the boy spit out yesterday's lunch and left afterwards after cultivating a lot of aura. This is Eugene Lionheart, one of the sons from the secondary branch of the Lionheart family. Unfortunately, here the patriarch only cares about talented children with good lineage. But Eugene will achieve so many feats that even the patriarch will be impressed and grant privileges to Eugene's father. But do you know why this boy is so focused? Why does he have the mindset of an adult and train as if he wants to take revenge on someone? This is because in his past life, in the castle of Helmut, Vermouth and his 4 companions, Sienna Martin, Annis Slivered, Maul and Ruher, the Brave and Hamel, the fool who became a main character, was fighting against another demon king. By then, they had already defeated 3 out of the 5. But when they were after the 4th one, Hamel, who saw Vermouth as his rival, sacrificed his life to save his friends from a trap. With his last breath, Hamel bids farewell and asks Vermouth to finish off the last 2 demon kings, and Vermouth does so. With no time left, Hamel confesses his love to Sienna and dies. At least that's how it's reading. 300 years later, after his former companions tried to kill the last 2 demon kings, he is born again. This time, he is reincarnated as Eugene Lionheart, a descendant of the hero Vermouth. He was one among the many descendants of Vermouth, and his family branch was below the main line. Because of this, he was not allowed to train with real swords or use mana. Even so, his talent with the sword kept growing rapidly. Every time he trained, his father could only watch him in shock. For someone who was 13, Eugene's body was far beyond normal. He was preparing for the bloodline ceremony, the Lionheart tradition, where children aged 10 to 15 gather and fight for the right to truly be called Lionheart. Even so, the branch family had a big disadvantage compared to the main bloodline. The direct descendants could use real swords and mana. His father felt small, knowing that his talented son had to face that. So he begged Eugene to skip the ceremony, warning him that he could never defeat the direct line. The protagonist, of course, only wanted to crush every single one of them. On the way to the ceremony venue, he thought about his past life. As a Death Knight, he had always picked up difficult things easily, but his friends still outshone him. That memory led him to a question. Why were the Demon Kings still alive? Sensing his mood, the butler began to tell him about life in the main house. Once they arrive at Lionheart Estate, they take Eugene to his room, where he meets his temporary maid, Nina. The MC asks her how old she is, and Nina says she's 16. He suspects that the Lionhearts deliberately gave him an untrained maid, hoping that he would misbehave. Through Nina, he also learns that the other family members will arrive in 4 days. The rest of the family would arrive 4 days later. He tells her to take him to the training ground, and while Eugene is practicing, some cousins who heard about his arrival decide to mess with him. In the training yard, he starts with his warm-up, leaving Nina stunned. Even with heavy bags strapped to his body, he moves incredibly fast. Young gets curious and asks what this village boy is doing, so Eugene calls him an idiot for not noticing his training. Young then orders him to clean the carriage, saying that's what a good for nothing is for. When the protagonist ignores him, Kyung gets angry and demands a duel. Eugene doesn't want any trouble, so he simply tells him to leave. Kyung keeps pushing, calling instead. That strikes a nerve with the MC. Kyung keeps talking, even insulting Eugene's parents for not teaching him honor. That finally makes him snap and he completely embarrasses Khan. By the time Khan dropped the handkerchief, the fight was already over. Scylla is shocked that her brother lost without landing a single blow on Eugene and claims he must have used mana. The protagonist calmly says that he didn't cheat at all. Then, Chian's butler appears. After Eugene explains why the duel happened, the siblings leave. Meanwhile, the MC is eagerly waiting for the lineage ceremony so he can embarrass the descendants of his old rival. After hearing Jeza's report, Ancilla Lionheart, the second wife of the main family, is upset because her son lost to someone from a branch family. She questions her daughter Ciel to find out more about Eugene. Once she understands what happened, Ancilla tells her to keep a close eye on the boy, and Ciel admits that she's already curious about him. The next day, 3 more members from the branch family arrive for the ceremony. While training, Nina tells him that the patriarch is coming. He doesn't have time to change, so he receives him dressed in his training clothes. For the first time, Eugene sees the entire direct bloodline. The patriarch arrives and greets everyone, including his eldest son, who speaks to him with obvious fear and insecurity. After meeting with the relatives, the patriarch gathers all the children at a banquet to explain the lineage ceremony to them. At the banquet, Gulgat Lionheart and Desra Lionheart appear, the last 2 members of the branch family who had been missing. They are not alone either. A special guest joins the banquet, and when Ciel asks his father who she is, the entire hall is shocked to hear the answer: Lavalian Sophis, master of the Red Tower of Magic. Eugene is left stunned by that name because of his connection with Sienna, his old friend and the youngest Tower Master of her time. His surprised reaction catches the attention of the patriarch, who already knows about the duel with his son. He realizes that Eugene is strong and feels disappointed. Cian still has not apologized properly. When Cian's apology comes out half-hearted, the protagonist gets annoyed but lets it go. The patriarch is curious about the boy's skill since he won with a single blow without using mana. Then he asks if Eugene learned from his father, and both he and the others are surprised by the answer. The main character says that his father only taught him the basics and he learnt everything else on his own. The patriarch is impressed and then asks for the meal to begin. After dinner, they finally hear the details of the ceremony. The master of the Red Tower created a labyrinth full of monsters, and to pass, they must defeat the boss in the center. The labyrinth is an illusion, so the damage won't be completely real. That means they won't be seriously injured. After hearing the rules, Eugene asks what the winner gets. When he finds out that the victor can choose any treasure from the family, he gets even more excited. Later, Gargat and Desra stop him and ask if he really defeated Cian. He says yes and walks away. While he's training again, his cousins interrupt him. But this time, Gargat steps forward. He flexes and jokes that Eugene should take steroids if he wants a body like his. The protagonist ignores the eaglet. Desera, however, asks why he uses a sword when he struck Cian with a spear. Eugene says he can handle any weapon. She doesn't believe him and challenges him. She is sure he is just boasting and insulting spear fighting. With Gargat acting as the judge, the duel begins. Desera is surprised that the MC's stance has no openings. While she attacks, he mostly stays on the defensive throughout the match. As he watches her, he realizes that she has great talent but still cannot defeat him. When she changes her pattern to catch him off guard, she falls into his trap and Eugene wins without even needing a counterattack. After that, Gargat and Desra ask the protagonist to team up against the main family, something that has never happened before. Gargat says they need to work together because the main line will surely do the same to reach the boss first. Eugene says he can handle it on his own, but since the branch members have never surpassed the direct line, Desra keeps insisting on forming an alliance. Later, back at the main house, Ancilla starts wondering why they invited the master of the Red Tower. Maybe he came to take Edward as his disciple. Since childhood, Edward liked books more than physical training and had always shown an interest in magic. If he becomes a master student at the Red Tower, he will have to leave the main house for some time. Cyan and Ciel would continue to grow up here, and that would mean Edward had given up his place as heir. So her own son would always be known as the son of the second wife. She had endured all this because she believed she still had a chance. But now, even a child from the branch family had defeated them. So she considers another possibility. If Eugene clears the labyrinth first and his talent humiliates the entire direct line, Kit's loss might be buried under that greater shame. 3 days later, the lineage ceremony finally begins. Magic is formed and sent to each participant. Each one receives a fragment of light and Lavalian tells them to shape it into a weapon. Everyone tries at the same time, and soon Scylla is the first to forge a sword with it. After swinging it around a bit, she asks what happens if it breaks. Lavalian says it won't since it's made of magic, just like the labyrinth. She quickly asks if she can make an animal instead of a sword, but he says only lifeless things can be created. That makes one of the children ask why, and Lavalian explains that creating life is a sacred power that only living beings can possess. The child is amazed by the answer. Then Gargoth appears carrying a huge sword. Without being asked, he proudly says that it's the same sword he uses at home and he's surprised he can copy it here. Instead, Desra makes a spear and Eugene creates a sword. Edward also makes one, but he seems downcast. Soon, everyone is ready for the labyrinth and NC is the only one carrying a sword and shield. Take-All asks him what he will do if they meet inside the labyrinth. Will he also fight Mana? That makes Eugene ask if it's allowed to fight among themselves, and the Patriarch says yes. Even so, he reminds them that good judgment and teamwork are also important, because they are a family that shares the blood of a lion's heart. On hearing the word family, CL blushes and smiles a little. The protagonist notices this and finds it a bit odd. After that, everyone is given the same necklace. This necklace will be connected to each person's mind. If the labyrinth puts too much pressure on them, the necklace will respond and activate. It is just a safety device. He also says that they can ask for help by grabbing the necklace and shouting for assistance. Once the rules are explained, it is time to begin. Although everyone enters from the same point, they will be separated inside. The girl wishes Eugene good luck and he does the same. After passing through the portal, he ends up in a dark room. A quick movement tells him that the space is cramped. Anyone using a long weapon would have a tough time here. That is one of the reasons he chose a sword and shield, even if they are basic, so he starts the trial right away. Others were already fighting and had started using their necklaces. The moment they did, they were taken out of the labyrinth. In just 1 hour, 3 people had already failed. The Patriarch appeared disappointed and coldly told them to rest. Inside a tent, the adults were watching all the participants through magic. The Patriarch was especially focused. Guardian seemed to be struggling with his huge sword, but his strength made up for it and he crushed all the monsters around him. Dasaria used her speed to maintain control and avoid fights she didn't need. Cannon moved carefully, dodging trap after trap, so he was praised for it. What they didn't know was that his mother had given him a map the night before. Chao trusted his instincts and moved quickly, but he still lacked maturity and could behave childishly at times. Yodo, on the other hand, seemed scared, even of a single goblin in front of him. Then his fear turned into amazement when he realized it was made with magic. He too had talent. Luvarian noticed how drawn he was to magic, and the Patriarch says that the boy has loved it since he was a baby. They even brought a teacher from the capital, but Itsuki gave up halfway through. On hearing that, Luvarian asks him why he stopped, and the Patriarch says that he accepted his reality. Itsuki believes that becoming the next head of the family is his duty. Even so, the Patriarch wanted Itsuki to walk the path of magic. If that passion is still there, I would not refuse the chance to study with the Master of the Red Tower. The Master of the Tower says that he cannot promise anything, but at the very least he will be able to meet the boy. However, if his talent is not enough, he will not be able to become a disciple. The Patriarch says that he understands and only wants the boy to follow his dream. He admits that Iret always admired Sienna even more than Beaumont. The Master of the Tower agrees. Then the Patriarch says that he is different from most people because he does not see his favorite hero as Sienna or even Beaumont. Curious, Lavrian asks who it is. The Patriarch is about to answer, but then he points to one of the magical creatures and tells the Master of the Tower to look over there. It was Eugenio. He was facing the monster head on. When another one came running in, he dodged it easily and cut it from all angles, surprising everyone who was watching. Even the Patriarch was left stunned. The Master of the Tower asks, who is that boy? After the troll finally falls, the Patriarch says that he is Eugene Lionheart. The Master of the Tower is left speechless. The patriarch was amazed that he was only 13 years old, and even without having fought a troll before, he kept his cool and never froze. The master of the tower explains that the troll was not meant for battle. It was more of a trap meant to test if they could find a way to escape. He even made it bigger than usual just to scare them. The patriarch says that it's pure natural talent. The master of the tower asks if he knows what people like that are called, and the patriarch says they are true geniuses. At the same time, Gargiam was also fighting a troll, and at first he was losing ground. Even so, he faced it head on. He charged straight at the monster and cut off its leg, bringing it down. He was mad for the fight. When the troll dissolved and collapsed, he had already won. But his body was battered and his muscles torn. Part of that was because he had already been hit by several traps along the way, and in the end, he fell to the ground. Later, Kyon studies the back of a troll with a stone in his hand. He realizes that such a huge monster shouldn't be there, and that defeating it wasn't the objective. So he throws a stone to one side, which makes the troll look towards the wall, and then he runs past it. It was a smart decision. Shortly after, he meets Chao and finds out that they must be close to the center of the labyrinth. He starts boasting that if she stays with him, they won't get lost. It's obvious that he's still upset with Eugene for embarrassing him in front of her. Then all of a sudden, he starts talking about how, since the labyrinth is an illusion, it could have any kind of monster, even ghosts. That makes him a bit uneasy, but trying to look dependable, he asks her if she's afraid of ghosts. He's about to tell her not to worry about something so silly when suddenly a bloodied face appears. He screams in terror and the other person screams just as loudly. Realizing that it's Desera, he asks her why she tried to scare him. She replies that his scream scared her even more because it came out of nowhere. She says that she wanted to find them but things went wrong, so she turns around and runs away. Chao warns that she's trying to escape, and Kian, wanting to impress her, says that they have to chase her. Both of them rush out after Desera at full speed. Desera thinks that she's only running away because she can't defeat two people alone and needs to find Garjan quickly. Then she activates another trap, but thanks to her amazing speed, she gets past it and keeps going. Kian notices the trap and thinks about turning back. But once he realizes that Chao is right behind him, he knows he has no other choice. He gathers himself, jumps over the trap with all his strength and just barely manages to cross it. Reaching out his hand, he tells Chao to jump as well. She does it and doesn't even need his help. After a long chase, they finally reach the boss room. The boss is huge. Then Eugene, who is already behind them, asks why the three of them came here together. Kian turns around and asks him what he's doing there. The protagonist says he was waiting. He wanted to see who would reach the boss room first. That catches all of them off guard. Chao points out that actually she arrived first, and she's right. Dasari assumes that if he waited so long, maybe he accepted her offer from last night. Eugene says not exactly, but that he is willing to let her be in the spotlight. He says he could defeat the boss alone in no time, but then all their hard work to get here would be wasted. Chong gets angry. MS explains that the boss will not attack unless someone gets close enough and that right now he's resting. So, in the order in which they arrived after him, each one will fight the boss first. Desur, then Chao, then Kan. Kane asks who he thinks is. Desira seems uneasy and asks if they really have to fight alone. Eugene simply mocks her, saying that she spent all her time wandering around and that if she thinks she can't win, she should just give up. Taking out a handkerchief, she says she won't, ties it around her head, and starts walking towards the boss. Kamiya asks her if she's not going to fight. She says she will. Once they finish, Kamiyan says that the protagonist won't get a turn because he himself will defeat the boss. MS replies that if Kamiyan really does it, she will call him elder brother for the rest of her life. Kamiyan instantly turns red and then happily tells her not to take back those words. Once Dasiri approaches, the boss opens his eyes and stands up. She is terrified, but after coming this far, she can't turn back and attacks. She dodges the monster's first stomp and tries to stab its skin, but she can't. The moment she realizes its skin is too tough, the boss grabs her. She thinks she's dead, but instead, he throws her and she lands near the others. Chow asks Eugene why he threw her aside instead of killing her, and he says that the creature isn't real. It's made of magic, so once it caught her, that counted as a loss. Kane stands up with a smile. He says he'll prove that the main family is on a completely different level from the collateral line. That makes him smile. Kane starts drawing power again, pouring it into his sword. Mana spreads throughout the sword. Desira realizes that it's a mana sword, something that can cut through anything, and normally it takes at least 10 years of mana training to use it. Only then does she truly see the gap between the main family and the collateral branch. Eugene, however, doesn't think it's a bad decision. Kane says that even if he can only hold it for a short while, it's enough to defeat the boss, but then the mana disappears from the sword. Cheyenne can't make sense of it, while Eugene quickly remembers that the Patriarch had said he wanted to test them without letting the main family's advantage affect the results. So the Master of the Tower probably blocked mana attacks at the center of the labyrinth. That means both sides are now on equal footing. Chan still doesn't understand what's going on. Then the protagonist asks him if he thinks he's gonna lose. If that's the case, he should just admit he wants to give up and go back, instead of getting beaten up for being stubborn. The girl seemed excited as she watched. Xian attacked the boss, and the monster charged straight at him. It passed by him and cut off his arm. Then he dodged a few more attacks and counter-attacked, but quickly realized that those small hits wouldn't bring down the boss. So he ran with everything he had and aimed for its legs, but the boss was smart enough to stop him with its knee. Kane was caught off guard by that, and the boss grabbed him and smashed him, then threw him far away with all its strength. He landed on his feet, but Eugene told him that it still counted as a loss. Kane was furious, but he couldn't argue. Then MG said it was her turn, but she refused. Without a sword at the center of the labyrinth, she had no reason to fight. That took him by surprise. He said she was smarter than her own brother. After that, she walked towards the wall, picked up a shield and headed towards the boss as if nothing had happened. She asked him if he could defeat it, and he said he didn't know if he could win, only that he couldn't imagine losing to this thing. As she calmly approached the boss, she started thinking about how to defeat it. The creature attacked from the front, and Eugene instantly climbed up its arm. The boss tried to catch him with the other hand, but he was already upside down. It tried to attack on instinct, but ended up hitting itself in the face. The boss roared in pain. While it was stunned, Eugene slashed it again and again from all angles. Everyone was shocked by what they were seeing. Desaru noticed that he was aiming for the monster's carotid artery. Then he charged forward and drove his sword into the monster's throat, and the boss fell to the ground. Unhurriedly, he cleaned his sword and asked if everyone had seen that. Qian instantly stiffened. Eugene said it was an easy victory. Xian started to say that if he had had a sword, he would have won just as easily. But after thinking about it, he realized that even with a sword, it wouldn't have seemed so simple in his own hands. And what he was feeling now was not just fear. The tension in his chest did not go away, but he couldn't put a name to the feeling until the weapon finally began to fade away. The boss also disappeared from the room. The ceremony was over. Outside, everyone was left impressed. The Patriarch simply laughed to himself. He couldn't understand how a child from the collateral line, one who had never trained in mana, could crush a minotaur like that. The Master of the Tower admitted that it was shocking. A minotaur was never meant to fight alone, which is why he kept emphasizing teamwork for this ceremony. That is exactly why he set up the boss in that way, to force the children to work together. But Eugene bypassed all the traps and monsters he had prepared to the extent that the man began to wonder what kind of boy he was. The Patriarch seemed pleased. He said that the protagonist had done nothing but train ever since he arrived, and the people from his hometown knew it as well. He firmly declared that Eugene was born for battle. His body and instincts matched perfectly, and the whole ceremony was worth it just to discover a treasure like him. That made the Master of the Tower ask if he really wasn't worried. Be careful not to offend him. He pointed out that the MC had already surpassed the Patriarch's own children, and if the gap was this wide now, just imagine what would happen once he learned mana. The Patriarch said that was just one more reason to celebrate, because it would make the family name shine even brighter. Still sweating, the Master of the Tower asked what would happen if Eugene wanted to become the next heir and head of the Lionheart family. The patriarch thought for a moment and then said that the family should be led by the best. If his own children could not claim that position, then the protagonist had every right to take it. If they were too weak to protect the right they were born with, then they did not deserve to lead. The master of the tower said that, as an outsider, perhaps he had spoken a bit too boldly. Then he released all his magic and gave one last piece of advice as an old acquaintance. He said that the patriarch should adopt Eugene as his own son. A collateral child had just surpassed the direct line in the lineage ceremony, and that alone was enough for the collateral families to start looking down on the main branch. That could lead to all sorts of problems. The patriarch said that he truly appreciated the advice from the master of the tower, even called it tempting, but said that first they had something else to do. They needed to congratulate that little monster. After gathering all the children from the labyrinth, the patriarch looked at one of them. His eyes settled on Iode, who didn't even make it to the end because he got distracted by the magic and the monsters. The patriarch found this deeply disappointing. The other two, however, did quite well. In his opinion, they couldn't defeat the Minotaur only because they lacked experience. He praised everyone's effort, saying that he had been watching them throughout the labyrinth and that he was surprised. Then he called Eugene and said that he was the one who stood out the most among the 9 children in the ceremony. The MC thanked him and the patriarch praised the decisions he made against the traps and the monsters. He even pointed out that the MC defeated the troll without getting hurt. The big boy was left stunned by that and looked at him, wondering how someone with such a small body could manage it. He even thought that if Eugene took his family's medicine, he might become even stronger than himself. Lebellion admitted that he had expected everyone to get lost in the labyrinth, but he had clearly underestimated them. After all, these were the descendants of Vermouth, rare gems each one of them. The patriarch told them to rest and that he would prepare a feast. Then he asked Lebellion to take the children back. They started heading towards the mansion, but the patriarch stopped Eugene and told him to come along. Syl was surprised to see that and quickly asked if he was giving the gift to the protagonist now. He said yes. He knew they were going to the underground treasure chamber, a place he had never seen before, so all he could do was watch them leave. Later, while they were walking through the forest, the patriarch praised Eugene and said that he handled many kinds of weapons well. The MC replied that they were praising him too much. The patriarch disagreed. He defeated the monsters in the labyrinth with just a sword and a shield, and even used a spear against Disaria. Clearly, the news reached the head of the family very quickly. He went on to say that the weapon, which now represents the Lionheart family, is the sword. But his ancestor, the Great Vermouth, mastered many types of weapons and was even called the God of War, the master of all things. And Vermouth was not the only one with that kind of skill. His companion Hamil was also a great master, second only to Lord Vermouth. Feeling uncomfortable hearing about his past life, Eugene said that the books made Hamil look like a fool. The patriarch laughed and said that he had read that too, but if Hamil hadn't been such a troublemaker, the story wouldn't be even half as entertaining. Then he admitted that, to be honest, he liked Lord Hamil more than Lord Vermouth, which surprised the protagonist and made him ask why. The patriarch said that he admired the sides of Hamil that never appeared in the books. Hamil felt inferior to Vermouth on countless occasions, but he never gave up. Instead, he kept pushing himself and surpassing his limits, and in the end, he gave his life to save his friends. Eugene thought that the lessons people passed on in books were a bit too dramatic, but even so, he called out to the patriarch and happily told him that he also liked Lord Hamil. That also made the patriarch smile. Soon they reached their destination. The guards led the patriarch through immediately, and inside the small house, a staircase led down to the basement. They went down, and the patriarch told Eugene that he was the first person who was not family to be allowed into this place. The MC quickly asked if he was really allowed to enter. The patriarch said that a promise is a promise, and the elders of the Senate. They had already agreed. The Senate was made up of the old lions of the Lionheart family, people from collateral branches who had still earned great honors. He asked how valuable the treasures here were. The collection had been built up over hundreds of years, and also included relics left behind by the great hero Burmuth. That made Eugene ask if the sacred sword was also here, and the patriarch said yes, but added that the protagonist could not choose it because the sacred sword was the symbol of the Lionheart family and could not be handed over to just anyone. The MC found it a bit disappointing, but the patriarch said there was another reason for it. The sacred sword had never recognized anyone else. He told Eugene that he would understand when he saw it. When they reached the door, the patriarch bit his finger and let his blood drip onto a pedestal. It reacted to his blood and the door opened slowly. Once it was fully open, the patriarch said that he should go in alone, while he waited outside so as not to influence the boy's choice. The protagonist thanked him for his thoughtfulness and went inside. When the door closed, he broke into a wide smile. Right in front of him was the legendary holy sword, the blade once wielded by the hero Burmuth. Could this little prodigy really claim that sword? The holy sword had existed since the earliest days of the Holy Empire of Eurus. People believed it was a sword given by God. For a long time, it had been sealed in the central temple and only recognized Burmuth as its master. 300 years ago, it was this sword that pierced the demon king of Carnage, one of the 5 greatest beings in the demon realm of Helmut. After that, however, it was only used as a symbolic torch, which was truly a waste. But now, could Eugene really claim it? He grabbed the hilt and smiled even more, but no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't move it. The sword did not move at all. Even so, Eugene knew that even if he had managed to free it, he wouldn't be allowed to keep it. So he gave up on that idea and started searching for a different treasure. After looking around, he finally spotted something surprising. A spole, the sword of gluttony. It can devour the mana of anything it cuts and make that power its own. It can even pierce through powerful spells with a single strike, but Burmuth could only use it to a certain extent because he was also a high-ranking mage. However, at this moment, that sword is still too much for him. As he continues searching, he comes across even more famous weapons. One of them is the Dragonlance Carbos. It takes a little time to heat up, but once it does, it can spew fire like a real dragon. There was also the Stormblade Wind, a sword blessed by the Wind King, an elemental spirit. He also finds the Thundering Thunderbow, a bow that shoots lightning and can strike no matter how far the target is. Then there was Jabil, a flying illusion sword. When you pour mana into it, it transforms into a whip made of hundreds of blades. And there was the Shield of Geddon, which can ignore any attack as if it were nothing. Every weapon here is incredible, and passing up any of them would be a waste. Even so, he still can't find the Moon Sword or the Demonic Spear. So he thinks that the best weapons were probably taken a long time ago. For now, the best option seems to be Gwyneth. Just holding it allows you to use wind spirits, and with enough mana, you can even summon the Wind King. In this world, even the most talented mages struggle to control a weak elemental. With Gwyneth in hand, that problem disappears. Even so, he decides to check the rest of the vault. It wasn't just full of weapons, there were also accessories and gems until one item caught his attention. He quickly takes out a necklace from one of the shells. To him, this necklace feels deeply familiar from his past life. It was the keepsake left by his parents after monsters killed them. He took his revenge a long time ago, but he still wore this necklace until the day he died. So why is it here? Did Burmuth return his body? He starts to wonder if his friends didn't abandon him after all. The promise between Burmuth and the Demon King of Imprisonment brought peace, but Helmut still stands and 2 Demon Kings are still alive. The stories now say that the 5 heroes defeated the 5 Demon Kings together. But seeing this keepsake here makes him wonder what promise they really made. More than anything, he wants to know what Burmuth was thinking. He even thinks that maybe they lost their chance because he died before the end. If that is true, then maybe it was all his fault. Even so, he does not want to blame his friends. There must have been a reason why they could not finish off the Demon King. There are many weapons in this room that he wants, but he can't leave behind Hamel's keepsake in the Lionheart vault. The Patriarch is surprised by his choice and smiles, saying that he likes the necklace. Even so, he asks if Eugene is serious since the vault was full of treasures of immeasurable value. He asks to have a look at the necklace for a moment. It is simply a rough red stone neither precious nor finely crafted, basically a cheap necklace. So, why was it in the treasure room? The patriarch decides to check it. He places the necklace on the pedestal to read its record and discovers that it is not listed in the vault at all. In other words, it is not a Lionheart treasure and should not be there. He explains that the necklace is almost worthless, selling it wouldn't even buy a cheap sword. Then he asks again if the MC is sure. MC clearly pleased says yes, and the patriarch tells him it's fine if he really wants it. Even so, he'll have Luberian inspected first. Since it is unknown, it might have some spell on it. He asks if he can keep it after the inspection, and the patriarch promises that he can. He also points out that this doesn't count as choosing a Lionheart treasure, so Eugene should come back and pick something else. That catches the protagonist off guard, but the patriarch says the original promise still stands. He can take any real treasure he wants. MC thanks him and runs back to the room. He finds it hard to believe how generous this man is, especially as a descendant of Barmouth. With no reason to hold back now, he chooses the Stormblade Wyneth, releases it, and decides that this is the one. At night, he was back at the castle. Desraw Lionheart was annoyed and asked him why he didn't take a spear when he's so skilled with it. Eugene says that the choice was his and that he's also great with the sword. The muscular woman simply says that the sword seems too light, arguing that with his strength, a hammer or an axe would suit him better. She even tries to include him in her workout routine, but Eugene refuses. Desra Lionheart tells him to ignore this musclehead and asks him to draw the sword. Seeing no problem, he does so. He explains that this is Stormblade Wyneth, a sword blessed by the element of the Wind King, and with proper mana training, it can summon that power. She admits that it's cool, but says she would still choose a spear. Eugene mentions that there were plenty of spears there, which catches her attention. Immediately, she starts talking about the dragon spear, which spits flames like a dragon's breath with every strike. The protagonist pretends as if he doesn't know about it. Then she brings up the demonic spear ruins, calling it the most powerful weapon in all of Vermouth's arsenal. The bodybuilder chimes in and says that he also knows about that spear and that it was once used by Brutality, which earns him a slap. That mention of the Demon King of Brutality brings back old memories for Eugene. 300 years ago, the kingdom of Helmuth had 5 demon kings. First was the Demon King of Apocalypse, the second was the Demon King of Imprisonment, the third was the Demon King of Delirium, the fourth was the Demon King of Brutality, and the fifth was the Demon King of Massacre. Then, the bodybuilder says that he's mistaken about the most powerful weapon in the arsenal. According to him, it was the relentless Crusher Gigalus. The two of them start arguing, saying that the rank of a Demon King does not decide how strong a weapon is. Eugene simply thinks that those two were the only weapons in Vermouth's arsenal that were ever used by the Demon Kings. They are too dangerous to be left in the vault, so they're probably sealed away somewhere else. While the argument goes on, the MC thinks that they are being quite childish. As he walks away, he decides that if he ever had to choose one of the weapons from Vermouth's arsenal, he would not hesitate. He would take the Moonlight Sword, the sword called Destruction. Sealed deep within Helmuth, both the Demon Kings of Brutality and Massacre died under its overwhelming light. Then, he takes up a battle stance, happy to finally wield a real sword in this life. When he swings, everyone is left stunned. Eugene's swordsmanship is incredible. He moves with complete ease, and each step flows directly into the next strike. It looks less like a fight and more like a dance, as if the sword were a part of his own body. One moment he strikes with all his might, and the next he makes precise cuts that leave everyone speechless. The bodybuilder can only say that his swordsmanship is astonishing. Even the girl who loves spears has to admit that it looks beautiful. Elsewhere in the Patriarch's office, Loberian begins to examine the necklace. His face looks a bit worried. Placing it on the table, he says that there is no magic in the necklace and asks if it really came from the vault. The Patriarch says yes. Loberian keeps pressing, wondering if the boy tricked them, but the Patriarch asks why he would do that. If they hadn't allowed him to choose another treasure, he would have been left with nothing. Thinking about it, Loberian agrees that it would be a risky trick. That's why he says they'll check it more carefully. There might not be any magic in this, but since they've come this far, he'll look into it more deeply. The patriarch asks how he'll do that, and Loberian says there's a spell called Mana Memories. He was created by the great Sienna, the Wise One. Mana exists everywhere, and most objects contain traces of it, so he'll read the memories left inside the necklace. The patriarch says he's counting on him. Loberian starts the spell, and after a while, it begins to work. At first, the memories don't show anything important. Even so, he can tell that the necklace is at least 100 years old. He even traces where it was bought, at a flea market in the capital. But after that, the trail becomes unclear. So, he assumes that the magic in the treasure room might have interfered with the necklace's memories. Once the patriarch finds out that it is more than 100 years old, he says that no one alive could really know where it actually came from. Loberian asks him what he will do, and Galen says he will give it to Eugene since it is not magical. The boy wanted it so much that he gave up a treasure for it. Loberian says it seems the patriarch has started to like him and just smiles. Then he stands by the window and says, "Why wouldn't I?" He adds that he'll make that offer to the boy. Loberian is a bit surprised by this. The patriarch says that he plans to adopt Eugene Lionheart as his son. From now on, the protagonist will be part of his family. The next day, the MC is received by someone new. His name is Galad. He knows exactly who Gilead Lionheart is, the elder brother of the head of the family. Gilead Lionheart, a strange man who never got married, not even when he was old enough, and who followed Gilead on his journeys. Even so, the protagonist politely introduces himself as the protagonist Lionheart, and the man says that he already knows who he is. Grabbing him, he says that the MC is the collateral lion cub who defeated the main family at the lineage succession ceremony. Trying to move away, he asks him why he came to see him. The man explains that his brother was planning to send another knight, but he came himself. Basically, he wanted to meet Eugene in person. He had heard a lot about the protagonist, but he himself could not witness the lineage succession ceremony. Only the head of the family can witness it. The librarian only entered this time because he had to help. And Gilead says that he is not upset, it's just a family rule. He stops, worried that it might sound like he's complaining about the tradition. MC tells him that he doesn't care about that. That makes Gilead smile. His brother wouldn't mind either. At that moment, Eugene realizes why this man still hasn't married. It's probably because he has too free a spirit. Guillaume says he has no idea why the family called him, although he supposes it was to praise him. The protagonist says that they've already congratulated him, so not even Guillaume knows for sure. Even so, he puts on a knowing look as if he could say more but chooses not to. Then he says that he would like to see Eugene more often. The MC replies that he would like that too. Then he calls out and announces himself. From inside, the leader tells him to come in. Guillaume opens the door for him and gives him a broad smile. Eugene thinks that Gilead seems pleasant but also a bit insistent. Soon, he finds himself before the head of the family. The man apologizes for calling him so suddenly and asks him to take a seat. They take their seats while coffee is served among them. Then, the patriarch places the necklace on the table and says, "Brian, I checked it. In the end, it's just an ordinary necklace." Eugene was not expecting much. The patriarch adds that they even read its mana memory but did not find anything strange. That catches the protagonist's attention because mana memory is magic linked to the great maid Sienna. So he asks what memory the necklace showed. Gilead says that it seems the necklace was sold on a street in the capital more than 100 years ago. That surprises the MC because he is sure that this is the same necklace he wore more than 300 years ago. So that result cannot be correct. But Loberian also had no reason to lie. Perhaps the memory was altered. Eugene thinks that someone with Tower Master level skill could have overridden it. And the first name that comes to my mind is Vermouth. Since he can't understand why, he simply asks if he can keep the necklace. The patriarch agrees as he had already promised. Eugene thanks him for that and puts it on immediately. Then the patriarch says that was not the real reason he called him here. He admits that it is sudden but says that the offer should help the protagonist's future. The MC doesn't seem happy. Before the patriarch can explain, he interrupts and says that being silly is kind and cute, but he doesn't want to think about marriage at the moment. He even remembers that after hitting a brother, she still acted friendly towards him, so he assumes this is a political marriage. Moreover, that leaves the head of the family stunned. Eugene goes on to say that he's too young to get married and that he would also need his father's approval, until the patriarch stops him and tells him that he has got it wrong. He has no intention of marrying him to seal any king. Now he who's caught off guard. Immediately he feels embarrassed. He really did get married at 13. If that's not the case, then why was he called here? The head of the family replies that he wants to adopt Eugene as his son. Once again, the protagonist is left stunned. Definitely, it would be a strong way to tie him to the main family. Everything is happening so fast that he can't even respond properly. The patriarch laughs and says that it's even less sudden than a marriage proposal, which makes the MC blush again. He then adds that if the NC wants, he's also willing to bring Gerhard into the main family. He jokes that it would give him 2 fathers. The patriarch tells him not to overthink it. It would simply mean that Eugene's entire family joins the main house. He explains that he already has 3 children and that he doesn't intend to take him away from Gerhard. He hasn't spoken to the man yet, but he would treat him like his own brother. This really puts the protagonist in a strange situation. The patriarch even offers the same opportunity to Gerhard, so the proposal is difficult to turn down. Even so, Eugene really jumped straight into marrying Sil. The children had a wild imagination. He asks if refusing the adoption would make his father lose the patriarch's respect, and the answer is no. Then, the patriarch stands up and admits that it might be awkward to say, but that he is not so childish. If Eugene says no, it'll be a disappointment. However, he will respect the choice and wish the child a bright future. MC says that he cannot decide by himself and needs to hear his father's opinion. Gilead says that he'll send for Gerhard and that they can sort it out after the banquet. Then he points out that the patriarch said this would be the best for his future, which catches Gilead off guard. Eugene wants to know exactly what that means. The man explains that growing up in the main family would give him many advantages. On one hand, the elite knights could teach him whenever he needed. The protagonist says that if that happens, he wants to train with the strongest warrior there is. With a smile, he adds that if he becomes the patriarch's adopted son, he wants the patriarch himself to teach him. The man pauses, clearly interested. Of course, Eugene mainly wants to know just how strong the Lionheart patriarch really is. Gilead smiles and says that he certainly could train him, but if the MC wants the best, someone else fits that role better. He asks whom he is referring to. The answer is Gilot. Gilead says that he might have been stronger once, but Gilot has already surpassed him. Then, the patriarch asks if Gerhard has taught Eugene anything about mana. The protagonist says no, and that was his own decision. He wanted to focus on physical combat first. The patriarch says that this choice is admirable. Then he explains that to train mana properly, you need a mana crystal from a high-level monster. The better the stone, the harder and more expensive it will be to obtain. And even with one, you would still need someone highly skilled to guide the process. Such support is probably impossible to find in Gerhard's family branch. Simply put, it's not the right place to develop Eugene's talent, but he keeps that part to himself. Saying harsh words might make the boy feel resentful towards the family he comes from. After that, they talked a bit more before Eugene went back to his room. No, on the way, a smell reached him. He quickly recognized it as perfume and traced it to someone hiding behind a pillar. Immediately, he realizes that the person is waiting for him. He keeps walking until an adult woman steps out from behind, pretending that their meeting is just a coincidence. Her first step is to ask for the proper formalities, so Eugene bows and gives his name. She says she heard that he would be meeting the patriarch alone, but she didn't expect it to take so long. The NC asks her if she wanted something. She thinks the boy is bold, even arrogant, and doesn't seem to know his place. It makes her understand why he fought with the main boy of the family. Actually, she shouldn't be surprised. Even so, she knows that this boy is about to become someone extraordinary. So, making an ally is smarter than making an enemy. For a moment, she even thinks that marrying him to seal the deal might not be so bad. Then, she says she's curious to know what they discussed in private, and Eugene replies that he can't share what was said only with the patriarch. A bit nervous, she admits that's fair and tells him not to try to interrogate her. But there's one more thing she wants to say. He seems puzzled. Putting on a bit of a show, she says that she still hasn't apologized for her son's rude behavior the other day. Eugene immediately replies that it's not necessary since the matter was settled that very day. Now, feeling nervous, she calls him generous for his age and says she'll discipline her son and hopes that from now on they can get along well. With a bright smile, the protagonist says, "Of course they will. After all, everyone is part of the same family." That makes her furious. He isn't wrong, but hearing it from him still bothers her. Then he asks if he can leave. She says yes and apologizes for taking up so much of his time. Eugene turns around to leave. He knows exactly who she is. Ansel, the lion-hearted matriarch, who never liked him from the start, just because he came from a branch family. Naturally, he would prefer to stay as far away from her as possible, but getting free from a woman like her won't be easy. 2 days later, Gerard finally arrived from his distant city. Guided by Gyeong, he could hardly believe any of this. He still couldn't accept that his son had actually won the succession ceremony of the lineage. Crying, he kept thinking about how Eugene defeated the son of the main family. He always knew MC had talent, but as a father he never had the means to support that gift. He had believed that the ceremony would force them to face the truth, that the gap between the main family and the branch families could not be overcome by talent and hard work alone. At least that's what he thought until someone called his name. It was him, his son was smiling at him. Gerard ran towards him and hugged him tightly, crying so hard that he could barely speak. The only thing he could say was that he was proud to have Eugene as his son. The protagonist, for his part, reminds him that he had already said this would happen before leaving his small hometown. He reminds his father that he had promised to bring him good news. Still crying, Gerard says, "MC." He really did say that, but admits he didn't believe it. Then he notices the patriarch nearby and quickly introduces himself as Gary Lionheart from Gilead. The patriarch introduces himself as Gilead Lionheart and apologizes for having called him here. Then Gerard, feeling nervous, says it's alright and thanks him for the invitation. The patriarch says he won't keep father and son apart for long and asks to speak inside. Gerard agrees and follows him, though he is clearly uncomfortable. Soon after, he learns about the matter of the adoption. The patriarch explains that if he adopts Eugene, Gerard will also become part of the main family. Gerard doesn't seem very pleased with this, so he stands up and apologizes in advance if his words sound rude. He says that he is grateful for the concern shown for Eugene, but as a father he cannot help but worry about the child's future. When he is asked what he means, Gerard says that he knows the patriarch has good intentions, but he fears that the main family might be bothered by it. The patriarch already has 3 children, and if he joins them, he'll be seen as an outsider. The patriarch seems to understand. He says that he does not want to block the child's future and knows that the main family cares deeply about the lineage. That is why many of them will not welcome someone from a branch family into the main house. He adds that even if Eugene enters the main family, becoming the patriarch may still be out of his reach. Even so, the protagonist's talent will allow him to thrive there. If he becomes his son, he will get closer to the other children and secure a much better future. Gerard admits that the patriarch is right and asks to speak with Eugene before making a decision. Outside, the MC was retrieving his sword when he felt the air tremble and swung it a few times. Then his father walked towards him with his head bowed. One look at Gerard's sad face tells him that the conversation did not go well. He quickly asks why he looks like that. Gerard looks at his son and notices the sword that Eugene picked from the main family's treasure. He realizes that even if he sold everything he owns, he still wouldn't be able to afford it. With mixed feelings, he says that the patriarch wants to adopt him. The protagonist calmly replies that he already knows. Gerard says that it would help the protagonist's future if he accepted, but his voice trembles because that path will also bring difficulties. Eugene already understands. Pointing to himself, he says that his father knows him well. He would never let anyone pressure him. Hearing that, Gerard starts crying again. He says that the MC was named by him and his late mother and that he must never forget it. He replies that even if he's adopted, his real father will always be Gerard Leonhard. These words make Gerard break down again. In the end, Eugene decides to be adopted. He does not wish to become the patriarch, but he knows that no one will believe him. The first wife Theonis and the second Ansula Leonhard will surely keep a close watch on him. The protagonist knows that there are 2 ways to face hatred and resentment. The first is to ignore it. The second, to draw your sword and cut it down head on. Shortly afterwards, the Lionheart Patriarch held a banquet for all the families of the children who participated in the succession ceremony of the bloodline. Gerhard quickly found himself surrounded by questions. Among the crowd were Desera's father and the father of the muscular boy who was already trying to inject him with steroids. They even talked about forming a group to get to know each other better. Eugene had no intention of joining them and drawing more attention to himself. Nearby was the boy whom the MC had beaten, looking completely crushed. His mother tells him that he needs confidence. From now on, people will compare him to Eugene. Every time they see him, they'll remember his defeat and laugh that someone from the direct bloodline couldn't win for the first time in the family's history. That only makes him feel worse. His mother says that he has no choice but to endure the shame. But no matter what others say, he's still her son. As a son of the direct bloodline, Lionheart must hold his head high. The boy agrees. She warns him that even if he doesn't become the patriarch, that's no reason to slack off. Because Eugene starts off with many disadvantages, he'll have to work even harder to claim that position. Then she tells her son to become friends with him. They need a brotherly bond so that the protagonist can become an ally later on. The boy understands, but just thinking about how to approach the MC makes him feel even more embarrassed. Even so, someone else doesn't feel any shame at all. She asks him if they're siblings now, and when Eugene says yes, she begs him to call her elder sister. He refuses, and she complains that her own brother calls her elder sister just because he was born 5 seconds later. She begs him once again to say just once, but he would never call a 13-year-old girl elder sister. In fact, he says he would rather die. Later, in the Patriarch's room, Levalian says that he will not accept him as a student without any conditions. He is speaking with Edward, who is about to undergo a talent test at the Aerith Tower. Edward asks what will happen if he really does have talent for summoning magic. Levalian says that would be great, but Aerith will not care about the Lionheart name. Without real skill, he still cannot accept him as a disciple. Edward accepts this with sadness, but Levalian adds that, as an old friend of the Lionheart Patriarch, long before becoming the master of the Red Tower, he will make sure that Edward gets plenty of opportunities. He will also protect him from discrimination and help him find the best place to develop his magic. That immediately cheers up the boy. Even if he does not become Levalian's student, he is happy to leave behind his family's pressure and study magic. He seeks the Patriarch's approval. The Patriarch simply says that the choice is his. Edward is about to reply when his mother intervenes, saying that this opportunity was given to him by his father, so he should accept it with gratitude. Then hugging him close, she tells him that he is her son and that he must become the patriarch of this family. Even in Erode, he must never forget that. The patriarch immediately scolds her, but she insists that she is only encouraging her son, as any mother would. Of course, she's actually thinking about her rivalry with the second wife, but at this moment, they have no other choice. Since Edward is still weak, he needs to form connections with many magicians and must develop his power in Erode, so she gives him one last warning. He is the legitimate son of Lionheart and should be proud of it. The boy quietly agrees. The day after the banquet, Levalian set off for Aerith with Edward. The other children of the Branch family also returned home. Eugene and Gerard stayed in the now empty building. Today would be the protagonist's first mana lesson since his reincarnation. Breathing means collecting mana from the air as you inhale. Physical training means moving the body to attract mana. Both methods are simple, but breathing is more common. In his previous life, Eugene started with physical training and then moved on to breathing, following a friend's advice. The mana art of Lionheart uses breathing. The MC arrives at the training ground and Jeong greets him warmly. He says they should begin. They are standing on a mana vein, a place where mana accumulates. This one was not natural. It was created by Bomuth himself 300 years ago. His teacher asks him if he is nervous. Eugene says that actually he is very excited. Jeong tells him that the first time is always difficult. Although children can sense mana more easily, Cyan and Syl started at 6 and still needed 4 days. Edward took a whole week. The children from the branch families usually need a whole month just to sense it. But he should do better thanks to the mana vein and his teacher's help. Eugene asks how long it will take, and Guillaume guesses maybe 10 days. The protagonist smiles to himself. 10 days is too much, it won't even take him 10 minutes. They continue on until they enter a cabin. Ji-hoon takes him downstairs to an empty room and tells him to sit in the center, and Eugene does so. Ji-hoon explains that the mana method of the family, inherited from the Great Burmouth, has a strict rule. The branch family cannot inherit it. They are only taught the red flame formula, while the true art is reserved for the main family. The technique that the MC is about to learn is the white flame formula. He may not remember its exact name or the training method, but he knows that form very well. It was the power of Bollywood. In his previous life, he never knew what those flames could really do. Ji-hoon says that since feeling mana is difficult at first, they should start by breathing, but Eugene suddenly says that he can already feel it. Ji-hoon thinks it's just his imagination and gathers mana at the tip of his finger to test him. He directs it towards him and the mana starts moving around the boy. Ji-hoon still assumes that Eugene really can't feel it yaar. The protagonist character, he really could feel the mana even from where he was. Then he moved his finger towards him, following the mana as it moved, and asked how long he should continue. Guillaume could only look on in disbelief. How could this boy learn so quickly? He let out a nervous laugh and then crouched down beside him. Since Eugene could already feel mana, Guillaume told him to focus on everything happening inside his body. The MC nodded. Guillaume told him to breathe slowly, and he did exactly that. With every breath, he had to imagine himself drawing in mana and guiding it along the correct path as he inhaled. The goal was to bring that mana to his heart. Guillaume let go of Eugene's hands and stepped back, saying that he was doing very well. In fact, the protagonist was handling it perfectly on his own. By then, the instructor was once again amazed. He kept looking at the boy, but one thought wouldn't leave his mind. This was madness. Eugene thought that sensing and drawing mana wasn't difficult, not even in his previous life, but this body was on another level. He absorbed mana incredibly well. He could feel the mana inside him growing with every breath. Even so, this young body clearly had a limit. His heart had reached its limit, so tired at last that he stopped and looked at the instructor in silence. Guillaume met his gaze. Equally astonished, Eugene's mana core was absurdly large. Most people had to train for years to get that far. Guillaume finally called him a real monster. The MC thanked him for the compliment. After that, Guillaume said they should head back. On the way, he explained that the main difference between the red flame ritual and the white flame ritual was the central division. The white flame technique can split the core, allowing the body to hold much more mana. These split cores also strengthen each other, making them grow much faster. These split cores are called stars. In the history of Lionheart, only one person reached 10 stars, the creator of the white flame ritual, the great hero Burmouth. Guillaume added proudly that both he and the patriarch had 6 stars. All the children still had 1 star and would probably reach 2 next year. Since they started at 6, it would take about 8 years to go from 1 to 2 stars. Eugene asked how long it would take him. He wanted a clear answer. Guillaume said he should progress much faster, as long as he didn't become lazy. The protagonist said he would do his best. There was no way he would slack off now. He had a much better body than before and was learning Burmouth's own method. Maybe he wouldn't be able to reach 10 stars, but if needed, he would find his own way. He silently thanked Burmouth for leaving behind the ritual of the white flame. A little later, they returned to the mansion. John said he would report everything to the patriarch and told Eugene to go and rest. The MC agreed out loud, but he had no intention of resting. Now that he had finished his mana training, there was something else he had to try. At that moment, the maid came running in a panic, relieved that he had finally returned. He simply told her to go to his room and bring him his sword. A while later, she returned with it. He wasn't sure if this would work, but when he drew the sword and poured mana into it, dust began to rise from the floor. The wind quickly went wild, and a storm began to form right in front of the maid. Eugene had summoned the great spirit king of the wind, who immediately asked if Hamel had called him. But how did Tempest know? The spirit king kept asking if Hamel had really been reincarnated. When he wondered how Tempest recognized him, Tempest said he would never forget the soul that was Bermude's companion. Time could pass and bodies could change, but the soul never did. It had been years since the Vaina sword summoned him, so he was curious when one of Bermude's descendants used it. Then he sensed Hamel's soul. Eugene snapped and demanded to know why Bermude hadn't killed the Demon Kings. He pressed Tempest to tell him what happened after his death. Tempest said he didn't know Bermude's reasons, only that during the fight with the Demon King of Incarceration, Bermude sheathed his sword. The protagonist demanded to know what happened next. Shocked, the Spirit King explained that the battle had been brutal, but neither side won, and in the end, only Bermude and the Demon King of Incarceration were left standing. Then, Bermude sheathed his sword. He did not kill the Demon King of Incarceration, and neither did he go to the castle of the Demon King of Destruction. Eugene was furious. He accused Tempest of lying and demanded to know what oath Bermude had made with the Demon King of Incarceration. Tempest said that he did not know anything about that. The MC kept pressing, angry enough to curse him. The Spirit King explained that only those present could know, because once Bermude sheathed his sword, Tempest could no longer interfere or even say what was happening. Eugene shouted that in the end Bermude and the Demon King were left. So was he supposed to dig Bermude out of his grave and ask him himself? Tempest only said that he did not have any more time. His mana was too weak to summon him normally. The Spirit King had forced the way open and now had to close it. Eugene shouted at him to explain before leaving, but Tempest said he would tell him next time, once the protagonist was strong enough. At that moment, the MC's body gave up and he fainted. The maid panicked when she found him unconscious and bleeding from the nose. Later, Eugene woke up in his room with a severe headache, probably from having used too much mana. Spirits remembered people by their souls. At first he wondered if he was not really Hamel and had only been given Hamel's memories. Now he knew the truth. He really was Hamel from 300 years ago, reborn with all his old memories. A moment later, the maid entered through the door and asked if he was alright. He said he was fine and asked how long he had been out. She told him it had been about half a day and then added that the Patriarch and Mr. Guillaume wanted to see him shortly after he met them. From the maid's report, all they knew was that a great storm broke out after he drew his sword. Then they asked him directly, had he really summoned the spirit? Eugene hesitated. Since probably many people had seen it, he could not lie, but he could hide the truth. So he said that the king of the wind spirits had appeared before him. Both men were stunned. The protagonist explained that the Spirit King had not been summoned for a long time and only came to see who the boy was. Guillaume was surprised, since no one except Bermude had ever personally called upon the King of the Spirits. Eugene added that the Spirit King said he was still not strong enough but hoped to meet him again someday. After that, Tempest returned to the spirit world. The Patriarch laughed in surprise and called the MC an incredible boy. He said that Guillaume had already told him about the mana training, and that was amazing in itself. But now, Eugene had also caught the attention of the King of the Wind Spirits. He simply smiled. The Patriarch told him to rest for a few days and then Guillaume would continue his training. He had planned to go on a trip, but now the protagonist's talent was the top priority. The protagonist thanked him, though he said he didn't want to take up too much of their time. Guillaume quickly put an end to back. He wanted to teach the MC himself. He also said that he would train Zen and Sil along with him and that the Patriarch would support them. The Patriarch only hoped that the other children would use this as motivation. Shortly after, the girl teased her brother by telling him that Eugene had earned a star at the White Flame ceremony. The boy acted as if he already knew and didn't care. She went on to point out how much longer it had taken them compared to him. He argued that they did it in about a month, which was still faster than almost all of their ancestors. But she reminded him that Eugene had done the same in just one day. That was enough. They lunged at each other and their swords clashed. Afterwards, back in his room, the protagonist got up, took his sword and summoned a spirit. With his current mana, probably all he could summon was a lesser one. He immediately asked the little spirit if her king had said anything, but she did not reply. Lesser spirits probably weren't intelligent enough to speak. Annoyed, Eugene told her to go back and warn the Spirit King that if he lied, the MC would kill him himself. The fairy clearly didn't like that. She fluttered above his head and vanished into the air. He thought about Helmut Castle. Only Bermuth and the Demon King of Incarceration knew about that oath. One day he would have to return to Helmut. He also needed to go back to Earth, Sienna's homeland, to Eurus, Anice's homeland, and to Ruhr, Mullen's homeland. But with this young body, traveling so far was impossible for now. Even so, one day he would know the whole truth. I have plans that I can't tell you just yet. As time passed, Eugene Lionheart turned 17 and had built an impressive physique. Even he was surprised by it. By then, he had already reached 3 stars in the White Flame method. But that still wasn't enough. To truly make use of this monstrous body, he needed more than the skills from his previous life. So after returning outside Lionheart Mansion, he said he needed to go to Arath and learn magic. He was telling this to Sihan, who seemed surprised. Then Sihan started teasing him and asked if something had happened during the White Flame training. She quickly realized that Eugene had succeeded, and the protagonist admitted it. 3 white stars at 17 years old, and he was giving off an overwhelming white aura. The white aura emanating from the MC left Eugene stunned. He started to go mad, asking how something like this was even possible. After all, Sion had learnt mana and white flames 7 years before Eugene. He just shrugs and says, it's simple, he's a genius. Sion lets slip that he wants to kill him, and the protagonist laughs, saying he can't treat his younger brother like that. On the other hand, the MC beats him up almost every morning, but that's only because Sion keeps challenging him. Facts are facts. Still annoyed, Sion asks why Eugene wants to go there to study magic and reminds him what happened to their elder brother, Yod. He went to Arath to learn magic, but after the continuation ceremony, his talent wasn't enough to become Lord Lavalian's disciple. He only managed to get into the Red Tower through connections, and even then he didn't achieve anything. 4 years later, he's probably still wandering around the tower. That makes Eugene angry, and he won't let Sion talk about the elder brother like that. Sion replies and tells him not to act as if he knows everything. Then he says that if he goes to Arath to study magic, Sion will probably get upset. And Eugene mocks that, asking if he's talking about the sane Seal who barely speaks, trains alone and hardly says anything. Then he turns around and says, it's a pity for her. After that, the protagonist goes to see the head of the family. Most likely, he will report that he has reached 3 stars and get permission to leave early for the tower. Charm can't do anything about it. All he can do is kick his sword and curse. Frustrated because the MC showed him up again, the Patriarch is left stunned when he hears Eugene's request. He wants to go to the magic tower to study. The Patriarch can hardly believe it. No one has ever reached 3 stars at his age, and if he continues like this, he might reach 4 stars before becoming an adult. The protagonist explains that when he reached 3 stars today, he gained something, and now he feels that staying in the main house will not help him grow much more. He wants to learn more, and although he's not sure if he has a talent for magic, studying there might allow him to understand mana from a different perspective. He says it'll help him later, then bows and asks the Patriarch to please allow it. The Patriarch is still hesitant about the request, but when he looks at the gifted child, he tells him to raise his head. As the head of the family, he says he could never crush someone's hunger for learning. So he accepts Eugene's reasoning, but makes him promise that he will never dabble in black magic. In Arath, there is a black tower where black magicians gather. Nowadays, people no longer consider them dangerous, and their image is not as bad as it used to be. Even so, the Lionhearts are descendants of Vermouth, and their family has an unspoken rule against black magic. Since Eugene already knows a lot about the Demon Kings and black magicians from 300 years ago, he tells the Patriarch not to worry. He also hates black magic. After leaving the Patriarch's room, Eugene hears someone knocking on the door of the room next to his. A voice asks to speak with him for a minute. He asks her why she doesn't want to come out, but she says she can't, that she's been training and smells of sweat. It's silly, asking if he's really going to Earth. By now, Sion has already told her everything, including about the 3 stars, so she wants to know why he's leaving. The MC says he wants to learn magic. Sil points out that they already have spiritual magic here, and if needed, they could even bring a mage from the capital to teach him. She then adds that while he is away, she and Cyan could catch up to him. Eugene says that's fine, it'll just make their duels more fun. He even mentions that it's been a while since they last fought. Sil hesitates, then asks if he would stay and hand over Aerith if they started dueling again. He says no, that he'll go anyway. She keeps pressing him. How long will he stay there, and why does he have to be away for so many years? She says that life will become more difficult once he leaves the house, and even brings up his real father. Eugene says that his father will be fine without him. He has already adapted to life in the main house, and since he goes out hunting so often, he has even lost a lot of weight. Seol says that Uncle John will also be sad, and Eugene admits that it's probably true. Then she mentions Cyan and says that he seemed very upset when he came to tell her all this. The protagonist simply smiles, says that he's still going, and tells her to keep training hard. That takes her by surprise, but he's already walking away. She quickly opens the door and calls out to him, asking if he's really leaving. The MC just waves his hand, and that makes her call him horrible because she doesn't want him to leave either. Honestly, I wouldn't mind a bit of romance here, but Eugene's power of choice, instead of getting involved with a messy girl, leaving Mime aside, he then goes to see his real father. Gerard warns him not to get involved with the wrong crowd and not to slack off in his studies. The protagonist also tells him not to stop exercising while he's away. Gerard simply laughs. By now, Eugene is already taller than his own father and also looks more mature, so Gerard wishes him a good journey. Then, at the portal, the moment to depart finally arrives. The patriarch asks if he really doesn't need any guards. The MC says that at the very least he can protect himself and tells them not to worry. The patriarch knows that this is true. Eugene is different from Iode. Around him, people show all sorts of expressions. Happiness, sadness, and even regret. But what bothers him the most is that his father just won't stop crying. So just before leaving, he says that he will go even if Jerif keeps crying like this, but asks if at least he can smile before he leaves. Jerry wipes away his tears, gives him a big smile, and wishes him good luck. Eugene thanks him, then turns towards the portal and promises that he will return. Soon he arrives at the capital of Arad, the Pentagon. The city got its name because the 5 magical towers surround the palace like a pentagram. Eugene passes through it in a floating carriage. He points out that he also came here in his previous life, but now the place has changed a lot. One big difference is the floating station. Even among the magical nations, Arad is the only one that has a teleportation portal in the sky, held up by various types of magic. It is proof of how advanced Arad's magic is, and it also helps the country's trade. The guide asks if it isn't amazing, and then says that people even consider it part of the city tour. The Pentagon has more than 15 floating stations, all built by the wise Sienna Murden. Eugene asks if the carriage they are traveling in was also made by Sienna. The guide says yes and tells him not to worry. Although it was built hundreds of years ago, it still receives regular maintenance, so accidents are very rare. Eugene silently thinks that means the chances are still not zero. The guide starts talking about more tourist spots, but the protagonist interrupts and says that the first place he wants to see is Sienna's mansion. The guide brightens up, says it's an excellent choice, and they head straight there. On the way, he starts telling a story from 300 years ago. After returning from the Demon King's castle, Sienna Murden became the youngest tower master of Arad. A bronze statue of her stands in the Green Tower Square, and the mansion was where she lived until the end. Then, about 200 years ago, Sienna left a letter saying she was retiring and left the mansion. Eugene asks if no one knows where she went after that. The guide says that's right. Many magicians in Arad, even Sienna's own disciples, tried to find her, but no one knew where she went. He says it's a pity. She disappeared on her birthday. Then the guide says that he has his own theory and believes that she might have gone to the demon realm. Eugene asks why. The man explains that 200 years ago marked the 100 years since she left behind Hamel's body and returned to the demon realm. He says that Sienna always used to talk often about her late friend. She wanted to avenge Hamel, and that's why he believes that Miss Sienna Maiden left. Then, blushing with excitement, he asks if MC also knows the rumor that Hamill was in love with her and confessed it before dying. That instantly makes him angry and he demands to know who is spreading such stupid nonsense. The guide is caught off guard by that reaction. Eugene quickly tries to smooth things over, but the man simply says that it seems the protagonist doesn't care much about the romantic story between Hamill and Sienna. Then he brings up other theories about her disappearance. It is said that Sienna hated black magic, and when the demons advanced towards the Black Tower, she stood against them until the day she retired. Some people even believe that the radical black mages who supported the Black Tower killed her. Eugene gets angry again and says that it's impossible for a black mage to have killed the great Sienna Murden. The guide agrees and adds that at that time, the Black Tower also strongly denied that theory. The MC thinks the same. It's not possible that a black mage killed her, but a demon king could have. Helmut was still investing in Arad through the Black Tower, and from the demon king's point of view, Sienna Murden would have been dangerous enough to warrant eliminating her. When they arrive, he gets out of the carriage, still wondering if Sienna Murden really died. In front of the mansion, a crowd is arguing about the test to enter the Magic Tower. They are all students hoping to pass the entrance exam. Everyone wants to get in, but without money, they can't even try. The fee to enter is several thousand in local currency, so the only thing they can do is wait outside. In the garden, Eugene asks why the entrance fee is so expensive. The guide says that many people still pay just to enter. There's a rumor that if you pray to lose yourself in Sienna's portrait in the main hall, you'll definitely pass the entrance exam to the Magic Tower. Then the guide hands over his card to the guard. The moment the guard sees the name Lionheart, he panics and quickly opens the door, apologizing all the while. Once Eugene goes in, the guide says he'll wait outside and shuts the door. At last, the protagonist can see how Sienna Murden used to live. As he walks through the mansion, he thinks about how big it is and how she stayed here for more than 100 years. Then he remembers that Sienna suddenly asked him what he planned to do after everything was over. The question caught him off guard. She said that if they were wasting their youth in a place like this, they should at least enjoy life once everything was finished. But Hamill had never thought that far ahead. Mulan had already said that he wanted to become king, and Hamill called him mad and asked why he would want that. Sienna told him to leave Malin alone. Anyone can dream. Hamill asked her if she had been drinking, because that was usually his line. Annoyed, she said she was being serious, so he asked her what she wanted. That also left her puzzled. Blushing deeply, she said she wanted a normal life, just like everyone else. Marriage, children, maybe even grandchildren one day. But was that ever the future she had? She wanted to meet a good man, get married and grow old in peace. Thinking about that, Eugene reaches out his hand and the guard beside him shouts at him not to touch anything. Frustrated, MC steps back and heads elsewhere. He goes down to the huge studio that takes up the basement of the mansion. Looking at the shelves, he realizes that Sienna must have left some clue, but the guard warns him again not to touch anything. So all he can do is scan the titles. Then he remembers the necklace from the safe along with the fake memories and wonders if any of that was really an accident. The necklace probably reacted to Hamill's soul just as the Spirit King recognized him. Someone had to be involved in his reincarnation, and if it was Sienna, she must have left the sign somewhere. Then he goes back to the portrait near the entrance. After searching everywhere, he didn't find anything. Eugene ran out of ideas. He starts to think that maybe she didn't leave anything at all. Then he realizes that the guard turns around and starts to walk away. He calls Sienna by her name and switches off a portrait, saying that if she's upset, she can come and say it to his face. He waits for something to happen, but nothing happens. As he turns around, he mutters that if she were alive, she would have replied. At last he leaves the mansion. The boy jokes that Eugene must have really liked the place since he made him wait until after sunset. Realizing this, the protagonist gives him a tip to make up for it. Then he heads towards the Red Magic Tower. In the floating carriage, Eugene says that he wants to ask about his brother, Eugene Lionheart. The guide says in the Pentagon that hardly any magician doesn't know that name. The MC wonders if it has been 4 years since Iod arrived on Earth, and then asks what rumors people have heard about him. The guide hesitates. Then, Eugene says that he hasn't seen his brother in a long time and wants to hear any news he might have. He promises that he won't get angry and that he won't tell the family or Iod when they meet. Swearing on his name, he tells the guide to speak freely. The man finally says what he knows. Iod usually goes out at night looking for a certain kind of fun. At first, he assumes it's the usual kind for someone his age, but the guide quickly says that's not it. When Eugene asks what he means, the answer is simple: a succubus. That makes the protagonist instantly angry. He replies that they are not in Helmut. So why is there a succubus here? The guide explains that Uluwat still has a black magic tower, and with it come black magicians and demons as well. Eugene seems deeply annoyed. The guide adds that succubus entertainment is treated as a necessary evil in some parts of Urugat. One street is known for the black market, and some shops use succubi as assistants. According to rumors, Ayod goes there quite often. The street is called Bolero, and those shops do not open every day. They're fully operational only on the full moon each month. Eugene had planned to stay away from Iode so that he could focus on his studies. But hearing that the eldest son of the main family, a descendant of Vermouth, is fooling around with a succubus makes his blood boil. The guide reminds him that all of this is supposed to remain a secret, and the MC says he understands. He tells the man not to worry, that he has given his word not to repeat anything. Even so, even if it is just a rumor, Eugene knows he needs to deal with his younger brother. Now he has the information he needed to know. Maybe Ayodhya suffered under his mother's pressure, and that explains a few things, but even then, the idiot definitely found a way to have some fun. A while later, he arrives at the magic tower. The mage waiting there is surprised when she hears the name Lionheart and quickly introduces herself as Ira, a mage from the Red Tower. A bit nervous, she says that the master of the tower is waiting upstairs, and suddenly a window explodes. Eugene asks if something was burned. Haruf explains that the Red Tower mainly studies summoning magic, and that this branch fails more often than any other. At that moment, two demons come out of the Red Tower, but some giant hands grab them both at once and crush them completely. The one who did it is the master of the Red Tower, Lovelian, and he is furious. Immediately he starts attacking his students. Those summoned beasts could have attacked the people of the capital. The students apologize, but Lovelian orders them to pack their things and leave. He is expelling them. Then he looks down and notices that someone is waiting below. Although just a moment ago he was furious, he immediately comes down and his face lights up when he greets Eugene. He says that he almost didn't recognize him. The protagonist replies that Lovelian looks exactly the same, thanks to the magic that keeps him young. Even so, now that the MC's mana has grown, he can tell that Lovelian is much stronger than he was 4 years ago. He is not anywhere near the great mate Sienna, but he's clearly worthy of being among the 5 masters of the tower. Lovelian says that the patriarch told him Eugene was interested in magic. The path won't be easy, but he believes he'll do well. Then he senses someone hiding nearby, activates his magic and opens the doors. The one there is Iod Lionheart. Eugene is furious. The moment he sees how exhausted his brother looks, as if a succubus had drained the life out of him, Lovelian asks why he doesn't come and greet the main character. Trembling, Iora sees he doesn't know what to say. The MC simply greets his brother and says it's good to see him again. Iod replies, yes, but it's obvious he's panicking. Annoyed, Lovelian asks him what he's still doing there. If he has nothing to say, he should go upstairs and read. Iod obeys and closes the door behind him. Lovelian apologizes for the unpleasant scene and then quickly changes the topic. He says that the patriarch mentioned Eugene doesn't want to learn directly from the Tower Master. He confirms it. If he did, people would feel resentful because of the Lionhearts. For now, he wants to study magic on his own. He fondly respects that choice. Eugene can approach Hera if he needs anything. She also offers him a place to stay in the tower while he is in Erith, and the protagonist asks to see the library first. A month passes since the MC arrives at the Talla. Every day he goes to the library to study, reads books on magic from morning till evening, and stays up late every night. He doesn't just train magic, Aiba. Before going to the library, he spends hours working on his mana, and every night he pushes his body until he is drenched in sweat. He sleeps less, but his body recovers with just a few hours of rest. By now, he's already finished all the beginner books, and it's time to take the next step. 300 years ago, Sienna divided magic into 5 levels. That system spread throughout Erot and became the standard for many magicians. They were called circles, rings of mana that spin to cast magic. Once a magician's mana surpasses a single circle, another one appears. 300 years later, most magicians use circles, while those who don't follow other systems like elemental magic or black magic. Today, Eugene has come to try forming circles. Hera explains that, although there are other methods, circles have proven to be the most efficient over the centuries. She says she wants to shape them in her own way, but Hera warns her not to alter the basic concepts and asks what exactly she means. Eugene says that he plans to use the mana method of the lion heart. Hera has her doubts and points out that mana works very differently in magic and martial arts. And unless he constructs the spell and activates it, if he mishandles the mana, the spell won't work. Even worse, it could backfire and seriously injure or even kill him. Even so, the protagonist still wants to give it a try. That's why he spent all that time reading every book in the tower. He is genuinely a Scarist. A 17-year-old boy could think and bat. Even so, she agrees to let him try. Raising her staff, she warns that if things get dangerous, she will step in immediately. If the MC gets hurt, the blame will fall on both her and the Tower Master. MC gathers his mana and says he's starting. Hera takes her place right in front of him, ready for anything. For him, the ritual of the white flames and the magic circles might look different, but at their core, they work the same way. The white flames move the mana through the heart stars, while the circles guide the mana along a different path. So if he swaps the circles for his stars, he can increase and control his mana as needed. Hera's left speechless. He's perfectly controlling a huge amount of mana. How can someone his age do that? Eugene first creates a fireball, makes it bigger, and then shrinks it down into a magic missile. He does all the calculations in his head and changes the spell without cancelling it first. Hacky with his first attempt, Eugene asks Hera to summon a monster so he can test just how strong his magic really is. She hesitates and then agrees, wondering if a golem will be enough. After a quick spell, a golem rises from the ground. It is made of cabrium, a tough material. It really can't defend itself, but its body is sturdy enough to make up for it. Satisfied with the target, the protagonist aims at the golem and fires a massive blast. It crashes straight into the golem's chest. Shortly after, Lavarian enters, surprised by what he heard. Eugene used white flames to form a magic circle, and moreover, there was no flaw in the purity or density of the mana. No matter the spell, his attack power is already beyond that of a third circle mage. For Lavarian, that kind of talent is terrifying. Mixing circular magic with martial arts not only impresses him, but also makes him uneasy. Eugene's white flames are now at 3 stars, so it's likely that his circles are at the same level. Later, Lavarian speaks with his student in private and asks if the MC has already left. She says yes, he had plans this morning. After thinking for a moment, Lavarian says he wants to ask Hera something. Would it be too much to write him a letter of recommendation to enter Akron? That takes her by surprise since only the best mages and powerful nobles are allowed entry. Lavarian says that Eugene has more than earned it. He mastered beginner magic in just 1 month, used his stars to work with magic circles, and even made a hole in a cabrium golem. So yes, he is lighting that letter. Someone with the protagonist's talent deserves to be treated like this. Hera warns that other mages might complain, but Lavorian says that would only prove they lost out of jealousy and failed to improve themselves. He then asks what Eugene was planning to do today, since the boy shouldn't know anyone in Ereth. Hera says that the MC mentioned having met a friend, which surprises Lavorian. Meanwhile, at Siena Square, Mardine has come to see the great statue of Siena. He remembers that smile she always wore whenever her magic helped someone. Then all of a sudden, a very tall man stands in front of him and asks if he's Eugene. He freezes when he realizes that it is Gargat Lionheart. More than anything, he can't believe that an 18-year-old boy can grow such a beard. Gargat Lionheart says that the protagonist has grown a lot, but not as much as he has. The protagonist can't deny it. The moment Gargat takes the boy's hand, he realizes that the MC has trained hard over the past 4 years. Even so, Gargat says that it's still not enough. Then he takes out a bottle and offers the family's secret supplement for muscle growth. Eugene doesn't want to be a part of this. He tells Gargat to stop sending that strange potion through his father and then asks him why he wanted to meet. Gargat Lionheart mentions Bolero Alley. He asks if he knows about it. The protagonist says he knows a little and is aware that Iod is heading there. Gargat says he heard a rumor that a giant's testicle will be auctioned there. Eugene is left stunned and asks if he heard correctly. Gargat repeats that it's from a giant, so it must be huge. Wizards value these kinds of things, and he wants to turn it into a unique muscle supplement with the help of a famous alchemist from Erith. At first, he asks the MC to accompany him, saying that he has brought a lot of money, but maybe not enough. The MC quickly realizes that what he actually wants is a loan. Then, Gargat suddenly falls to his knees and begs for help. Embarrassed, he tells him it's alright and asks him to get up. Gargat thanks him and swears on his name that he will pay him back with interest. He adds that there will also be other expensive items at the auction and asks if Eugene is interested. But the protagonist is only interested in Bolero Alley itself. A few days earlier, he had run into Iod at the tower and it was obvious that a succubus had recently drained his life force. So, on the next full moon, Iod will definitely return to Bolero Alley again. It's clear that he can't go on without it anymore. Around that time, Eugene also went to meet Laverian. He had questions about his brother. When he arrived, Laverian greeted him and asked him to take a seat. Once they were face to face, the MC asked why he had been called. Laverian raised a finger and pulled out a document from a pile behind him, asking Eugene to read it. It was a letter of recommendation for Akron, and he was left stunned. For more than 300 years, the Royal Library of Acreon has been known for housing the largest collection of magical knowledge in Erith. The protagonist tries to act modestly and says this is too much for him. But Laverian insists that this is exactly the time when he should go to Acreon. Eugene still lacks knowledge. At this moment, he's just raw talent waiting to be shaped. Once he learns properly, he'll be able to reach the highest level of magic. Labriel says that knowledge could one day grant him incredible power. Akron also keeps records from the Age of Legends and the writings of the greatest scholars of that era. That makes Eugene wonder if Sienna's writings are also there. Labrian says yes. In the last years of her life, Sienna wrote the core of her magic in Volume 3, called Witchcraft. That book is kept in Akron and is considered one of the finest magical texts in all of Erith. At first, the MC will only be allowed to enter the public section, but even that will give him more than enough knowledge. Labrian says that after reading Witchcraft for the first time, everything he had learned before seemed like child's play to him. Even so, he is not sure if the letter alone will get Eugene in, so he asks if he can personally write the recommendation. He agrees, but asks if that could cause him any trouble. Laverian simply laughs and says that something like that won't bother him. However, the protagonist hopes that Laverian will not get upset by what he says next and withdraw the letter of recommendation. Then he mentions his brother Io Lionheart. Eugene explains that as soon as he arrived in the city, he looked into what Io had been up to and found out that his brother was spending time with succubi instead of studying magic. Laverian looks surprised and saddened at the same time, which tells the MC that he probably already knew. At first, the master of the tower seems unsure how to respond. Then he admits that it's true and says that he has seen it happen more than once, but he couldn't stop it. In the past, many people died after a succubus drained their life force. But once Hellmouth truly opened its borders, the demons changed their ways. Succubi still drain life force, but they no longer kill people. That's because the Queen of Nightmares strictly forbade it here. Even so, Laverian says that does not excuse Iod. He asks Eugene to try and understand his position, which surprises him. Laverian explains that Iod came to Erith when he was 4 years old, carrying great expectations on his shoulders, but his talent was not enough to match them. He struggled and the tower did what it could to guide him. Unfortunately, Iod still cannot escape the burden of the Lionheart name, and that pressure gets worse with each passing day. Laverian knew what was going on and warned him not to dig too deep into it, but allowed some things because without an outlet for all that stress, Oyod might have broken down a long time ago. Eugene knows very well what life is like in the main family. Two ruthless mothers fighting for power, and two gifted, ambitious children. Anyone in Iod's place would feel crushed. The only reason he stays in the magic tower and puts up with the mockery is because even that is better than going back to the main family. Eugene understands a lot of that, but he says that the succubi are too far removed. They might smile, but they are still demons, and humans have never really lived peacefully alongside them. So he decides that he needs to see for himself what the succubi are doing to Yod. On the night of the full moon, they head to Bolero Street. The two figures here are exactly who you think they are. The tall blonde one is the muscular Gogoth, and the one with dark hair is the protagonist, hiding his usual lion-hearted white hair so as not to stand out. Then, someone calls out to the MC. When he answers, he asks how the man knows it's him. The person calling is their guide, who says that the communicator only works on Bolero Street and promises to inform them the moment he finds Iode. At first, Eugene thought that tracking him down here would be impossible. His brother would be easy to spot. The guide said that Iode Thosus shows up without any disguise and wearing the same outfit. That only made him even angrier. He was already thinking about how hard he had hit his brother. Then, finally the time came to head to the auction house. There were several auction houses on Bolero Street, and all of them followed the same system. Each bid remained secret. Each guest was placed in a separate room, so no one knew who was bidding. Once Eugene entered, he learned how to use the controls. Red called for help, blue made a bid, and yellow raised it. The protagonist had come to the auction with Gargath Lionheart, and since he had nothing else to do, he started looking around. Then, the curtains were drawn open, and the host welcomed everyone on this full moon night. He explained that this auction specialized in extremely rare magical items. The highlight of tonight was the treasures from Helmut. The first item was Balevich Horn, starting at 10 million coins, and then came the Prosea fruit, Mandrake root, and Isarax rosebuds. None of that interested Eugene. Gargath Lionheart was here for only one thing, the giant's testicle. Then they brought out a strange metal item made from an unknown material, something that hadn't been sold for a long time. The crowd clearly didn't think it was worth much. It had been discovered in the Khazar Hills within the land of Helmuth. All it supposedly did was shine under the moonlight. The starting price was 1 million coins. The moment the box was opened, Eugene's eyes widened and he pressed the bid button immediately. Gargath Lionheart thought his sudden interest was strange. Even the auctioneer seemed surprised. They had never received a bid for it before. MC looked at him in shock. He never expected to find something like this here. It was a weapon erased from history after the destruction, a sword known as destruction. The piece in the box was a fragment of the moonlight blade that Bermuth once used. Later, the item was delivered to his room and Gargath Lionheart asked why he would spend money on something so useless. But Eugene was certain it was a fragment of the moonlight sword. In his previous life, Bermuth found it in the Khazard caves and returned it before leaving Helmuth. That sword was so dangerous that every time it was unsheathed, it brought destruction. It also rejected all wielders except Bermuth. Perhaps the hero broke it on purpose so that no one could use it again. He bought it to see if there was still any mana left inside, but there was nothing. The evil feeling it once had disappeared, and now it remained silent. Whatever he wanted to do with it could wait until later. At that moment, the guide contacted the protagonist and told him that Iode had arrived. The protagonist immediately got up to leave the auction and go find him. Before going, he left his card so that Gargath Lionheart could use the money to buy the giant's testicles. Following the guide's directions, he reached a place called Raphaelia. The guard stopped him immediately and asked if he was a customer. Seeing demons working like that was something new for Eugene. In his previous life, he would have killed both of them on the spot. Instead, he said he just wanted to have a look around. The guard told him that the entry fee was 2 million coins plus an extra depending on the duration and type of dream he chose. Eugene paid without any hesitation. Getting past the guards was easy. Inside, people were having fun everywhere. While MC was looking for his brother, a waitress came over to greet him. He asked her where the dreams were and she jokingly called him cute and asked if it was his first time. Then she told him that the dream rooms were down the hallway. While serving him a drink, she suggested that he relax a bit first, but Eugene flatly refused. He didn't want to have a drink and said he would go down immediately. She assumed he was just shy and said he would relax once he reached the room. As she guided him down the hallway, the succubus explained that she would take a bit of his essence, which would leave him tired after waking up. But the protagonist only wanted to check out the place. Once he had seen enough, he handed a note to the succubus and told her he was going home to sleep, so this was just for a drink. She accepted it without any complaints. It was too much just for the drinks. After that, he headed to the nearest restaurant in the inn. When he got there, the attendant asked him if he had had a good sleep. Eugene ignored that and told him to bring the best food in the place. So he sat there eating and waiting until finally the person he had come for showed up. 2 guards were dragging him inside. Erch looked completely exhausted. He looked like a shell of himself. From now on, they will call him Erch. So that's the name we'll use. Seeing his elder brother in that state filled Eugene with rage. Erch was no longer just fooling around with a succubus. He was dependent on the demons. MC jumped off the table and went after them. He followed him for quite a while, but the route they took seemed suspicious to him. Even so, he kept following them until they stopped at a house and began to go inside. Eugene came out of his hiding place to follow him, but several men blocked his way first. Clearly, they were there to stop him. The person in charge told him to leave. This was not a shop. Eugene asked what kind of place it was, but instead of answering, the man grabbed him by the neck and asked if he thought this was some kind of joke. The protagonist mocked him, saying that it surely looked like one. Then he punched the old man on the chin. The fellow flew backwards and crashed onto the ground with a loud thud. The other thugs immediately pulled out their weapons. They wanted to kill him, but Eugene took both of them down with ease. Then he planted his foot on the blonde guy's head and demanded to know what that place was. But by then, everyone was unconscious, so he would have to figure it out himself. Eugene kicked open the main door without any trouble. Inside, thick smoke filled the building, and he guessed it was some kind of narcotic. A huge man pointed at him and asked who he was. He couldn't believe that MC had come in with the guards outside. Eugene clapped mockingly, saying it was rare to see a beast agent, a human, and a demon getting high together. Even here, his sarcasm was spot on. The man charged at him, but he fired 3 magic shots and took them all down effortlessly. He demanded to know where Iod was, and when no one answered, Eugene drew his sword and said he would find him himself. He unsheathed wine, raised it, and created a strong vortex. The wind spread throughout the building. Using elemental magic, the protagonist searched the first and second floors. Only the third floor was left. He aimed at the ceiling, broke through it, and climbed up through the hole he had just made, landing lightly on the floor. There was only one room up there, and that was where Iod was. He was casting dark magic on the door in front. Eugene quickly pulled the fragment of the moonlight sword from his pocket just as the spell flew towards him. Somehow the fragment blocked the attack and did not even get a scratch. That pleased Eugene. This still worked. Then someone appeared behind the destroyed door. The man looked on in disbelief and said that the spell should have killed him, but something had protected him. The Lionheart Patriarch had warned his son about this. Stay away from dark magic. But the eldest son ignored him. Honestly, the Patriarch probably gave Io the entire list of things not to do, and yet he still managed to find even more ways to mess up. Eugene told him that he wouldn't bother chasing him if he ran away now, and then angrily ordered him to step aside. To show that he meant business, he unleashed an aura of white flame powerful enough to shake his opponent. The man could only look on in disbelief at the power of the Lionheart. Then, 2 demons emerged from behind the mage. They were the ones who brought Io here, and Eugene was more than ready. The demons bared their claws while the MC took up a fighting stance, urging them to come at him. They charged straight at him. Eugene swung Vinayat and a small whirlwind erupted, instantly knocking down one of the demons. The other kept charging, moved its right arm, but that arm had already disappeared. Eugene cut him down with ridiculous ease. Then he turned, poured aura into his hand, and struck the demon on the head, smashing it against the wall. Now, only one person in the room was still alive. Soon, the magic of the disguise began to crumble, and the man finally realized he was standing before Eugene Lionheart of the main family. By then, talking things out was no longer an option. Gripped by panic, the man begged for a chance to explain himself. But when he saw that Eugene would not stop, he attacked again with dark magic. A twisted spell shot out from his staff, and Eugene did not even flinch. He simply cut it down and tossed it aside. Then he charged at the man. In that final moment, the mage could not believe that someone could block his magic so easily. The protagonist stopped his sword at the man's neck and warned him not to move unless he wanted his head to be cut off. Leaving the trembling mage behind, Eugene walked towards Yod. His brother lay unconscious on a bed in the middle of the room. In front of the bed, a chalice held something strange that kept throbbing. Messi didn't know what it was until the mage told him it was the heart of a unicorn, filled with immense mana and sacred power, which made it priceless as a sacrifice. Eugene asked if they were trying to make a deal with a demon king. The mage quickly said that he would never dare to make a contract with one of them. He said that the target was Baron Hoyn Olfair of Helmuth, an incubus who served Duchess Noir Gibella. He knew exactly who she was and murmured that she had truly lived for 300 years. She might not compare to a demon king, but as the queen of the night witches, she had to be strong enough to earn the title of Duchess. Eugene then asked if his brother was really trying to hire some incubus under the Duchess's command while drunk and high and sacrifice a unicorn's heart for it. The mage slumped down and said yes, that was exactly what Ivor wanted. Since the boy paid for it, he claimed he couldn't refuse. Still furious, Eugene said that the man must have loved getting money from the heir of Lionheart and helping with a deal related to his own master. If this worked, the mage would be the one to gain power through Hohenolfer. Then the protagonist called it what it was, pure greed. He told him to stop blaming others and to keep quiet if he wanted to live. Sweating, the man obeyed immediately. Then the MC went up to his unconscious brother and slapped him with all his strength. Blood spurted from his mouth and the blow twisted his face. Woken up in shock, he blinked and asked if it was really him standing in front of him. At least the slap brought him back to his senses. Nothing fixes a foolish brother like some tough family love. Surprised, Ward asked why Eugene was there. The protagonist said he came because he heard his brother was in trouble and wanted to see what was going on. He even tried to believe that Award just needed a break. But Eugene, grabbing his head, warned him not to get involved with dark magic. As a direct descendant of Lionheart, even a possible heir, he dared to seek a contract with an incubus. Edward said he couldn't control himself, but the MC hit him on the forehead without hesitation. Furious, he asked how that was an excuse and attacked him. A demonic contract meant giving up your soul. If the demon ordered murder or death, he would have to obey. And if Edward became a dark mage, the whole family would be shamed. What if the demon told him to kill his parents and siblings, or to steal all the treasures of Lionheart? Or D-Word weakly said that he was told he wouldn't have to obey every order, and that he was promised he could refuse anything that went against his morals. That only made Eugene even angrier, because he knew demons treated promises like rubbish. That part about not following every order wasn't entirely false, but to resist, you'd have to risk your life and challenge the demon anyway. And Evert, who had already given in to a cheap succubus and hidden alcohol, would he really be able to do that? Evert fell silent for a moment. Under Eugene's stern gaze, he finally pulled himself together and asked him what he knew about him to talk like that. With a bitter laugh, he told his brother to explain it to him. Then he started ranting that the protagonist could never understand because he always got all the attention. Even as an adopted son of the direct line, he received all the support from the patriarch, so he knew nothing. And Eugene understood that he felt wronged, but reminded him that he had been given the same opportunities. He also inherited the White Flames and even had the chance to study with the Master of the Tower. Hearing that only made him cry even harder. The MC said that the gap between them wasn't just because the patriarch favored him. He was better because he put in more effort. Talent wasn't everything, and he only reached this point through brutal training. His brothers in the main house were also working hard, while Evert was here drowning himself in things he should never have touched. Disgusted, Eugene asked him if he really thought that dark magic would make him worthy of becoming a patriarch. Evert shouted that he never wanted to be the patriarch. He wanted to become a dark mage and go to Helmut, where the demons might recognize him. The moment those words left his mouth, Eugene landed a straight punch on his face. Edward flew backwards and crashed into the wall, screaming in pain. He demanded that it be repeated. A Lionheart, descendant of Vermouth's great Lionheart, wanted the approval of demons. He wanted the demons to value him more than his own family did. The protagonist snapped that he had got everything twisted. Even as the eldest Lionheart, he was acting without any courage. Edward could only keep quiet and listen. He had been given what others could never have, but all he did was sit there and cry. When he finished speaking, Eugene took out his phone and said that Edward could explain things to Lebellion. Later, the guards took the mage away. By then, the Tower Master had arrived, furious and deeply disappointed. Evert began to stammer to Lebellion, insisting that he hadn't done anything wrong and that he hadn't actually dabbled in dark magic. Lebellion interrupted him. Trying was enough. Evert had dishonored the Lionheart name, insulted his father who trusted him, and brought shame to the mages of the Red Tower who taught him. He had even insulted Lebellion himself after all his patience. When Edward tried to make excuses again, Lebellion told him to stop before he got punished for that as well. If he truly wanted to apologize, he should save it for the parents who sent him there. That left the boy in complete despair. After that, everyone returned to the tower. That night, Labian called Gilead Lionheart and Theonis Tarot, and neither of them was pleased. But they had summoned one more guest, Balzac Lutbit, the master of the Black Magic Tower. He had been allowed for decades and was one of the 3 legendary black magicians hired by the Demon King of Imprisonment. He immediately demanded to know why he was sitting there. The master of the Black Magic Tower, Lebellion, told him to calm down because the Black Tower was not directly involved. Thanes, still furious, snapped that he had just said Parath tried to use black magic. So how could the Black Tower have nothing to do with that? Balzac replied that the Black Tower did not control all the black magicians in Arad. The cult magician behind this was Gabid, and he was not one of them. He belonged to the Guild of Magicians. Theonis was about to continue, but Gilead interrupted and asked why Balzac was there if the Black Tower was not involved. Balzac said that he had come to take responsibility in his own way. A long time ago, just studying black magic was enough to get someone killed. But after Vermouth made a deal with the Demon King of Imprisonment, people were allowed to know about it if they wished. Nowadays, black magic and contracts are no longer crimes in themselves, so he was here to honor whatever the Lionheart family wanted. Gilead said that it seemed Balzac was lowering himself for the dignity of the Lionheart family. Balzac admitted that this was true. He wanted to prevent this from turning the Lionhearts into enemies. Crimes related to drugs would be judged according to the law of Erod, and the succubus involved had already been punished. The copy asked, "Did Uni panic?" The Lord ordered, "Sanctuary." Balzac replied that he would personally cut off the head of Baron Join Ulfar, who had hired Gabbett Linman and tried to complete a contract with Uba. Then, the candles in the room went out. A flame lit up at the tip of Balzac's finger as he began a spell and said that the Demon King of Imprisonment had a message for them. The moment Eugene heard that name, his anger erupted. Balzac went on to say that the Demon King was deeply displeased that the family of Vermouth, whom he supposedly respected so much, had been dragged into this matter. That is why he had decided that Hohen Olfar would lose his head. The MC barely managed to hold himself back. Hearing that the Demon King respected the family of Vermouth only made him burn with rage. Gilead looked almost the same until Balzac snapped his fingers. Then he bowed and offered another apology. He admitted that it probably would not lessen Gilead's anger, but he wanted the patriarch to know that the Black Tower and the Demon King of Imprisonment were doing everything they could to ease the indignation of the Lionheart family. Galad did not say anything. Balzac bowed once more and said that he hoped the next meeting would be on more friendly terms. Before leaving, he looked at Eugene and gave him a bright smile. Eugene, on the other hand, clearly did not like it at all. After Balzac left, Gilead, still tense, asked the protagonist to excuse them, and so he did. Once Jimsy was out of the room, Gilead apologized to Lebelian, saying that this happened because of his own failure. But Lebelian said that he had also been too harsh with Everd. Then, Gilead declared that he would take Everd back to the main family house, which surprised Theonis. Panicking, he said that there was no need to go that far. It was not as if he had completely fallen into black magic. She kept making excuses, saying that he would not do it again and that he would take this as a lesson. But Gilead said that in the 300 years of the Lionheart family's history, the main lineage had never produced a magician. Even if Erod were his son, he would not change his mind. What he did stained the family name and he could no longer stay in Erod. That enraged Theonis. She argued that there was no place for him in the main family estate and pointed out that the other two sons had already been accepted by the main family. While Uyud was in Erod, she realized that the patriarch did not care and retorted that he had actually never done anything for Uyud. She said that all his care was for Ancilla Lionheart and for his adopted son who was not even related by blood. Gilead looked at her coldly and asked if she really believed that. He said that he gave his children everything they asked for and sent Ubayd to Erod because the boy wanted to study magic. Still angry, she replied that if he really cared, he would have done whatever was necessary to make Ubayd a student of Lord Lobrian. If he truly loved his son, he would have had someone looking after him. Gilead only told her to stop dishonoring the Lionheart family and himself. That made her even angrier. She said that if Hughes returned to the main residence, she would be the one embarrassed. And if Gilead insisted, she would take Hughes to her parents' house. She would rather have him learn magic there with her family than return to the main house. Gilead replied that if that was what she wanted and what Hughes wanted as well, then they could do as they pleased. While Eugene was walking down the corridor, Balzac called out to him and asked for a moment to talk. He said that the earlier disaster had prevented them from having a proper conversation. He replied that he had no interest in having a friendly chat with the master of the Black Magic Tower. Balzac immediately realized that the protagonist really did not like him. Eugene admitted it. Not only did he dislike Balzac, he hated black magicians in general. Balzac said that 300 years had passed and that he personally had not done anything wrong. Dempsey could hate black magic as much as he wanted, but Balzac requested that he not hate him without any reason. Since it was clear that this would not change his mind, he changed the topic and brought up everything he had heard about his success in the lineage succession ritual. He praised the protagonist's talent and how well he handled magic there. He also mentioned the letter of recommendation for Acreon. Balzac looked to one side and said that he could not mention this inside, but that one of his duties might be able to help Eugene. That made the MC ask what he meant. Balzac explained that a recommendation from the Red Tower alone might not be enough to enter Acreon, because other tower masters and mages could object and say that he was not qualified. So, Balzac offered to write one himself as the master of the Black Magic Tower. The protagonist asked why. Balzac said that he was interested in the boy's talent and that he also did not get along with the master of the Red Magic Tower. According to him, the man hated him simply because he was a black mage. So, if he supported Eugene's application as another tower master, Liberian might dislike him a little less, and it would also help smooth things over with the Lionheart family. MC said that if Balzac really planned to write the letter, he would accept it, but that did not mean they were friends. Balzac simply smiled and said that not being hated more than before was enough. Then he apologized for holding up Eugene and said that was all. Before he could leave, he asked if he really had nothing to do with his brother's problem. Balzac paused for a moment and then said that he was very proud to be a black magician. For him, black magicians without talent were an insult to black magic just by existing. So even if someone was the successor of Lionheart, he would never give that opportunity to anyone without real talent. As he walked away, he asked if that answer was enough. Eugene thought about his brother's pathetic condition and left while cursing under his breath, wanting to hit Balzac again. Then he sat down in front of something incredible, the unicorn's heart. His father had given it to him as a reward for stopping Eugene's disgraceful actions. There were many ways to use a unicorn's heart, but the easiest was simply to extract the mana from inside it. After checking the condition of the heart, he began to absorb its mana. At this rate, Eugene could reach 4 stars even before turning 20. If the Lionheart family knew about this, they would be stunned, because in 300 years, no one had reached 4 stars before adulthood. The Patriarch and Jihan had 6 stars, which already placed them among the strongest people in the nation. If the protagonist kept relying on that, he could aim for 5 stars next. He planned to devote himself fully to the White Flame formula, Hamel's method created by Bermuth, surpassing everything and everyone. The next day, the burly boss said that the giant's testicles cost 30 million. Eugene almost lost control. Gargat was in a hurry because if they didn't pay before midnight, the item would go to the next buyer. They went to Pentagon Bank, where the staff saw the black card and immediately offered to open a private account. Eugene refused it. A while later, they came back outside. Gargot said that the testicles would be delivered wherever he was staying, and that this was MC's chance to see them in person. He was furious because Gargoth kept trying to drag him along to see giant balls. Even so, he told him to forget it and then agreed to go. Gargoth said he knew the protagonist would be curious and even offered him some of his essence, but Eugene flatly refused to eat anyone's balls. What really mattered to MC was not the testicles, but the formula for the red flames that Gargoth had learnt. As they walked, he thought about seeing for himself how different the white flames were from the other methods. Then something in the crowd caught his attention. Surprised, he jumped forward and ran at full speed, thinking that it couldn't be possible. He made his way through the crowd, still unable to believe what he was seeing. There was no way he could have been mistaken. That pale violet hair came from an absurd amount of mana. In front of him was a woman with that exact color, and Eugene called out to her. Could it really be Ciela? Full of hope, he caught up to her, but his hand passed right through her. Surprised, he wondered if she was a ghost, and then realized it was a magical illusion. All he could do was watch as she slowly turned around and revealed herself as Sienna. Eugene stood there completely confused. Sienna just gave him a big smile, said something to him, and began to fade away, this time leaving something behind. With her last words, she said that she had found Eugene. That filled him with excitement. He turned around and walked away, smiling as he said that he had found her too. Later, he was lost in his thoughts. Sienna was alive and had come looking for him. But how did she know? Did she recognize his soul like the Spirit King did, or was it because of his necklace? Sienna knew about Eugene's reincarnation, and since she only sent an illusion, she must have been trapped somewhere and unable to meet him in person. He supposed that she was sealed, but whether it was by herself or by the Demon King of Imprisonment, he wasn't sure. Even without answers, he was still happy that she had reached out to him this time. So he promised that next time, he would be the one to go to her. At that moment, the muscle-brained idiot appeared behind him and asked why he had run off so quickly. Eugene told him it was none of his business and that they should head back. Later, he asked the muscle man about the formula for the red flames. Gargat said it wasn't difficult and then flexed so hard that his shirt tore apart. The protagonist asked if he really had to do that just to explain it. Gargot said no, but considered it part of his charm. Then he finally began to focus and a red aura emerged from his body. Eugene asked if the core was also split in the formula for the red flames. Gargot said that normally it wasn't like that, but his family had developed the method enough to raise it to 5 stars. As far as he knew, only a few secondary families had reached 5 stars with the weaker formulas passed down to them. At this moment, Gargoth himself was at 2 stars. Eugene realized that even after all those centuries, the red flames were still limited to 5 stars. The white flames belonged only to the main family, while the weaker red flames went to the secondary families. That's why the gap between them remained huge and was never crossed. Even so, this didn't sit well with MC because Bomoth wasn't the sort of person to be so petty. He had considered learning the red flames if he truly had real potential, but clearly that wasn't the case. So he said his goodbyes and started to leave. Gargath asked him if he wouldn't take the giant testicles, but Eugene turned his back and said he could keep them. Now in the Red Magic Tower, the protagonist guessed that Sienna's last magical writings were in Ekron. There had to be some clue about her in that book called Witchcraft. Both Liberian and Balzac had promised letters of recommendation, so Eugene actually had a real chance of getting in. In his heart, he thought that Sienna had already waited for 300 years. A little longer wouldn't hurt, right, Sienna? Now he stood before a crystal to begin a test. A touch from the Moonlight Sword could break the mana structure and disperse it, but this small fragment wouldn't be enough to interrupt high-level magic. Even so, it should work on lower-level spells, so he began the test. If his mana doesn't detach from that fragment, then it could grow beyond the normal limits of white flames. Sometime later, an apprentice informed the mage that several explosions had occurred in Eugene's research room. The woman said she would check it out. Shortly after, she arrived at the room and knocked on the door. Then a strong tremor shook the inside. She quickly opened it and shouted, asking if he was alright. Inside, Eugene was drenched in sweat. Breathing heavily, he let out a long sigh as the woman, shy and worried, asked him what he had been doing. When she asked him what he was doing, the MC said he was training his mana along with his magic. She really doesn't believe him. There are no magic circles in the room. All that's left is a small fragment in the center, while everything around it is shattered. He says it'll be easier to show. Then he fires a burst of flames at the fragment and a huge explosion is triggered. The woman is left stunned. The boy had not only become faster, but was also using his own core as a magic circle. For someone who had just arrived, that kind of power made no sense. Even so, he says he was just working on mana training, and it seems like he made real progress. At first, his magic would scatter before it could explode, but now he can hold that broken mana together and turn it into a massive explosion. Still in shock, she says she came because people heard explosions in his room and wanted to check if he was alright. But that's not the only reason. The Tower Master also wants to see him. While Eugene goes to get dressed, he asks her if the Tower Master is upstairs, but she says no. He is now in the Royal Library of Acreon. In the middle of the 5 magic towers stands the royal castle of Erith Abraham. It is situated in the middle of a huge lake and cannot be reached without a boat. Even flying carriages and magic can't cross because of the demon seal circle around the lake. That circle was a gift from Sienna Modane to the royal family of Erith, a sign of friendship that has lasted for hundreds of years. Eugene is amazed. He hasn't studied magic for very long, but even for him, covering such a huge lake with a demon seal circle feels impossible. The girl, excited, asks him if he would like to visit Abraham. The protagonist says he was just looking because it seemed interesting, and it's not as if just anyone can enter. She agrees that only the Tower Masters and the main nobles can enter. Not even the Tower Masters can use magic there. Only the royal family and the castle's magicians who have sworn absolute loyalty to them can do so. And Eugene asks if that means the Tower Masters never swore loyalty. She says yes, but that they don't follow pointless orders. Basically, the magic towers of Erith work with the kingdom through a mutual agreement. Their ties are with the parliament, not with the castle, since the castle has its own magicians. However, that doesn't mean the magicians are enemies. Soon they reach their destination. The magician explains that only 3 people opposed recommending Eugene for Acreon: the masters of the blue and green towers and the head of the mage guild. If he wins them over, he'll be allowed to enter. With that, the girl says she's leaving. Then she quickly adds that he shouldn't be nervous and wishes him good luck. Eugene thanks her with a small wave. Inside, the MC bows and introduces himself to everyone gathered there. Among them is the captain of the castle's mages, Trempe Visordo. There is Trempe Visordo, the master of the red magic tower, Laverian Surpass, the master of the green magic tower, Genric Osman, the master of the blue magic tower, Herodat Oslind, the lady of the white magic tower, Melkhard Elaya, the master of the black magic tower, Balsac Lord Bolt, and finally the master of the mage guild, Edgard Gyron. A moment later, someone tells the boy to lift his head. It is Hunsalem Abraham, the first in line to the throne of Arad. He says that he has heard Eugene's name for years and always wanted to meet him. He also knows about him, a genius who reached 5 circles even before becoming an adult. The master of the blue tower says that he too has heard a lot about the protagonist, especially because the masters of the red and black towers have been pushing hard for him. He admits that the boy has talent, but handling the sword and magic are completely different things. In his opinion, Eugene is only 17 years old and has just started learning magic. So, should he really be getting a recommendation for Akron? He suspects that there is more to it, since the master of the red tower is an old friend of the Lionheart Patriarch, and perhaps the master of the black tower wants to get closer to the Lionheart family after the humiliation he suffered recently. The MC says that he understands and asks what he needs to do to get into the school. Lavarian tells him to demonstrate his magic so that the nobles and mages present can judge it. The master of the blue tower mocks him and adds that he should also present magical works and research, although he doubts he has anything like that. He realizes the jab and says that he is right, so he will begin now. Using his stars to construct a circle, the protagonist releases mana much stronger than what anyone expects from someone his age, but no one reacts. Even so, the master of the blue tower finds it interesting. The others notice that he's not separating his core from the circle, but rather combining several cores to form one. They are impressed, especially since he started training just 4 years ago. His talent for controlling mana is obvious, but they still think that alone is not enough. Handling mana well is different from truly understanding magic. Then Eugene forms a small tornado of wind in his hand, which transforms into bright red flames and then turns back into mana. After that, he shapes the mana into a sword in his left hand. A tower master is surprised at how easily he switches spells, all without uttering a single chant. That requires perfect control over magic. Someone asks him if he can use magic while holding his aura sword. Even then, the old man asks what else he has to show. Eugene just smiles. Then he slowly draws his sword from its sheath, catching the attention of the Lady of the White Tower. He is not just infusing mana into the sword, he is doing it while forming an aura sword and still moving the stars of the circle in his heart. The Lady of the Tower is surprised that his circle remains stable. Although he uses the core as a circle, it still functions as a core. Lovarian asks what everyone thinks and the old man says they should discuss it first. Understanding that Lovarian is asking Eugene to step out for a while, he agrees and leaves the room. The moment he leaves, the master of the blue tower angrily points at the master of the red tower and asks if he really didn't teach the boy anything. The answer is no. The MC was not trained by anyone and only studied an introductory text from the red tower on his own. The man cannot believe that someone could read a beginner's book and reach that level of magical understanding. Smiling, Abraham says that it is only natural. He is a Lionheart from the Keel Empire, a descendant of the great hero Bermut. Everyone knows how talented that bloodline is, and Abraham says he can already tell that Eugene is a genius. The mistress of the White Tower adds that the magic he used should have been only at the level of the first circle, but its power was clearly beyond that. The purity of his mana and the precision of his control was shocking, although they'll have to confirm it. Even so, she feels that even cancelling magic of the fourth circle might not be enough to stop his spells. Then, someone behind her says that he is still too young. He agrees that Eugene is talented, but he doesn't see any reason to rush while the boy is still so small. He suggests that Lavorian should teach him for a few more years until he truly becomes necessary for Acreon. Another Tower Master says that they should look at this as an investment. The protagonist is only 17 years old, very talented, and on top of that, he's a Lionheart. Even now, his skills are solid and his future potential seems limitless. They already have a good relationship with the Lionheart family, but even putting that aside, Helping Eugene now could be a smart decision. The old man argues that even if he's talented, he's still an adopted son, so he won't become the patriarch anyway. The master of the Black Tower says that one of the twins, Scion Lionheart, will be the next patriarch. Ego Lionheart has an inferiority complex, and after the recent incident, he doesn't really stand a chance in that fight. Even if the MC never becomes the patriarch, the master of the Black Tower warns them not to underestimate how secure his place is in the main family. Another man chimes in and says that Eugene will have to leave the main family one day. According to Lionheart custom, once he gets married and has children, he must leave the main estate. So they should invite him to Ered. By then he'll be even more capable and he won't forget the favor they did for him. Balzac goes on to say that he became famous 4 years ago during the blood succession ritual because of his obvious talent. Even the Lionheart family admits the great potential he has, and if he gets the support of Aerith, he could become the spitting image of the great Bermot from 300 years ago. The old man suddenly laughs, says that's too much praise, and asks if those words really came from Balzac himself. Balzac asks what he means. The old man points out that Balzac has a contract with the Demon King of Imprisonment, so he wonders if that had anything to do with what he just said. Balzac laughs and replies that the Demon King of Imprisonment is busy with Helmut's affairs and has nothing to do with this. Then his aura becomes terrifying as he adds that if he was speaking on behalf of that Demon King, he would be acting with much more force and using his power. The Master of the Blue Tower repeats, using power? The room becomes tense in an instant, but Balzac soon apologizes for sounding too aggressive. The Mistress of the White Tower says that they should stop straying from the topic. Since they still haven't reached an agreement, she suggests a vote. She adds that the longer this takes, the more bored Eugene will get outside. Abraham agrees and says that he'll go first. He supports admitting the protagonist Lionheart into Ercreon. I'm not sure if I agree with the admission, but I do agree that this girl is brilliant. If you know what I mean, the Royal Library of Ekron holds records of many legendary wizards who have shaped the history of magic. Its halls are filled with history, so it feels more like a museum than a library. Ercreon has 15 floors of records, including the writings of Sienna. Then someone calls out to Eugene. It's the Mistress of the White Tower. The MC knows that she's the greatest spiritualist of this era, the first person to make contracts with 2 Spirit Kings at the same time. She asks if their discussion is finished. She says yes and adds that reaching a complete agreement would have taken a few days, so they settled it by voting. In the end, 5 supported his admission and 2 opposed it. 1 person remained neutral. Eugene just asks if he can go to the upper floors now. She says yes and then asks him if he wants to know who voted which way. He says no. That makes her smile and then she tells him anyway. She was the neutral vote. It wasn't because she was against him, she just wanted to stop a fight. Everyone was already irritated and things would have only gotten worse elsewhere. The Master of the Blue Tower looks at Eugene and then looks away, clearly upset. She says that surprisingly he still voted to let him in. At first he seemed very unhappy when the protagonist entered, but he must have changed his mind. Excited, she asks the MC to guess who voted against him, but he says he doesn't care, so she leans in and whispers that it was the Master of the Green Tower and the Master of the Mage Guild. Eugene asks her why she's telling him after he said he didn't care. She wonders if he's really 17 years old because his reactions are so dull. He is not angry or upset. He says no, then turns around to leave and says goodbye. She quickly stops him, pointing to the sword at his waist. Winneth, the sword blessed by the Wind Spirit King. He confirms it and asks why. She admits that she always wanted a contract with him, but the Wind Spirit King never appears, no matter how many times she calls. She says that she has tried everything. Even the Thunder Spirit King and the Earth Spirit King told her that the Wind Spirit King would not make a contract with anyone. She even sent a letter to the Lionheart family asking to borrow the sword, but they refused. They probably thought that she would steal the sword. Eugene says that he cannot lend Wynette to her no matter what, and technically it is not even his. She still hesitates and promises not to tell anyone. She just needs to borrow it for a short while. at most just for one day, and he can watch the whole time. That sounds interesting to him. The Wind Spirit King has not responded to her calls in 4 years. With Eugene's current mana, he probably can't summon him. But if the owner of the White Tower tests the only spiritualist with contracts with 2 Spirit Kings, then using Wyneth as a bridge might make the king respond. Even so, the protagonist decides not to agree just yet. If she gets more desperate, he might be able to gain something from it. So he pretends not to notice and asks where he can get his entry card. She happily says that she'll take him there. Soon he has the card in his hand. It's an identification item marked with his seal. Trying to get a reaction, she says that the familiars kept here belong to the great mages who shaped the history of Acreon, the mage king who founded Arath, the battle mage known as the father of battle magic, and even the great Sienna. Their familiars are also here, and Eugene barely reacts. She says his responses are very boring and thought that at least he would be concerned about Sienna. After all, he had already searched her floors before, and on his first day here, he even visited the mansion of the wise Sienna. The MC asks how she knows that. She says he has no idea how famous he is around here. Then she calls him an idiot and asks when he will lend her the sword, but he refuses again. A little later, she explains how to use the identity document to open and close the door. Then she asks him if he's really going to the 12th floor. He says yes, and she teases that he really likes Miss Sienna. When he crosses the door, Eugene asks her if she's going to wait for him. She says she doesn't have much time, although she admits she would like to accompany him, but if she did, he might get embarrassed when he feels that magic for the first time. Laughing, she says he should bring diapers. Eugene asks why. With a mocking smile, she says he might end up wetting his pants. That annoys him, so he starts pressing the lift button hard. When the lift finally arrives, it reaches the floor he wanted. When the door opens, he comes face to face with someone. The figure takes off a hat and welcomes him to Sienna's floor, even calling him Eugene Lionheart. Confused, he asks her if she's Sienna. The girl looks like a little Sienna, but she says she's not. She is Sienna's family, made to look after Sienna's parlor. Just as the lady of the White Tower had said, this was a familiar. Eugene asks how she knows his name, and she says that he just registered on the first floor of Acreon. All the familiars of the tower are connected to its magical system, so they know in real time who enters and leaves. He asks her what he should call her, and she says that Sienna used to call her Mare. The protagonist finds it odd since the name comes from Meridian. The girl happily says that it's a wonderful name. The strangest thing is that Sienna created a familiar identical to herself and gave it her own surname as its name. Eugene asks if all familiars are this human-like, and she says no. Marke is special because she was created by the companion of the great hero Vermont and shaped according to Sienna's personality. That makes the MC wonder if creating a living being is considered taboo. Murray says that she's not a living being. She doesn't have a soul like real people, and her body and mind were created from Miss Sienna's magic. Then she points out something strange spinning nearby. Eugene doesn't know what it is, so he asks. Murray says that's an excellent question, drops her hat for a moment, then picks it up and explains that this is the magic core that Sienna built throughout her entire life. Witchcraft? Eugene heard that she wrote it throughout her life and divided it into 3 volumes. So he asks how that thing is supposed to be a book. Murray says it's old-fashioned to think that a book has to look like a book. He says that's nonsense, but she isn't surprised that he doesn't get it since even the Great Masters couldn't understand Sienna's magic. Hearing that brings back memories. The proud smile and the way she looked down on others. She really was created from Sienna's personality. Eugene asks her if it reflects Sienna at the end of her life, but Mira says no. It is based on Sienna when she was still young. Back then, she was noble and full of dignity. She rarely laughed and was completely devoted to studying and creating magic. That doesn't match the Sienna Eugene remembers. He asks her if her mind is inside the witchcraft. Mare says that her consciousness is made from that magic and that her purpose is to protect and manage it. She has been doing this for 200 years under Sienna's orders. Without hesitation, he approaches the witchcraft to inspect it, recalling Labillian's words that after reading it, everything else he had learned seemed like child's play. Then Eugene asks her if she knows why and where Sienna disappeared. Mare says that neither she nor anyone else knows where Sienna went. Even the king of Arath at that time, the Tower Masters, the head of the Mages Guild, and many other famous magicians caught hold of her to ask where Sienna had gone. She told them that she didn't know, but they didn't believe her. After that, people who didn't have the ability to handle it started investigating her memories within the witchcraft. And every few decades, they come back and try the same thing again. Eugene knows that this isn't the only reason. What they really want is to understand all of Sienna's research, digging as deep as they can into what she left behind. He asks where the other volumes of witchcraft are, since only the first one is here. Mare says that Sienna took the other two when she disappeared, leaving only the original first volume in Acreon. Then she says, Eugene seems unusually interested in Sienna. He replies that everyone is interested in her. Mar says that he is not an ordinary magician, and since he is the first descendant of Lionheart of Vermouth, he stands out. She is very impressed. After Sienna took charge of Aerith, she never met the Lionheart family, nor saw Vermouth again. The protagonist knows the history and says that she never met any of her old companions again. The only exception was Vermouth's funeral. But Eugene thinks it's strange that Vermouth, who was terrible with people, ended up starting a family and isolating himself. Then he asks if Sienna had met any of the other companions before. Mare says that sometimes Sienna would look at Mr. Mulan and call him an idiot. She also said that Mrs. Eunice was like a snake. Since no one mentioned him, the MC asks about Howell. Mare immediately starts insulting him as well, saying that Sienna used to curse him all the time. Eugene points out that according to her, Sienna was full of dignity. Mare replies that even a dignified person can curse someone. Even so, whenever Sienna spoke about her companions, it often sounded as if she was about to cry. And when she spoke about Hamel, it seemed to hurt even more. Eugene changes the topic and asks what she said about Vermouth. Mare doesn't say anything. Sienna never praised him, nor cursed him, not even mentioned his name. That story doesn't add up. I suppose Vermouth decided not to avenge Hamel and instead made a pact with the demon king of incarceration. Probably, Sienna was also against that decision. He kept staring at Sienna's portrait, confused because it looked almost exactly the same as the one in his mansion. The girl said that the smile on her face was completely fake. Sienna never smiled at that. He knew this because while talking with Sienna and shaping his own personality, he had asked her why she left behind the smiling portrait when she was always so sad. Sienna's answer was simple. Future generations would see this painting and a smile was better than a sad face. The girl had never been able to leave that place, so she hadn't seen the matching portrait in her master's mansion. That one was painted by an ordinary artist, which might be the reason why Sienna didn't like it. Even so, the girl agreed that it was better to see a smile than a cold expression. Eugene understood how she felt and tried to comfort her, but she brushed his hand away with a slap. She got angry and warned him not to try it again. She hated being treated like a child. Even though she looked younger than him, she had existed for 200 years. Then she showed Eugene the things Sienna had used and left behind in the tower. Excited, the girl pointed at a staff. Sienna's staff for most of her life. The protagonist was surprised to find Akasha here. The girl teased him because she already knew its name. She explained that a fairy tree grows only in the Samara forest and Akasha was made from one of those ancient trees, which makes it the strongest staff in the world. The elves believe that the spirits of their ancestors live in those trees and that the roots hold up the world. However, they cut one down to make this staff for Sienna. Eugene knew that she had always been connected to the elves because she was abandoned as a baby in the Samara forest. An elf heard her crying and took her to their sacred grove. At first, they did not welcome her warmly, but after seeing her immense talent, they accepted her and taught her elven magic. Sienna became the first person to wield a staff made from the roots of the world tree. And that wasn't all. The red gem at the top was the heart of a dragon. Eugene knew that only 2 staffs in the world had one, and Akasha was one of them. The other was Bloody Mary. That staff now belongs to one of the 3 warlocks connected to the demon king of incarceration, Count Edmund Codreth of Helmuth. But 300 years ago, Belial, a servant of the demon king of incarceration, used Bloody Mary. In his previous life, the MC killed Belial himself. Looking at Akasha, he asked if he could hold it. The girl said yes, but warned him that he couldn't use magic with it. Akasha only accepted Ciela. No matter who tried, no other mage had gained its approval. Curious, Eugene took the staff. The moment he grabbed it, he tried to channel mana into it, but the staff rejected him. He had expected another lucky power. So he felt annoyed that his old friend had left him nothing but a necklace. The little mage asked if he liked Lady Sienna, since apart from looking for her things, his eyes would light up every time he mentioned her name. With a mocking look, he said that he simply liked old stories. Then she said that she knew the perfect book for that and hurried off to find it. She climbed up a small ladder and took it down from the shelf. The moment Eugene saw it, he realized it was the great adventure of the hero Vermouth. His face twisted in disgust. Even so, she happily said that it was the first book ever written about the legend of Vermouth. The protagonist, still bitter, called it a stupid book and said he hated how it described Jamil, like an idiot. Hearing that, the girl said she had something else he might like. She turned around and told him to follow Ma. They reached a room with images of Eugene's old companions and he asked her what she was looking at. The girl said that the figures were made from Sienna's own memories. The man in the center was Great Warburg. The smiling woman next to him was Saint Annie's. The ugly one who looked half troll was Brave Mullen and the one with the terrible face was Hamel the Fool. Eugene called him handsome, but the little mage thought he was talking about Vermouth. He quickly cleared the lap. He was talking about Hamel, saying he had the wild beauty of an untamed beast. He could hardly believe what he was hearing as Eugene told him to leave it. After that, they moved to a large table and he asked what was on the upper floors. He said that the 13th floor contained Sienna's research notes, but someone of his level wouldn't be able to understand them. The 14th floor had magic books that were probably more useful for him at the moment. Eugene, already feeling disheartened, asked if they were even tougher than witchcraft. The girl said that words wouldn't help, he would have to read them himself. Then they went back to talking about witchcraft. She explained that it was a way to use mana more efficiently and increase magical power, allowing a mage to cast a spell multiple times and even store spells in the subconscious. The best part was that it allowed the circle to flow in the ideal way, much better than the normal circles used by most mages. Even after hearing all that, Eugene admitted that he still didn't understand any of it. The girl seemed pleased and said that no one could understand it just by listening. Impatient, he asked her how to read it and she told him to close his eyes, stretch out his hand and send mana to the sorcery. He did exactly that, touching the shining sphere with a bit of magic. But at first, nothing happened. He wondered if he should use his pseudo-circle instead. Then everything changed. The space around him darkened like a dream he couldn't control, and all he felt was emptiness. A huge wave surged towards him, and when it hit, he realized it was a sea of mana dragging him along. He jumped to escape, then stood still at the spot in front of him. In the middle of that sea, there was a giant black hole shaped like a perfect circle, with smaller circles inside it. Then the entire ocean transformed into layers of circles forming a pattern. The pressure became overwhelming and Eugene woke up on the ground. He jumped up and looked at the little mage, asking him what had just happened. With a smirk smile, he said it was a pity that he had fainted right away, but he shouldn't feel bad, as many mages had wet themselves after seeing the sorcery. He even named the masters of the White Tower and the Blue Tower as examples. Apparently, he hadn't been joking earlier. Then he asked him what he thought of the sorcery. Eugene struggled to explain it because he barely understood what he had seen. The moving circles were incredible. Forming circles within a larger one should have been impossible. The little mage explained that after reaching 9 circles, Sienna continued studying how to take magic even further. That was how she surpassed the limit, created the eternal whole, and became the only mage to form the final magic circle. Many others tried to follow her, but none surpassed the 9 circles. To do so, a mage has to control a huge mana circle and divide it into many smaller ones. Using it for spells is even easier. A fireball made with the eternal hold is stronger than the hellfire of the ninth circle. The girl said that Sienna was so incredible that she probably could have defeated the Demon King all by herself. On hearing that, Eugene realized that Sienna had not stopped growing stronger even after her death. She had far surpassed the woman he remembered. And if that was true, then all his former companions must have become stronger as well. So why had none of them challenged the Demon King again? He decided to leave the library, but the two Tower Masters were already waiting for him. They asked him why he returned so quickly and what he thought of the magic books. Eugene said that with what he knows now, it would take him years to understand even one of them. Melkid said that was obvious since those books come from centuries of research. But if he complained, she would explain 10 of them to him in a way he could follow. Eugene said there was no need to change just for book knowledge and asked what else could be offered. Melkid laughed, saying he really knew how to negotiate, and began listing items that could help with mana control. The blonde man chimed in, saying he also had several amazing staffs he could lend, which immediately annoyed Melkid for interfering in the deal. She knew that Lovali and Cetrus were afraid that she would make a contract with the Wind Spirit King, and she felt hurt because after knowing her for so long, they still couldn't see that she had no interest at all in Erath's politics. He replied that maybe she didn't care anymore, but if she gained so much power, she might change. So Melkid swore on her mana that even with the power of the Spirit King, she wouldn't do anything wrong. The master of the tower never asked for this, but she swore it on her own mana. And at that moment, Melchid realized she understood that she had been tricked. Eugene made things worse by saying that he didn't want a staff, and she snapped that she wasn't going to give one as a gift, she would only lend it. Then she made it clear that exchanging Gwyneth for something that could only be used for a few days was impossible, which only annoyed her even more because of how hard he bargained. Even so, she gave in and offered a year for each day he kept Gwyneth. So, if he borrowed the sword for a week, Eugene could keep the artifact for 7 years. That showed just how desperate she was, because the Wind Spirit King is basically a god, and the last person who signed a contract with him was Great Wormuth. Then the blonde magician said that if MC didn't want a staff, the master of the White Tower had another rare item. Melchid's reaction alone was enough to make him interested in it. The blonde man revealed its name, the Cloak of Darkness. That instantly infuriated the witch because she clearly had no idea what she had gone through to get it. But Lovelian said it was better to lend it and get what she wanted than to just leave it as decoration. Melchid hesitated. Then Eugene asked what kind of cloak it was. She dismissed it as if it were just a warm winter coat. Lovelian immediately revealed the truth. It had high-level temporal and spatial magic that could reflect spells. Its exterior had defensive magic, strong enough to block 5th circle attacks, and also had an inner subspace to store multiple weapons. Melchid got even more irritated because he told everything about her cloak. With a smile, Eugene said that sounded quite good. He chose the Cloak of Darkness instead of a staff, but mentioned that he first needed the Patriarch's permission. Melchid tried to act as if she still hadn't agreed, but the protagonist simply said it was a pity and asked Lovelian if he knew any place to eat because he was hungry. The maid said there was a nice place in the posh part of the city. Eugene agreed since he had never seen the city at night. As they were about to leave, he asked her why she was still standing there. Furious, Melgate finally agreed to lend him the Cloak of Darkness, only for the MC to remind her that he still had to ask the Patriarch for permission, which made her scream in frustration. Eugene just said that it sounded like a crow cawing. Later, they found out that her father had no problem lending Gwyneth, but he insisted that there should be a supervisor present. While waiting, he asked if that was really the Cloak of Darkness. Melkid boasted that it looked amazing, but the protagonist replied that it would look even better on him, telling her not to get angry since the deal was already done. Then the old lady asked who would be the supervisor since it probably wouldn't be the Patriarch. Eugene said it would be his younger brother Sion, and since it was the first time they were lending out a family treasure, they had to be careful with the guardians. Melchid called them the dogs of the Lionheart family, which clearly annoyed the MC. Even so, he couldn't deny that they were as loyal as hunting dogs. He remembered that a year ago, Kanan had joined the Black Lion Order. That was not unusual. Anyone with the Lionheart name could participate. The order was divided into two. The White Lions served only the main family, while the Black Lions could serve any Lionheart. Above both was the Senate, which, despite being outside the family, recorded names in the history of Lionheart and had even more power than the Patriarch. Eugene had never met them during his years in the mansion, so he wondered how strong they were. Then a carriage arrived. Two women from the Black Lions got out, and Melchett mockingly said that they had finally shown up. He asked her if she really did not respect the Great Vermouth. She respected the legend, but she hated his family, and above all, she hated seeing the Black Lion Knights loitering about. Llewellyn warned her to hide that attitude, because if she wanted to keep Gwyneth, she could not afford to offend them. Melchett asked him if he was telling her to flatter them, arguing that such treatment was between equals and that she was already offering her precious black cloak in exchange for the sword. At last, the doors of the carriage opened and the first person to step out was Ciel, Eugene's sister. Completely bewildered, he asked her what she was doing there. Ciel said that their mother's birthday was coming up, so she had come to buy gifts and of course to see how her brother was doing as well. On hearing that, Eugene relaxed, but her red face showed that she was embarrassed. The reason was simple. Her twin brother had also come along and greeted the protagonist immediately afterwards. Then an old man stepped forward and said that it had been a long time since they had last met, so it made sense to be happy. But business had to come first. Eugene wondered who he was because the man seemed very skilled. Just by his build, the MC could tell that he was not a swordsman but a lancer. Another man appeared behind him, and this was a mage whom they had expected to bring, but they still weren't done yet. Another person came out, and just one look at the striking woman told Eugene that she was definitely powerful. Her hand felt as hard as steel, and he realized that she was an expert at hitting people. She came closer, said that it had been 20 years since she last saw Llewellyn, and noticed that he had become the master of the Red Tower. The blonde mage replied that he had already said back then that he would soon become a master. He barely remembered it. He said that too much time had passed and that it had never really mattered to him. Then she turned towards the protagonist, who introduced himself as the protagonist Lionheart. She said her name was Carmen and that she was his great aunt, although she did not want him to call her that. Mem was stunned by how old she actually was and by the fact that she was Gilead's aunt. Since both Tower Masters also looked young despite their age, it was not all that surprising. The charming Anne invited her inside because of the wind, while Eugene kept wondering what he was doing there. Soon, the group with white hair and the blonde magician sat around a large table. He knew that Carmen had never married. She stayed in the family's homeland until she joined the Black Lions, and now she was the captain of the third squad. Nathan was one of the leaders of the 3rd Division and someone who managed collateral bloodlines. Falco was the magician of the squad, from a rare branch of the family focused on magic. He said that the terms Storm Sword and Black Cloak would be lent for 1 year per day. Melchett accepted the deal of Falco cast a spell at the tip of her finger, making a screen appear in front of her. While she was reading the contract, she asked what would happen if Gwyneth was destroyed. From the other end, Carmen replied that she would pay with her life. The Storm Sword was priceless, and anyone who borrowed it had to be willing to risk their life. Melchizedek replied that her life was worth much more than some immeasurable artifact, maybe an Aerod, but not to the Lionhearts. Falco intervened and said that they did not want her dead and that he had great respect for the master of the White Tower. He only hoped that she would not make the mistake of breaking the artifact, because if Gwyneth was destroyed, they would decide what to do when that happened. Melchett asked if the Lionhearts would be the ones to choose the punishment, and Carmen replied that if she didn't like it, she could cancel the contract now. If it were not for the Patriarch, they would not have come at all. Melchett said that from the way they spoke, it seemed as if they were there mainly because of her, but that was not true. They had a more important reason for coming. Within a few hours, they met with the master of the Black Tower and interrogated an imprisoned sorcerer. Upon hearing that, Loveliam said that the Patriarch had once agreed for the sorcerer to be judged according to the laws of Arad, but Carmen replied that the Senate had overturned it. While they were talking, Eugene tried not to laugh at the ridiculously heavy pocket watch that Carmen was carrying. Melchett noticed it as well and asked why she had a pocket watch when she was already wearing a wristwatch. A closer look revealed the Lionheart crest. Carmen said that they had the king's permission, so it was better to obey than to create trouble. And Eugene realized that they must have paid a huge amount to the parliament to get that approval. And Carmen, already growing impatient, asked Melchett what she would do about the contract. Melchett thought that making a contract with the Wind Spirit King would not take her more than 3 hours, so she could get her cloak back in 2 months and accept it immediately. Sometime later, the protagonist was wearing his new cloak while the witch gazed lovingly at her sword. A Carmen came closer and said it was a fine piece, especially the feathered collar, which reminded her of the Lionheart crest. Even so, she hated the color. She said that white would be better and that black only suited a black lion knight. Meg just looked on, not quite sure what she meant. Carmen kept looking at him with no interest showing on her face. Cicely stepped in and translated. What Carmen really meant was that she wanted to try on the cloak, and Eugene pointed out that she actually hadn't said that. But when he saw that Nathan was already helping the commander put on a coat, he gave up and handed over the cloak. She put it on immediately and started striking dramatic poses. When she returned it, she said it would look much better with a lion emblem on the chest and back. Melchett quickly warned her that the cloak was only on loan and shouldn't be damaged, but the whole family ignored her. Then Seong called his sister. Seol instantly understands that she'll be staying with Eugene. Later, the two of them walk around the city and he asks her to get rid of the 18+ bunny magazine that his brother has. Nina already knows about it and Seol is worried that when she returns to the mansion, all the maids will be wearing bunny ears. She says she'll tell her mother, but Eugene tries to play it down and asks her to at least say that bunny ears are horrible. That makes Seol ask him what kind of ears he likes if he hates bunny ears so much. The protagonist bluntly says that he likes normal ears. He also complains that helping to choose a gift makes no sense when he doesn't even know what his mother likes, and if he's only there to follow her around, he'd rather not come. Seol turns to him and calls him an idiot for wanting to leave her alone in a city they've never been to before. Eugene replies that she is not a helpless child and says he came because he knows she would never let it go if he annoyed her. As they keep walking, Salithis asks him what he did on his birthday, and M says to himself that he spent it reading in the magic library. Lovelian and Era also wanted to give him gifts, but he begged them not to. Then he interrupts the small talk and asks her what she really came for and what is going on between her and Carmen. Seol says that he's still strangely quick to notice the less useful things. Then she admits that she wants Carmen to become her mentor, since her brother will be the next patriarch. There's also the issue of her mother pushing for an arranged marriage. Seol does not want to be a part of that, and being stuck in a house acting like a proper lady sounds miserable to her. Eugene asks her if she wants to join the Black Lion Knights, but she says that is impossible at the moment, so learning from Carmen is the best option. He says it is good that she wants to build something for herself instead of simply depending on the family. Then he asks her how her brother's doing. Apparently, he still talks about Eugene all the time and keeps asking how many stars the protagonist has reached. Ness says he has the same number as when he left. Then he asks about Eternal since he never heard what happened after he went home. His mother is trying to find a magician to teach him at home, although Ciel thinks that's nonsense. If he is not going to be the patriarch anyway, they should just let him live as he wishes. Done with that topic, he asks if there is a good place nearby to eat. Eugene says there are a few decent places, but none can beat home-cooked food. Ciel is not too bothered about food. A good atmosphere can make any meal better. Elsewhere, Nathan is standing with his hand covered in blood. The interrogation is already over and the issue with the dark magician has been resolved. He remains silent even after they went easy on him, so he probably didn't know much. Trying to contact a direct descendant of Lionheart for a witchcraft contract was madness. But Nathan says the man was probably desperate. He became a dark magician decades ago and still hasn't achieved anything. So he probably thought that tricking Edward was his last chance before the demons came to claim his soul. Hera says she heard that Nergibella wasn't involved and asks what Balzac Lutwid, the master of the Black Tower, thinks about it. Balzac asks why they suspect him when he cooperated the whole time and even apologized. Hera replies that blaming him still makes more sense than blaming some low-level dark magician. Balzac says he understands why she thought that, but he had nothing to gain from this. And if he had planned it, he would have erased all traces so that no one could use it against him. He adds that he has enemies all over the world because the Demon King of Imprisonment showed him favor and trust. From his point of view, someone who hates him probably set this up to ruin him. Hera says there is no proof of that, but there is also no proof that he did it. Balzac says that this mess not only put him in danger, but before he can continue, Hera warns him to think carefully about what he's going to say next. Balzac says that as a loyal servant of the Demon King of Imprisonment, he truly respects the hearts of Leon, so his apology was sincere. Even so, he is human and being falsely accused naturally makes him angry. He understands that people refuse to respect him as a black magician and servant of a demon, but he will not accept any insults towards his master. The pressure makes Zion instinctively reach for his sword, but Balzac says he doesn't want any trouble in a foreign land. Even so, if they insist, he can settle it without anyone noticing. Carmen says that before anyone notices anything, his head would have to stay attached. Although she admits that it is possible someone in Lionheart wants to harm the main family. Even so, it's just a theory, and the fact that not even mental magic and a very gentle approach have found anything is suspicious in itself. Balzac apologizes again and says he spoke wrongly, but repeats that he was not behind this and had no reason to be. Then Carmen mentions the incubus who tried to make the contract, saying that she has seen many wild things and that there is a stop right in front of her. As she keeps insisting, Balzac uses magic, opening a portal like a door and taking out the incubus's severed head wrapped up for transport. He says that the Demon King has already taken its soul, but they can keep the head if they want. Since no one plans to take it with them, Carmen kicks it straight against the wall and crushes it. As she leaves, Carmen gives them one last warning. If he ever tries to contact Eugene Lionheart, both he and the Dark Magic Tower could suffer for it. Before she can finish, Balzac says that the only one who can command him is the Demon King, and that someone like her has no right to tell him what to do. After that brief and warm exchange, it's clear that everyone is in a very good mood. Carmen asks what Cyan thinks. For her, the most likely culprit is Emilia Mervyn. As she has always envied Balzac's position as the master of the Dark Magic Tower, Cyan says that if she is involved, Nehama could also be involved. Carmen replies that in a few years, a war could break out, so Keel must be prepared for a possible attack on Turas. Of course, this could be a one-off incident, with no one more important behind it. But she asks, what would have happened if she hadn't ignored Balzac's mockery? Carmen says that if she had started a fight, everyone present except the commander would have died. Carmen says it's strangely humble of her, but the truth is that she herself didn't feel confident enough to fight either. Edward will be kept under watch from now on. Even if he is forgiven, since he is part of the main family, he'll spend the rest of his life under Lionheart's surveillance. The only reason they're allowing him to have a magic teacher is to see who is really behind all this, in case that person tries to approach again. Suyin remembers how happy his brother looked when he used magic and wonders why he ended up following such a dark path. A few hours later, the Black Lions take their leave and Eugene, Ciel and Gion bid them a cheerful farewell, promising to meet again. Before leaving, Carmen asks him what he thinks about joining the Black Lions. The position of vice captain is vacant and she wants to recommend him, but the protagonist declines. Seeing that he's serious, Carmen accepts his answer and leaves with the others. Eugene then asks if the master of the White Tower still hasn't said anything. The blonde says that if he had made the contract immediately, he would have hurried. With her face red and embarrassed, she was holding Gwyneth. She definitely sent her message to the spirit world, but Tempest still hasn't replied. She even stopped warming her body to sharpen her senses and then began chanting the spells again to form a contract with the great wind spirit. Suddenly a bolt of lightning falls from the sky and a bird wrapped in lightning appears calling her contractor. Melkith asks why he's there when she didn't summon in. But Livin says that Tempest told her to shut up because he has no interest in making a contract. Melchith insists that she's the greatest spirit mage in the world, the only one worthy of a pact with him. But when Livin sees a contractor desperately waving the sword and shouting at Tempest to come out, she decides that the only answer is to electrocute Melchith. The Lightning Phoenix tells her that she cannot give the Wind Spirit King what he wants. And that desire is the same one he had centuries ago, to travel to the northern land of the Demon Kingdom. 10 days later, Melchith comes to return the sword looking completely exhausted, and Eugene can't believe that someone could age so quickly. He asks her if she managed to make the contract, which only annoys her more since he obviously knows the answer. Amos then says that if she returns the sword now, he will only keep the cloak for 9 years. Heartbroken and still without a contract, she hands it over to Wind and tells him to take good care of the Cloak of Darkness until then. Later, Eugene reads that the chief of the giants was monstrously strong. Kamash was hundreds of years old and was the strongest chief in their history. Thousands of humans fought against only hundreds of giants, but numbers meant little against that army. Even so, the number of soldiers really didn't matter because Barmod was there. Some foolish knights would step forward, throwing around titles and words that sounded brave, saying they wanted to fight alongside him. But none of them could even scratch Kamosh, and Vermouth didn't like fighting in a crowd anyway. He relied on just one person. Vermouth tells Hamil to take the left arm, but Hamil says he wants the right since that damned giant is right-handed. Only the holy sword could pierce Kamosh. Even after their leader's death, the giants did not retreat, but the magic that protected them from human spells weakened, and Sienna was finally able to unleash her power. Yugin asks if she wrote this book since she keeps praising the author. The girl replies that it's an insult. No one would boast so much about themselves in their own book. After going over a part of her old life, she decides to go back to studying witchcraft. The little witch says that's fine, but that she's too arrogant, and Eugene replies that he knows. He already knows that he still can't make the eternal whole. He would have to be at least in the 9th circle. Simply put, it's a huge circle with smaller ones inside that can be rotated, broken, and rebuilt to increase his mana. But the protagonist doesn't do magic with circles. Instead, he uses the white flame method. In his past life, he learned the basics of mana training and then improved them after meeting Sienna. That allowed Hamel to build his own mana method, and with it, he cut off Kamosh's arm and leg. Vermouth himself called him talented, while Sienna was amazed that he had come so far with such a lousy mana method bought with money, more surprised by that than by anything else. Now Eugene does not faint when he looks at the eternal hole and can finally track the mana moving inside it. It seems he has found a way to reconstruct the eternal hole using the white flame method. 2 years pass and M turns 19 years old. The girl asks him if he's not hungry. Still writing on a sheet of paper, he says that he cannot stop now or he will lose his concentration. She asks him why he's in such a hurry to finish a thesis, but Eugene says that he's not rushing at all. He keeps checking it so as not to make any mistakes. Normally, wizards spend their whole lives writing a thesis, and she says he should stop acting so arrogant and study for another 10 years first. He asks her if she is just being shy, which makes the little mage blush. She lets slip that she's 200 years older than him, so he should stop treating her like a child. The truth is, she simply doesn't want him to leave. He's the only one who visits her regularly. The other wizards either lost their minds or tried to understand witchcraft when they saw her, but all of them failed and went back to pursuing their own magic. Eugene was the only one who came every day and genuinely tried to understand it. So she asks him again if he will really leave Erode once the thesis is finished. She starts listing all sorts of jobs he could take up if he stayed, but the protagonist rejects them all because his real goal is to return home. The little witch asks why, since he won't even become the patriarch anyway. She says that what he has done here is already amazing. While writing the thesis, he simplified the theories of hard magic and improved his own magic. Eugene says he only wrote it because he wanted to. He's the only person who can actually use it. We learn that no other mage can use the white flame method. Lavalian explains that trying to mix it with normal magic theory is physically impossible. Even if the MC can form a circle with white flames, that doesn't mean anyone else in the Mean family can copy it. He tried it himself and his mana circle started to flow backwards. Eugene reached 4 stars and managed to add the eternal hole to that circle. After that, he started to detonate the mana inside just like he did in his previous life. At first he wanted to try it at 5 stars, but the witchcraft made him change his mind. After a lot of study and time spent on the 8th and 6th floors, along with the help of Lobelian, who checked his work and verified things for him, he managed to achieve all this in just 2 years. The little witch creates a scene, saying that she doesn't care if he leaves because she has lived for more than 200 years and has said goodbye many times. Even so, she wants him to tell her before he leaves and not to disappear like Sienna did. After hearing all that, Eugene simply says it's fine and walks away, leaving the girl furious and cursing him. Although she wants him to stay, she behaves childishly. Because her personality was based on a younger Sienna, she's sometimes stubborn and immature. Deep down, she thinks that part is nonsense and believes her master really wouldn't behave that way. But Eugene says that Sienna would have acted exactly like her. Naturally, the little girl gets angry and says that he couldn't know because he never met her. He tells her that he'll finish the thesis soon and will come back to say one last thing before leaving. As he leaves the library, a kind man greets him. Eugene already knows that it is the court magician of Aroth and can guess what he wants. Krempel explains that there is still an open spot in the court magicians guild, but the protagonist keeps refusing to join. Krempel asks how the thesis is going and offers to help with his research. Even with Love Lion's help, Krempel says that he is also an expert in summoning and battle magic. Eugene asks if he even knows what the thesis is about. Of course not, MS hasn't shown it to anyone except Love Lion. So he thanks him for the offer but declines, saying it would be disrespectful to his teacher. As he leaves, he feels relieved. If that old man found out that he recreated the eternal hole, he would definitely barge into his room by force. The method of the white flames doesn't look any different from the spinning flames, and not even an archmage can notice it. That's great, because hiding his strength from powerful enemies gives him a big advantage. Later, Belian looks over a huge cloud of smoke from an attack. She says that if you ignore the spell itself and only just the pure power, Eugene is still far from the 5th circle. The protagonist says that the 4th circle still feels like his limit, and that the eternal hole doesn't seem to contain any magic higher than that. Lowen says that the MC has reached the limit of what he can handle, because the technique he created from the eternal hole is not a complete copy, and each mana circle matches a star of the white flames method. Since this circular flames method doesn't really exist in normal theory, using it could be very dangerous. Unlike the standard path, he could still handle 5th circle magic, but Lowen warns him not to try 6th circle magic just yet. No one knows the risk of using something that shouldn't exist. Eugene says he'll keep that in mind, and Lobelian asks him why he won't return to the family estate after finishing his thesis. He says that the kingdom of Lugar is famous for its ice crabs and that he always wanted to eat them. This is also the nation founded by Molan. Then he says he'll also go to Nahama because he heard that cactus scorpions are a real delicacy there. We find out that 200 years ago, Ani set out on a pilgrimage without telling anyone, and the last place she was seen was the Nahama desert. Lobayan says he had no idea Eugene cared so much about food and invites him to have lobster for dinner that night. However, at the restaurant, the protagonist is caught off guard by someone in front of him. The Prince of Arat? The prince apologizes for interrupting the meal and says he'll get straight to the point. If the MC stays in the city, he promises to offer him a commanding position among the court magicians. Eugene thinks that's a bit much at the moment, but Jonan explains that in 10 years, he will be the king of Aerith. That surprises Belian, since openly saying that the current king will step down while he is still healthy is risky. But the prince says that his father has already made that promise, and as the only heir, there is no doubt that he will take the throne. The court magicians report directly to the royal family, and in 10 years he would easily be qualified for that role. Eugene says he feels honored, but the prince doesn't even know how far his magic has progressed. The prince replies that it's only because he and Belian have worked very hard to keep it hidden. Since there must be a reason for that secrecy, all he can do is try to judge the protagonist himself. When he looks at him, he sees that mana is gathering in his body and thinks that he's probably well above the fifth circle. Honan thinks that the MC has completely understood sorcery, and when Eugene asks if he really has to answer, that basically confirms it. A commoner has no right to lie to the prince, but it's not that he dislikes Aerith or the royal family, he simply doesn't have that kind of ambition. Seeing that rank and money won't keep him there, the prince asks if knowledge would. As we know, Sienna left behind 3 books on sorcery and 2 of them are kept as treasures in the royal palace. Both Eugene and Lavelian are astonished by this, because according to what the little one told them, Sienna had taken the other 2 volumes with her. So the protagonist didn't know that the royal family had them. The prince quickly says not to misunderstand that it's only a copy which Sienna herself gave them. Eugene asks if he would be willing to show those other volumes so that they can confirm they are real, but the prince says it is impossible. Even with the king's favor, the Book of Sorcery remains the most important magic book in history. Even so, once he becomes king, he will personally let him. See, for his part, it is a very tempting offer. For a magician who knows how amazing sorcery is, it is difficult to ignore it. On top of that, the other volumes could reveal what happened to his friend. So the protagonist says that they can talk again once the prince takes the throne. The prince accepts this answer and says he'll send a letter when the kind comes. Meanwhile, the little magician reads Eugene's thesis. He really put everything together in a neat and perfect way, and she can't think of anything else to add. It may not match the eternal whole, but the method of circular flames still goes beyond modern circular magic. For most people, it would seem unfinished, but from the MC's attitude, it rather seems like a way to keep others away from knowledge that only he can use. With the thesis finally completed, the little one asks when he is leaving and is surprised to learn that it'll be the day after tomorrow, since she thought that someone like him would leave immediately. She adds that his life sounds really good food and loads of praise. That makes Eugene remember something he had said a few months earlier. Before leaving, he tells her that there is something important he needs to say. As they walk, he says that first he wants to confirm one thing and asks if it can be conveyed in another way. She gets annoyed and asks if he doubts her or thinks that she had leaked the secrets of his thesis. The little witch says that many people tried to get the information while he was away, but they couldn't get anything because it's locked away in the deepest part of witchcraft. That system exists to protect magical families and their knowledge. Eugene says that if it's really that secure, then what he's about to say will remain hidden. Then he turns to her and tells her that he has been reincarnated. She just stares at him, confused, thinking it must be some kind of joke. He starts to explain that he was reborn with memories of his previous life, but she still doesn't believe him. Then Eugene tells her who he was, Hamil Dinaz, or rather Hamil the Fool. That leaves her stunned and she asks if he is being serious. When he asks her if it's so hard to believe, she admits that actually it explains a lot of things. He only studied magic for 2 years, but he understood the eternal whole and did all those strange techniques. If he remembers a past life and was one of Branna's great companions, that would explain it. She says that Hamil the Fool always stood out among the others. Sienna Mardane was raised in the forest by elves and learned magic there. Molen Ruer was the son of the great chief of the Vior tribe, a famous battle tribe from the deserted northern lands. A Slivwood niece spent her entire life under the care of the bishops of the Holy Empire as a candidate for sainthood. Bermud, on the other hand, started off as a slave meant to be offered to the demon race. He stole a sword and fought to stay alive, and with that very first sword, he killed 10 demons and sorcerers who were guarding the slaves. The little maid says it sounds exaggerated, but legends usually are. Eugene says that knowing Bermud, it was probably true. He really was a monster. He goes on to say that Hamil was the strangest hero because, unlike the others, he started off without anything special. His village was destroyed by monsters, so he picked up a sword to survive and became a mercenary driven by hatred towards monsters and the Demon King. Even with the most ordinary past among the heroes, he still became strong enough to stand by his side. If Eugene really is his reincarnation, that crazy speed of learning makes sense, but he says it's not that simple. During his journey, he kept trying to surpass Bermet and lost every time. She replies that, from her point of view, Hamill was also a monster. Even so, the protagonist says that none of that matters. He never defeated Bermuda before dying. Then, he finally understands why she once called Hamill's hologram beautiful. He quickly says that was true in his past life. Changing the topic, she asks him why he told her now when she really can't offer any useful information. But that wasn't what Hamill was expecting anyway. From the moment he saw her for the first time, this little witch reminded him of someone. She says it's obvious since she was created from a memory of his lover when she was a child. Eugene gently strokes her head and asks if he has gone overboard again. She says she let it go this time because he was her lover's companion. Then the MC asks her if she thinks Sienna Merton is dead. She clearly says no and he accepts it. Sienna is not the kind of person who would die without leaving something behind, so he says he'll start looking for her. In fact, he believes that all of them are still alive somewhere in the world and plans to find them and help them. Although she begs, the little witch asks him to swear it before witchcraft. So Eugene steps forward and swears in his own name and in his family's name that he was Hamill Dynus in his previous life. Her eyes begin to shine and she says that after Sienna Merton disappeared, many wizards tried to search through witchcraft, but the key records were hidden in her deepest layer, just like her earlier talk. Now she's about to reveal something that should never be shared with anyone from Odier. There is evidence of Sienna Merton after her retirement. About a week before she disappeared, the two of them were together on the same floor in Exerion. Suddenly Sienna collapsed in pain and said that a familiar had died. She was also furious because someone had broken into Heimel's tomb. Eugenio is shocked. He didn't even know that there was a coffin. The little witch says that was also the first time she had heard about it. Sienna left without explaining anything to anyone and she feels bad saying this. But as an old friend of Sienna, he deserves to know. He starts thinking about having a tomb, since he always believed his body was destroyed by the lich, but if he reincarnated, then his soul survived, and he suspects Sienna had something to do with it. As he walks down the street, he wonders where that tomb could be. Tombs like that are usually linked to a significant place, so maybe Sienna set them up in her hometown. Then Balzac suddenly calls him by his name. Eugene says he knew he was being followed and ignored it, thinking Balzac would leave, but he's still here. Balzac says he heard the protagonist is heading to Lujar, and being concerned came to warn him. That place is not under Lionheart's protection, and Lujar originally banned demons and sorcerers. Some demons also oppose the Demon King's wishes regarding imprisonment. On hearing that, Eugene asks if the Demon King of Destruction is preparing for war again, but Balzac says that neither side will act unless the other does. The Demon King of Destruction is above all the others. Even in his previous life, the MC only saw him once and could barely comprehend what he was seeing. No one knew whether to attack or run away, and if it hadn't been for Anis's prayers, everyone would have gone mad. Balzac says that just because the two strongest Demon Kings are silent, it doesn't mean the rest are as well. Many demons are fed up with this long peace, so the appearance of the descendants of Bermude could provoke those who are waiting for any excuse to break it. Others are seeking empty thrones and want to become Demon Kings, and Duchess Noir Giavella is one of them. On hearing that name, Eugene wonders if he's strong enough to face higher ranking demons. Since he cannot be sure of winning, he decides that he should not head to the place just yet. Instead, he says that he'll go to Nema first. Balzac warns him to be careful in the desert as it is the territory of Emilia Mervyn, a woman who was already a great witch even before she contracted a Demon King. Balzac takes out a card and tells him that if Eugene meets her during his journey, he must give it to her, no matter what happens. Naturally, the protagonist becomes suspicious. Thanks. He opens the envelope only to find nothing inside. Balzac explains that it carries a message personally written by a servant of the Demon King. It will not protect him from all dangers, but at least Amelia Merton will not harm him. Since a favor like this is never free, Eugene asks if Balzac is actually in love with him, leaving the Black Magician completely speechless. Even so, the MC points out how strange this is, considering he has already made it clear that he doesn't like him. Balzac says it's not about that. He simply wants to form a genuine human connection with Eugene, just like everyone else does with a talented youngster like him. He thanks him for the help and invites him to the farewell party tomorrow. But he warns him that if he really comes, the protagonist might end up hating him forever. At last, the day of the party arrives. The MC talks to the master of the Blue Magic Tower and asks what kind of man the master of the Black Magic Tower used to be, since he heard that Balzac once belonged to the Blue Tower. The old man says that Balzac was always mysterious, so what about now? He was expected to become the next master of the Blue Magic Tower, but one day he suddenly left for Helmut and, as Eugene can guess, 10 years later he returned as a black magician. The old man leaves that topic aside and asks if he's really going to Nahama, then warns him never to use his surname there. No one knows what people might do to a noble from the Kiel Empire. Sometime later, Eugene arrives at the desert. He is satisfied with his cloak, which changes its shape according to the will of the wearer. It is especially useful here, adapting to his senses and controlling both the external and internal temperature. Now he is in the western region, and heading north will take him to Taro. His first goal was to find his tomb, but that can wait. He remembers that over the last 300 years, the desert has slowly expanded and he knows it is not natural. It was caused by the enemy sand mages. 300 years ago, when the demon kings grew stronger, Nahama used the war to act against the Kiel Empire. That is why, whether in the past or the present, Eugene still hates them. For now, he will continue searching for his tomb, gather clues about his former companions, and uncover the truth behind his reincarnation. That is where the first season of Dan Reincarnation ends. If you liked it, leave a like and subscribe. The second season will be coming soon. See you next time. Under the scorching sun, a group of men spot a lone figure crossing the desert through a telescope, and immediately they know that something feels off. Most people travel here in caravans or with guards. One of them wonders if the boy is simply being reckless. He has heard that the traveler is only 19 years old and says that his tribe is the only one that sends young people alone into the desert for a coming-of-age trial. That makes another man wonder why the Lionhearts would send someone to such a faraway place. No one knows, so the one with the telescope says that they just have to follow orders and keep the boy out of the Kasani desert. The older man also finds it strange, but decides not to question his master's order. Then, someone blurts out that the Lionhearts are amazing. The boy moves incredibly fast across the desert. He says that anyone who didn't know him would think the boy was born here. Then panic sets in. He is coming straight towards them. The man grabs a telescope again, because from that distance no one should have noticed them without one. That's when he sees white flames. Horrified, he realizes that the energy looks like a lion's mane. There's no doubt that's the formula of the white flame from the lion's heart. Eugene charges at them at full speed. The man can't believe it and wonders when the protagonist saw them, but by then there's no way to turn back. No matter how bad it is, he decides this is the moment and orders everyone to get ready. They plan to overwhelm Eugene, scare him and send him back home. The others move with the same thing. Just by their stance, the MC can tell they are neither assassins nor ordinary travelers. Then he notices the aura on a man's sword and realizes it's a strength sword, which means at least they have some decent skill. That excites him. For the past 2 years, he has spent more time with books than with blades. Magic is fun, but nothing beats a real fight. Eugene hits the man with such force that the impact makes his hand hurt and causes him to groan. He quickly jumps back, then his men come in. In an instant, Eugene is surrounded by 5 warriors. But a moment later, 5 spheres of energy appear above him. The man realizes that he has cast magic without even uttering an incantation. The protagonist dismisses them with a blank stare. The explosions go through all of them, leaving only the one who seems to be their leader. Eugene calls out to him impatiently and then demands to know who they are after following him for so long. So he did know from the very beginning. The man nervously claims that they are bandits. The MC mocks him, saying that he didn't know. Nama raised goons this strong. If a leader of just 10 bandits can wield 4 swords, then what about someone who leads 100? Still mocking him, he says that Nama could conquer the whole continent with such power. The man tries to keep lying, saying that they are special bandits, but Eugene tells him to stop with the nonsense. Then he changes his approach and says that he himself will make the old man talk. The man is shocked. Even though he is just a teenager, he speaks like a hardened mercenary. And how can someone so young give off such an overwhelming bloodlust? Then the protagonist disappears from his sight. He's so fast that the man can barely process it. Even so, his instincts warn him that something is coming from one side. Eugene crashes into his guard with all his strength. Only then does the man realize that the MC is also using a sword of force, and that it's even stronger than his own, since the mana remains perfectly wrapped around the blade. He stomps hard, kicking up a huge cloud of sand. The old man quickly realizes that the magic missiles are coming again and pushes his mana shield to the limit. But the moment the missiles pass through the cloud and hit, his shield shatters completely. He's stung. This is supposed to be just first circle magic, but Eugene is already in front of him, ready to strike. He knows he's about to be cut and can't stop it, but the sword stops right next to his face. Eugene jumps back with a wide grin, as if he's laughing at him. The man was humiliated by a teenager in a straight fight. Realizing that the boy spared him, he bursts with rage and shouts, then attacks and swings. None of it works. Eugene draws his sword and blocks every attack with ease, smiling the whole time. In fact, he wants the man to land a blow with the force sword. The protagonist is testing his reincarnated body against the attacks. Then, with just a few strikes, he slashes the man in several places, but the old man realizes that all of them are only superficial cuts. That only makes him angrier because they're toying with him, so he attacks with everything he's got. But Eugene jumps and deflects it, stopping a few meters away. Then the MC starts to sheath his sword again. The man looks confused and asks why he's putting it away. Furious, he shouts that he hasn't lost yet, and Eugene agrees. Then he mocks him again, saying that his hands alone are enough. The veins on the man's forehead bite. He lunges at him, but the protagonist dodges as always and lands a brutal punch to his stomach. The blow makes him vomit everything he had eaten. Then Eugene grabs him by the head and throws him onto the sand. This time he seriously asks who the man is. Spitting out sand, he says his name is Lemon Shulpo. Eugene smashes his head against the ground again and says he doesn't care about his name, he wants to know who sent him. The old man hesitates and gets hit again. One of the other soldiers stands up and begs the MC to stop. He says their master is Terry Andeni. The old man tries to stop him, but Eugene throws him to the ground again and asks who he is. The soldier explains that Terry is the emir of Kizatin, the man in charge of the next city by the east gate. So Lamon Shulhov is one of the subordinates of the city lord. He adds that they don't know the full reason, they were simply ordered to stop him from entering Kazane. He spills all this in the hope that Eugene will stop smashing his boss's face into the sand. If the protagonist continues, he will enter Kazani, and right in the middle of that place is Hemal's hometown from 300 years ago. Kazani is a newer desert and the center of a giant sandstorm, so the MC thinks this might be the base of the Sand Shaman. Of course, Nehama wouldn't want a lionheart there. Even so, Nehama's biggest threat is Emilia Mervin, the one linked to the Demon King of Imprisonment. Her dungeon is located in the Ashur Desert, far from where Anis was last seen. So Eugene actually doesn't need to go that way. Then suddenly he says, everyone else can leave, only this old man with the sandy mouth will come with him. In short, he plans to use him as a shield if any fighting breaks out on the way to Kasani, and to avoid trouble, they'll use the name of Imurvin of Kasetan. Naturally, the old man starts doubting, but he warns that if he refuses, he'll come back and tell the Lionhearts that the emir tried to rob him. That makes the man start to stammer. The protagonist goes on to say that he has something worth stealing. The Waint sword, once carried by the Lionheart ancestor, Wormwood Lionheart, he will simply say that the great emir of Kisatin tried to steal Waint from the Lionhearts. The old man nearly has a heart attack on hearing this. At that moment, he realizes that not even the emir of Kisatin is safe from this boy's troubles. Finally, he kneels down and says that he will do whatever Master Eugene wishes. Once again, the MC handles the situation smoothly. Soon, the two of them are walking side by side. The order had been to stop him from entering, and now Lehman is guiding him. He's already imagining his punishment when suddenly Eugene calls out to him. The boy asks what rank he holds in the army. Lehman Schulhoff says that he commands the 2nd Battalion of the Red Sand Warriors and protects Terry, the Emir of Kasetan. Thinking that such a skilled man should have a higher rank, the protagonist asks if the Sand Shamans are in the Kasani Desert. Lehman doesn't seem to understand the question, so the MC says he can ask with his fists. Lehman quickly says that he really doesn't know the shaman's answer to the royal family, so it wouldn't make sense for them to be stationed so far from the capital. Eugene comes closer and asks him if he's really that foolish. Lehman is still lost. Then he explains that Kasani used to belong to the Turks, but suddenly a sandstorm began to swallow everything and turn the forests into deserts. The Sultan of Nahama claimed that it was the will of the heavens. Then he quickly stationed troops there and turned the area into a military camp. Since going against the Kill Empire was impossible, using the desert was the easiest move. Lehman tries to retort, saying that his master would never stoop so low. Eugene calls him naive and asks if he's really from Kazania. He says that Lehman Scholhoff survived the sandstorm and was personally chosen by the emir, so he shouldn't be so blind. That leaves the man with nothing to say. The protagonist tells him that he didn't come all this way just to make things up, so he should think carefully. That would also explain why they tried to keep him out of Kasani, because letting a young Lionheart enter the base of the Sand Shaman would be a disaster. Once he gathers himself, Lehman Schulhoff says that if those shamans are really there, he will protect Eugene himself even if it means going against the Sultan. The MC just says that he had better keep that promise. After walking for a while, Lehman Schulhoff finally asks why he is so determined to reach Kasani. The answer is simple, a tomb. Lehman Schulhoff says that the protagonist should have started with that, and the protagonist wonders what difference it would have made. Lehman Schulhoff explains that if someone dies in Kasani, there is a separate cemetery where he can take him, but the MC says he is not looking for a cemetery. He wants a specific tomb. Shortly after, they finally find something. Lehman Schulhoff quickly says that there shouldn't be an oasis in Kasani. Eugene replies that it's not there anymore, which makes the man wonder if it was a mirage. But a mirage needs a real oasis somewhere nearby. That's why he says this one was created with magic. When Lehman Schulhoff starts questioning him again, the protagonist loses his temper and tells him to think before making him angry. An oasis is priceless in the desert, so any traveler would run straight towards it. Only then does Lehman Schulhoff realize that it was bait. Eugene keeps walking towards it anyway, saying that they'll find out soon enough. With his next step, a sword shoots out from beneath the sand. Lehman Schulhoff shouts a warning and runs, but the MC easily jumps aside and mocks him for thinking he missed something so obvious. Immediately, Eugene summons his mid-level wind spirit, Gale, and a huge explosion erupts. Even Lehman Schulhoff feels bewildered, but he remains completely calm. When the dust settles, the attacker remains standing for a moment, then groans from the impact, falls dead, and Eugene lands without a scratch. Soon the sand starts moving again, and more warriors rise up from below. All of them fix their murderous intent on the protagonist. Lav and Schulhoff come running in and order them to lower their weapons, placing themselves in front of Eugene. He announces that he serves directly under the emir and gives his name, trying to stop the attack on the guest. He even warns that refusing would be an insult to his master and that they would die for it, but the enemies do not care. They quickly surround both of them in the desert. Still confused, Lehman acts as if they have misheard, so he repeats that he is a guest of the emir and that Eugene is the young master of the Lionheart family from the Kill Empire. The MC interrupts him, saying that this only gives them more reasons to attack. Lehman and Schulhoff still do not understand, so he says it plainly. Since they've already made a move, none of them can leave alive. They are probably planning to poison him, but first they need to immobilize him. Now that Lehman and Schulhoff understand this, they think he has to help. Eugene simply tells them to come. Everyone jumps at him at once. That brings back a memory of Hamel. When Ines asks him why he keeps carrying weapons that he hardly ever uses, Hamel says that if he keeps them close, one day he will need them. Sienna, already annoyed, says that he would never listen to them no matter how many times they told him. Then Ines complains that it's not fair because Molon is always the one who carries those useless weapons. Basically, he carries Jemu's entire arsenal. Jemul argues that it's because Molon lost at rock paper scissors. But Ines says that doesn't make any sense. The weapons belong to Jemul, not to Molon. Annoyed, Hamel replies and asks her if she really thinks the cart only has her things in it. It's also full of a holy water and Molon's axe, which is the heaviest thing there. That makes Anise even envier. She says that if the holy water was only for her, she would carry it herself. But it's Hamel and Sienna who are always using it, since they're constantly on the verge of dying. Hamel points at Sienna and tells her that he already told her to stop using Ines's holy water and to use subspace magic instead. Sienna bursts out, reminding him that he was the one who said grabbing things that way was easier, so why blame her now? With nowhere else to turn, Hamel asks Bermuth why he doesn't volunteer to pull the cart. Bermuth calmly replies that it doesn't contain any of his things. That only makes Hamel feel even more bitter, saying it must be nice to use dimensional subspace magic. Sienna brightens up and says she can teach him if he comes over and begs her. The memory makes Eugene smile before returning to the present. If he had had this cloak back then, he would have heard far fewer complaints. Now that he has such a valuable item, he fights just like Hamel once did, with 2 spears in hand fully prepared. He passes by 2 assassins at once, moves above them, and throws a spear strong enough to kill one instantly. The other tries to strike back, but Eugene brings him down just as quickly with the other spear. The impact is so strong that it shatters the ground. Another enemy comes from behind to attack, but the protagonist is behind him in a flash and takes him down just as easily. More attackers approach from all sides, but Eugene never loses his cool. He pulls out 3 daggers from his cloak and brings down 3 enemies at once. Whenever one body falls, 2 more come in, and Eugene keeps drawing weapons from his dimensional cloak, blocking an attacker in front while taking down another from behind. Without slowing down, he pulls out yet another weapon. This time it's an axe and another enemy falls. The MC moves across the battlefield with weapon after weapon, even swinging an axe at great speed. He kills the enemies from a distance before they can even react. An assassin tries to use a fallen ally as a stepping stone, but gets struck from behind and is lost in the chaos. Eugene keeps moving forward through the swarm. From afar, Lemmy and Schulhoff can only watch in shock. Trembling, he calls him a monster. There isn't even a gap for him to join the fight. The boy is completely unstoppable, a master who wields all kinds of weapons with perfect control. At last, all the enemies have fallen. Lemmy and Schulhoff realizes that Eugene didn't even draw wind and only use magic as support. Then he asks if the protagonist really plans to kill each and every one of them. The MC says that these men are trained killers who wouldn't talk even under torture. He doesn't have the skill to force answers out of them, and as he points out, Lemmy and Schulhoff was only asked to use Ember's name, but that also failed. They mocked him, which means now he's useless. That makes the man admit that he can't go back like this. Eugene asks him if he wants to see the truth of the desert with his own eyes. Lemmy and Schulhoff doesn't say anything, but his face gives him away. The protagonist says that his help is almost the same as not getting any help at all. However, Lemmy and Schulhoff insists that he won't let anyone block the boy's path. MC tells him to do as he pleases, but if death comes, don't expect to be saved. Then, the ground beneath them starts to tremble and Eugene jumps into the air. The bodies of the assassins begin to glow with a violet light and then melt away. He says it's a sacrifice that invokes magic. The desert itself starts getting sucked into a huge hole. Something powerful is emerging. The mana gushing out from below is enormous. Lemmy and Schulhoff is dragged towards a pit, but instead of asking for help, he tells Eugene to run. The hole turns into a vortex of sand, and a sandstorm rises right in front of them, too suddenly to be natural. At last, Lemmy and Schulhoff realizes that Eugene was right. The storm really is the work of the Sand Shaman's magic. That reminds him of his childhood. When a sandstorm took everything away, it was the same kind of storm that destroyed his entire town. Enraged, he charges at the vortex and slashes with all his might, but nothing changes. The storm keeps raging as if he had never touched it. That's when he realizes that his strength cannot stop this storm, and by then it's already too late because his body is already sinking into the sand. Meanwhile, Eugene stays in the air with Gale's power, but even that isn't enough to escape. He can only float in place. He even considers teleporting, but decides to wait and see what comes out from under the sand. Then he hears Lemmy and Schulhoff scream. The man is being dragged by the sand, so Eugene goes over to help. With one hand, he frees him and throws him far away. While Lemmy and Schulhoff shouts for the protagonist, the boy simply tells him to go back. Lemmy and Schulhoff screams because a giant monster is about to swallow Eugene. The MC recognizes it immediately, a sandworm. A moment later, the beast swallows him whole. Lem and Schulhoff can only weep for the young master with the heart of a lion when they realize that he sacrificed himself to save them. Something inside him begins to change. He says that as a true warrior, he must repay that debt and charges forward with his sword, trying to cut the creature. Inside the sandworm, Eugene falls through its insides and realizes that these creatures absorb everything they eat. That means they do not need to get rid of waste, so there is no natural exit. He'll have to cut one himself. Instantly, he uses the white flame formula. Several circles form at once and he releases his sword. A strange sound echoes from inside the worm. Then Eugene tears it apart from the inside and comes out alive. He hits the ground and plants his sword in the sand. After quickly looking around, he realizes that he is in a cave. The worm that brought him here is already retreating, so the magic only caused the sandstorm. The worm had been under the desert the whole time. That means this could be a nest. Jamil remembers hearing that black magicians use worms to build hidden dungeons while they conduct secret research. It was Sienna who told Jamil that a long time ago. If no one stops them, those worms can create a complicated dungeon in just 10 days. After that, all the magicians have to do is fix it up and make it usable. Back then, Jamil even wondered if Sienna wanted to build a dungeon herself in the desert. That's true. When Eugene puts his hand in his pocket, he remembers that she had bluntly told him she would never live in some shameful hole under the desert. So this dungeon really could be connected to Himmel's hometown, and that pushes the protagonist forward. He's getting closer. At the same time, Lakshman is sweating a lot and with good reason. During the chaos, he was captured by the sand shamans. They laugh at him and say it was pathetic to see him charge at the worm when he wasn't strong enough. Then one of them stops joking and says he has a question. Laman asks what they want. The answer is simple: Eugene Lionheart. They want to know why the young heir of Lionheart has come to the Kasani desert, a place with nothing in it. A shaman repeats the description of the MC and demands to know why he came here. Another one presses Lakshman about why he guided a Lionheart, hinting that this could be considered a betrayal. Laman doesn't say anything, lost in his thoughts, and the shaman starts to suspect that Emil has betrayed Nehama. Lakaman was supposed to stop outsiders, so letting Eugene in makes Emir look guilty. They also demand to know why Lakshman ended up so deep underground. Laman says that the oasis was fake and that the sandstorms were created with magic. Then he asks if the shamans were behind all this. One of them says he has no idea what Lakshman is talking about and then uses magic on him to make him suffer. Another one asks if he really plans to keep resisting and orders him to tell the truth. He adds that now it doesn't matter anymore because Lemon is going to die anyway, but if he talks, they'll make it quick. What really matters to them is why Eugene is in the desert. Since he arrived in Nehama with a clear purpose, they believe it's very likely that Emir will betray them. That accusation makes Laman boil with rage. He responds by asking how these cowards dared to sneak into the country. Then he accuses them of using sandstorms to turn the land into desert. The shaman replies that creating a storm strong enough to spread desertification requires powerful magic and many expert shamans far beyond their abilities. Laman asks why they are in this dungeon, but one shaman refuses to answer and only increases his pain. Instead, they ask about him again. Lamon says that he is dead, swallowed by the giant worm. The shaman who is hurting him gets furious, but another one tells him to wait. They gather in a corner to talk where Lemon cannot hear them. One of them says that no one could survive a giant sandworm, but another points out that there's an opening near its tail and wonders if Eugene escaped before being completely digested. In the end, they decide that the assassins patrolling nearby will catch him soon anyway. Lemon panics the moment he realizes that the protagonist might still be alive. A shaman asks what they should do if they find him. and another says they shouldn't fight a Lionheart head on. They should erase his memory and throw him out. Someone else suggests protecting him and earning a reward. While they are arguing, they sense someone approaching, and Eugene emerges from the depths of the cave looking at the shamans with cold fury. They can't believe that this boy has made it this far or managed to escape from the others. One of them uses magic to look deeper into the cave, and the deeper he looks, the paler he becomes. The assassins are lying all over the floor. Those men knew the labyrinth inside out, so he can't understand how they were wiped out so quickly. Eugene doesn't think they deserve any praise. Stealth is just a skill, and their mana training is pathetic. The assassins he faced in his previous life were on a completely different level, almost inhuman. Compared to them, these ones are weak, which makes him wonder if Nehama even cares about this place. Perhaps the Sultan of this land isn't doing anything at all. Then, Laman shouts out to his young master from where he's being held. Eugene is surprised to see him there. He had told him to run. However, they still managed to catch him. The MC turns to the sand shamans and tells them he has a lot of questions for them. One of them touches the ground and raises a wall of sand around them, but he's already prepared. Before the barrier closes, he throws a small magic stone and covers himself with his cloak. A huge explosion shatters the barrier. The shamans were left stunned by how easily he broke it. As the dust settles, Eugene is still standing there with another magic stone in his hand. At first, one shaman thinks that the protagonist dispelled the spell, but then rejects that idea. Dispelling magic works before activation. So his guess is that the MC forced out all the mana. And since that technique doesn't exist in Arot, it must be something related to the Lionheart clan. Realizing that they can't capture him alive, he orders the others to kill him. Eugene simply says that they were the ones who attacked first. While preparing another spell, he adds that there's no problem if he attacks before they do. Seeing him move, each shaman starts forming jutsus. Together, they summon a huge wave of sand and send it straight towards him. Eugene just smiles, almost excited. As the sand approaches, he lifts the magic stone and throws it like a bullet. The attack collapses and the stone crashes directly into the forehead of a shaman. He drops him once and his ally freezes in horror, certain that he's dead. Eugene uses that opening, igniting his aura for another strike. In a blur, he leaves the spot and appears above everyone. The shamans hurry to counterattack with more jutsu, but he realizes it immediately. They are trying to distract him with clones while the real attack comes from above. He pulls out a whip from the storage space in his cloak and breaks the falling spikes. The shaman is left stunned. How did Eugene know? Before he can react, the whip snaps around his neck and tears his head off. The body collapses and the protagonist lands beside him. After that, the others are terrified. He takes advantage of the moment to ask what these assassins are doing here, but the man he's facing is too frightened to speak. Eugene says they're too weak to be part of the Sultan's army. So are they traitors then? The shaman starts to protest, but suddenly a dagger stabs into his leg. While he screams, MC says he doesn't feel like wasting time questioning someone of such a low level, so he gives him an option. Speak or die. Finally, the shaman says, what is happening here is not under the Sultan's control. And Eugene asks, who's in charge then? Maybe the Emir of Kasatin? The shaman denies it. Only the Emir is involved, not the one who's actually running things. Before he can finish, another dagger is stabbed into his other leg, and despite the pain, the man lets slip the name of the real leader, Emilia Mervyn. That name surprises the protagonist, but he quickly says that her dungeon should be in the Asha desert. The shaman explains that she has been moving between dungeons for 6 years. This makes Eugene wonder why a great witch would come to a place like this. The man falls silent again, so the MC realizes what is really stopping him: fear. He offers two options: a quick death at his hands or whatever his lover would do to him. Remembering how terrifying she is, the shaman gives in. He says that this labyrinth was built to speed up desertification and that there are many more like it. This one in particular was made more than 10 years ago. It was expanded 6 years ago. Everyone thought it was for the underground foundation, but then they found a huge box buried underneath. They couldn't open it, so they brought Emilia. Eugene pulls out another dagger and says that now he understands. Then he throws it at the shaman's forehead, making him fall down with the others. With the shamans dead, Lamont finally frees himself from the sand chains. Eugene realizes that everyone here was working for Emilia. dealing with travelers who came too close. Lemon hurriedly calls his young master and, worried, tells him that they must leave now. If this really is the witch's dungeon, then it must be Blackthorn's dungeon. But the protagonist says that they didn't come all this way just to turn back. And the owner probably isn't even here, since her main dungeon is in another desert. Lemon warns that she could return at any moment, but Eugene says that even if they leave, they'll probably be hunted down. No one likes a stranger entering their land. No matter what they do, she'll find them. The MC wanted to avoid that woman, but now there's no other choice. Then he realizes that someone is following him. It's Lemon Sholoff. When he asks her why she hasn't run away, Lemon says that he saved her twice, so she'll risk her life to protect him. Even with that determination, the protagonist tells her that she doesn't have the strength to do so and should focus on getting out. Still, Lemon refuses to leave him there alone. A second later, the MC disappears from her sight in the blink of an eye and knocks out his follower with a blow to the neck, telling her that he already said she should leave and stop being a nuisance. After propping Lemon up against a wall, Eugene moves on. As he walks, he thinks about what the shaman said about the labyrinth, and his mind goes back to the lineage ceremony when he was 13 years old. It was also then that he obtained Hamel's artifact. Now he wonders if taking the necklace broke the magic that protected the tomb and curses Emilia as a grave robber. When he finally reaches the crater, he knows that his body was buried underneath. At the edge, he jumps in without hesitation, wrapping himself in energy to cut through the air and spotting a door below. He wonders if this is what they meant. He lands on it and sees that it is already open. So the witch must have arrived here first. Without stopping, he moves forward. Inside, there is a huge catacomb stretching for kilometers. The place is covered in damage, craters, broken walls, deep scars. And Eugene starts to think that a battle took place here. Only one person comes to mind, his friend. Even so, he keeps searching for his grave until something stops him in his tracks. It is a statue of how he looked in his past life when he was Hamel the Fool. He lets out a quiet laugh. The last words on the tombstone say that although he was a crazy fool and rubbish, he was also brave, loyal, and a great sage who gave his life for his team. That finally breaks him, and through tears he murmurs that they should have said it while he was still alive, not after his death. Then he sits there and cries for a while. Hours later, sitting on a stone, he studies the area and sees how brutal that fight must have been. Curiously, the tombstone is intact. He figures that 200 years ago, when Sienna felt his death, she came here and fought against an intruder. The Sienna he knew was already powerful, but through witchcraft, she became the strongest mage in the world. Even so, she couldn't stop whoever attacked. If she had, the grave wouldn't look like this. For a moment, he fears that she might have died here. Then he realizes that she didn't, because the illusion in Erof was created by Sienna herself. So the only answer is that she was injured and managed to hide herself. But then, who could have pushed her so far? He knows he won't learn anything if he just stands still. He has to find her. So he starts searching for any clue he can find. As he moves through the corridors, he imagines his friends crying while placing her statue. Then he wonders if Bermuth also cried, but quickly dismisses that thought. He simply cannot imagine Bermuth crying. Every time they defeated a powerful enemy and everyone else was celebrating, Bermuth was always the first to attend to the wounded. He would blame himself, saying that his friends shouldn't have died, that they shouldn't have been injured, and that he was still too weak. Naturally, that made everyone angry, especially Hamel, who asked why Bermuth stayed with this group of nobodies if he saw himself as a god who should do everything. The saint tried to calm them down and told Hamel to stop provoking Bermuth, but Hamel realized that she too was upset. Even so, the nun said that she was not angry with Bermuth, but rather she was angry because she already knew the nonsense Hamel was about to say. Trying again, Eugene says that they can't have conversations like this anymore. Then, something interrupts his thoughts. A little further ahead, he finds another half-open door. The sight draws him in, and as he gets closer, he enters and finds a suit of armor on the floor guarding another door. Eugene frowns at the strange situation. A door behind another door, and that armor just sitting there. Who is it, and why is it blocking the way? Then the armor lets out a strange sound and slowly rises, taking up a fighting stance. At first, the protagonist thinks it's a demon, But the presence feels different, not alive. This time, with anger, he demands to know who it is. A voice replies from inside the armor, saying that it is someone Eugene knows very well. Then it raises its sword and calls itself Hamil the Fool. Messi freezes for a few seconds and then angrily asks what was just said. He replies that he is just a Death Knight pretending to be Hamil, but then he realizes this is his tomb, so the Death Knight could also use his body. He orders the walking tin can to remove its helmet. The knight says nothing, just stares at him with burning eyes, and Eugene can no longer contain his anger as he charges at the armor. Furious, he rushes straight at him and then jumps high to deliver a powerful downward strike, drawing two swords from his cloak. As he attacks, he demands to know who pushed him into this body. Both swords come down with brutal force, but the undead knight dodges at the last second and tries to counterattack, only to be smashed in the stomach by Eugene's next blow. It does nothing. Instantly, he realizes that the knight is using a mana shield. That doesn't make any sense. Death Knights use demonic power, not mana, and that kind of shield shouldn't work for them. Then the undead knight charges again and the protagonist blocks with both swords, but the impact still sends him flying backwards. Barely managing to keep his balance, he realizes that this thing is very strong. It's probably the work of Emilia, the one who broke into the tomb and used her body. Since her real soul wasn't inside yet, she must have forced another soul in. And if that's true, defeating this Death Knight won't be easy. He might be on par with the strongest in his family. Burning with anger, Eugene looks at him and decides he doesn't care anymore. He drops both swords and recoils. He gathers his strength, then bursts forward at an incredible speed. In a flash, he is behind the knight, drawing a sword from his dimensional space for another strike, but the armor reacts just in time to block it. Eugene does not give up and swings a sword that has become even larger. Even so, the knight dodges at the last second and knocks the weapon out of the MC's hands with a clean strike. Immediately he looks for another weapon, but the knight reads his move and shifts to defend. Still, Eugene's attack lands hard enough to push the knight backwards. Trying to keep his balance, the knight looks up and sees the protagonist, now holding a spear, eyes blazing and ready to keep fighting. The knight comments that this boy handles many weapons well. Eugene replies that if he's so eager to copy Hamil, he should stop talking like that. As the MC approaches, the undead knight says that he is skilled but still not strong enough to defeat him. Then he lunges forward and barely avoids the blow. He blocks a flurry of attacks, but while he holds on, his spear does not. The knight uses that opening to deliver a final blow, declaring that the fight is over. Eugene is surprised for a moment, but somehow manages to escape the attack. The undead knight can't believe it and asks him what he did. The protagonist responds by pointing his sword at the armor. The fake Hamil realizes that Eugene redirected the blow with a parry, but that wasn't all. He also used mana to create an even stronger reverse flow. Even so, the attack was so powerful that just changing its flow shouldn't have been enough to stop it completely. Knowing that he can't drag this out any longer, the MC decides to finish it now, even if it wrecks his body. He activates his mana circle, charges forward and unleashes dozens of quick blinding attacks. It feels as if his bones are being torn out and his muscles ripped apart. Even this highly talented body can barely withstand it. But that doesn't matter. His old body was much worse and he still fought in it. As long as he's conscious, he'll be able to keep going. Then his sword breaks under the relentless blows, so he instantly draws another as the knight prepares to strike. Pouring all his mana into it, Eugene charges at the undead knight with everything he's got. For this attack, he even drops his mana shield, not caring if it leaves him exposed. He's putting everything on Gwyneth to win. Their attacks clash and create a massive shockwave, but that clash is just a distraction. He had already placed several energy spheres above them and now activates all of them at once, striking the Death Knight from every direction. He rushes in immediately after, turns towards his enemy and says he wants to see who's under that armor. With a precise and sharp blow, he splits the helmet in half and fire-like mana gushes out from his sword. When he lands, he sees that the armor has stopped moving. The broken helmet falls to the ground. Eugene turns around and sees that his attack worked. Then he tells the Death Knight to look as well, as if he wants him to see the face he is wearing. When he finally turns around, Hamel's scarred face is revealed, and even the protagonist is shocked to see his former self. With bitter irony, he praises his own face. After 300 years, it still looks alive, but the soul inside that large body is filthy and disgusting. Those words enrage the knight, and he roars like a beast guarding its territory. Then he charges and throws his sword at Eugene, who dodges it with nothing more than a slight tilt of his head to one side. But when the MC looks back, the Death Knight is already right in front of him and throws a punch at him. He barely manages to raise his sword in time. Even though he blocks it, the blow makes him stagger backwards before he can stop himself. Eugene wonders why the knight threw away his sword, and then realizes that the monster is now much faster. This must be the true power of the soul within him, a power he couldn't use properly before. He quickly thinks about the problem. A Death Knight can heal itself instantly, and the only way to kill it is to destroy the core and the heart. The problem is that the protagonist is not sure if he can do it after burning so much strength in his last attacks. Without the White Flame formula, he knows he would have already died. Even so, he puts aside those weak thoughts and decides that he will do the impossible here. The Death Knight lunges at him again, forming red claws that almost tear Eugene's head off. While the monster is still in the air, the MC fires his energy spheres again, but the knight dodges all of them and lands like a beast. Now the claws cover his hands and feet, and he realizes that he's using demonic energy. His wild style looks less like that of a swordsman and more like that of an animal. Then he realizes the soul inside Hamel's body is a lycanthrope. He can't believe it, but the knight doesn't give up and keeps coming towards him. Eugene pulls out a magic crystal from his dimensional cloak and throws it at the attacking right hand of the undead. The moment it touches the demonic mana, it starts to cancel it out. Even so, the Death Knight tears it off and keeps attacking. That surprises the protagonist. Even a fragment of the Moonlight Sword can't completely erase the demonic power, it can only weaken it. While searching for another stone, an idea strikes him and he charges straight at the Beast Knight. The knight also charges with the same ferocity. Their attacks clash with a massive shockwave, but the knight moves first and strikes again. His claws slash Eugene in the stomach, but in that opening, Eugene plants the magic stone into the undead right above the chest plate. Before the stone can touch the demonic energy, the fake Hamel lets out a wild scream and shoots spikes of demonic power in all directions. Several of them hit Eugene, but he remains standing. He realizes that the spots where the demonic energy faded are less protected, and in that brief opening, he launches his attack through the heart and the core. At the same time, he unleashes his energy spheres to strike the exposed monster again and again. After giving it everything he has, a piece of magic stone goes flying and Eugene can barely stay on his feet. Then he sees the Beastman get up again and demands to know what that thing in his chest is and how he dares to call himself Hamel. As the armor cracks, the core in the knight's chest is revealed. The creature tries to cover it up and begs the MC not to look. He coldly asks if that's supposed to be his heart. Enraged, the knight charges again, ramming his shoulder into Eugene's stomach and sending him crashing through a wall. The blow shatters the protagonist, making him cough up blood. Even so, he calls the knight a fool. He is not Hamel, just a Death Knight, and beneath that, just a werewolf. The monster keeps insisting that he is Hamel, but the MC knows those words mean nothing. Mad with rage, the knight releases more demonic energy and sinks his claws into Eugene's shoulders. The pain is overwhelming. He tells himself that he cannot die here, not after being reborn. It can't end like this for nothing. He raises a hand knowing that if he uses that power now and something goes wrong, he won't be able to move for a while. But if it works, he'll surely win this fight and tear his old body apart until nothing remains. The cost will be brutal, but he has no other choice left. So Eugene prepares the most powerful technique he used in his previous life. Before he can unleash it, Leman appears and shouts the protagonist's name. The moment he arrives, he sees his young master in grave danger. The MC can't believe that this idiot has come back after being knocked out just so he could escape. Drawing his sword, Leman shouts at the monster to let Eugene grow. Instead, the undead grab him even tighter and lift him higher. Then it throws him against a wall as if he were a ball being tossed. Seeing the protagonist crash hard into the pillar frightens Lemon, but he attacks the undead anyway. One move is enough for his weapon to break, and then they grab him by the neck. Lemon shouts at Eugene to run while he keeps the monster busy, but the MC asks how he's supposed to do that when he's already caught in its claws. Even now, Lemon is surprised that he can still smile. Though there's no time to think about it, the undead get ready to throw him. It throws Lemon straight at Eugene, who tries to brace himself but ends up crashing into the wall along with him. On the ground, Lemon worries about his young master. He helps the protagonist to stand up, but the strength fades from the protagonist's eyes. Lemon says he'll create an opening and tells the MC to run when he gives the signal. MC says that won't be necessary. Then he points behind them. There's a door right there. The undead says nervously that the door never opens and that no one has ever opened it. That only makes Eugene want to try even more. As he approaches it, he decides that if he has to use his special power, he will. But first he needs to know what lies beyond this door. This is his tomb, and if Sienna or someone else arranged his reincarnation, it's possible they did it so that only the original owner could open it. With a gentle push, the door starts to open and the Death Knight is terrified. Eugene and Lemon enter the room, and before the knight can react, the door shuts by itself. Lemon lands face first on this door. When he starts to look around, Eugene knocks him out again with a quick blow to the neck. At least he gave it a shot, so the protagonist decides to let him sleep inside rather than die at the hands of the madman outside. Then Eugene looks around the room and freezes. Did Vermouth really leave that here? 300 years ago, after they killed the Demon King of Carnage, the MC and the others found underground tunnels. At the bottom, they discovered ancient relics without any idea of how long they'd been there. Sienna could read the ancient language and guessed that they were from the mythical era. In the deepest chamber, they found the sword in the moonlight. Back then, Hamel had lost all his weapons fighting against the Demon King of Carnage, so he said he would take them and asked if anyone had any objection to it. But the truth was, he couldn't even get close to the sword. He fell to his knees, coughed up blood, and in the end, it was Vermouth who ended up with it. Now that same sword is in front of him, and Eugene wonders if this is Vermouth's way of honoring him as he looks at the enormous sword floating above an altar. The name Moonlight's sword may be simple, but it fits. After Vermouth claimed it, he never used his holy sword again. This one was just that powerful. Remembering what the weapon meant, Eugene looks up and sees a crescent moon hanging above it. The first time they found it, the moon was full, so the sword is probably weaker na? He thinks it might react to the moon fragment, but then remembers he left that fragment stuck in the chest of the Death Knight. Looking at the weapon again, he wonders if Vermouth left it here because Hamel wanted it back then. Then he laughs and calls Vermouth an idiot. What's the use of a gift after someone has already died? Even so, this is not the time to get emotional. The room contains only the Moonlight sword and a single exit. So if he leaves, he'll have to fight that crazy Death Knight again. And that's not the only danger. He has no idea when Emilia will return. That means he needs to kill the knight and escape quickly. Eugene walks towards the Moonlight sword, still not sure why Vermouth put it here. But if it's right in front of him, there must be a reason. The only answer that comes to his mind is simple. It was left here for him. In his previous life, he couldn't even touch the Moonlight sword. But now, reborn as a descendant of Vermouth, maybe he can. More than that, if this really is a gift from his friend, he has to accept it. So Eugene takes the sword, then stops. The aura emanating from it is terrifying. He hasn't even touched the sword yet, only the light surrounding it, and already he can barely breathe as his mana screams through his body. Realizing that his mana might go out of control, he activates the white flame formula and forces his arm forward. He can also tell that the sword is much weaker than before, so it really has been broken into pieces. At last, Eugene grabs the hilt, but a surge of mana throws him forcefully to the ground. Even so, he does not let go of the Moonlight sword. For the first time, he is truly holding it, so he draws it, wanting to see the condition of the sword. What he finds is exactly what he expected. There's no sword, it was shattered to pieces. Then the crescent moon above the sword begins to shine brighter and bursts into many fragments that fly towards the hilt and start coming together again. A sword of blue energy forms from the gathered moonlight, and Eugene is delighted to see that the sword has taken shape. To test it, he pours mana into the sword under the moonlight and waits to see what it can do. He immediately realizes that the weapon is devouring his mana as if it was starving. Worse still, the amount it drains is absurd. He can manage it, but not easily at this moment. As he puts it away, he thinks that the sword is both terrible and amazing, broken but still incredibly strong. With this, he won't need ignition. The moonlight sword should be enough to defeat the Death Knight. Even so, before leaving, he decides to check his own coffin. Eugene approaches and opens it. Just as he expected, there's no body inside, but then he notices something beside it. It's a message. Perhaps someday they'll meet again in the world he dreamed of. He freezes when he recognizes Sienna's handwriting. He also finds a leaf that is perfectly preserved, even though there isn't a single tree nearby. Outside the chamber, the Death Knight is still staring at the door. He tried to crush it again and again, but couldn't leave even a single mark. Not even his master could open it. However, a child entered without any trouble, so he decides not to kill Eugene until his master returns. He'll probably get furious when he sees his helmet and armor damaged, with the claw exposed. He has to prove that he's still useful, otherwise he'll be discarded. Then, all of a sudden, something in front of him makes him shudder. It's Eugene, calmly walking out of the room. Looking straight at the Death Knight, he asks if he was looking for him. The fake Hamil asks how he got in. The protagonist replies with a smile that he simply opened the door and walked in. Then, the undead demand to know what was in there. MC puts a finger to his lips and calls it a secret, which only makes the zombie angrier, and he hurries up. He puts his hand into the dimensional space of his coat, pulls out the sword under the moonlight, and gets ready to strike. Then attacks clash, but Eugene wins the exchange. His strike breaks the undead's claws. The Death Knight instantly jumps back, shaken, looking at the protagonist in disbelief. That light broke his demonic claws, but MC doesn't come out unscathed either. He still can't control that power properly. After one strike, his vision turns blurry, he can barely breathe, and the light from the sword keeps draining his mana. Even so, the power feels incredible. And although he didn't kill the knight, he did eliminate the demonic force behind that attack. Now the Death Knight looks at Eugene with fury. He starts walking forward again, this time without using demonic energy. That throws him off for a second, until he realizes that the knight plans to fight with his bare hands. He warns that it's a bad idea. Then he draws Vanath while still holding the moonlight sword. The zombie lunges forward at great speed, leaping like a beast, but Eugene follows every movement, catches the attack coming from behind, and counterattacks immediately. The Death Knight barely escapes. The protagonist mocks him, asking if he's already scared when he hasn't even landed a blow yet. Then he uses Vinith to summon a storm, creating a tornado beneath the Death Knight and tossing him into the air. The spinning force slams him hard against the ceiling. While that's happening, Eugene gathers his mana and spreads it through the broken rocks around him. Then he shoots all of them at the Death Knight in the air at once. When the MC approaches, he says that if he were in better shape, the fight would have already been over. He stomps on the ground, burns more mana, and forms a giant hand that lunges towards the zombie. The Death Knight barely dodges it and collapses when the attack misses, but when he looks at his shoulder, he sees that more of his armor has broken. That enrages him and he activates another skill. The demonic aura starts to pour out from his entire body. Eugene mocks him and asks why he didn't use it earlier, since saving it made no sense. The Death Knight sees that the mana hand is coming back and dodges 3 more strikes, but still can't close the distance, saying that the skill has already been wasted. More demonic energy spreads out from the zombie, but the protagonist doesn't stop. Suddenly, a fragment of moonstone shoots towards the attack and clashes against the Death Knight's demonic energy. With the moonlight sword in his hand, Eugene can move the fragments however he wants. He uses that opening to attack the zombie's core. It only takes him a second. The Death Knight tries to strike back, but the MC's sword is faster. He pierces its heart and throws it against the wall. When the body falls, the MC looks completely exhausted. The tension makes him cough up blood. Even using the slightest bit of energy was too much for his body. Even so, it's better than using ignition. When he looks at the hilt, which now lacks a blade, he sees that the light has gone out because it has run out of mana. He puts the sword back into his dimensional space and walks towards his own corpse, the body he just killed again. He definitely felt the core break, so the fact that the body remains means it wasn't completely destroyed. Eugene feels disgusted and wonders how that woman dared to dig him up and use his body in this way. He decides to finish it quickly, grab the Arab and escape before the witch returns. But suddenly something blocks his sword. He immediately realizes how bad this is. His body is restrained as if invisible chains are holding him. He forces a smile and asks if she has finally decided to show herself. The figure approaching is Amelia Mervyn. Eugene cannot move at all and can only speak because she allows him to. He asks if at least they can talk face to face. As she comes closer, Amelia says she is deciding what to do with him. She has many ideas, but her favorite is to drag him to the surface and bury him in the burning sand. She would leave only his head above the ground so that he could neither close his mouth nor his eyes. In no time, his eyes would be torn apart and his tongue would dry up like a dead twig. After that, she would ruin his legs, twist them as if they were a rope, and drive metal into each finger. As she says this, the protagonist's body begins to move on its own, approaching with a deadly presence. Emilia adds that his arms would be fixed forever. Blind and unable to see anything, he would still feel every bit of that pain. Eugene says that he would die from the shock first, but Emilia calmly tells him no because she would not allow it. He had become a scarecrow in the desert, abandoned there until she got bored of looking at him. Just hearing that almost made the MC wet himself. Then the woman asks him if he wants to know who she is. He already does and says that her name is Amelia Mervyn, master of the Blackthorn Desert Dungeon, harbinger of death and the strongest witch. She says that he broke her little pet. Useless or not, it was still hers and only its owner had the right to mistreat the Death Knight. Eugene says that pet is disgusting and asks her why she didn't at least wash it. Before he can add that the corpse stinks, she hits him on the head, sending him flying and knocking his sword away. Emilia looks down and says that only she can talk about it in that way. While spitting blood, he realizes that the paralysis spell has disappeared and wonders if he might be able to kill her like this. He quickly understands the truth. Amelia is on a completely different level, and not even his trump card will be enough. He wanted to avoid using the MasterCard from the Black Magic Tower and owing them a favor, but now he has no other choice. Getting up, he asks her if she knows Balzac. Amelia gives him a puzzled look, wondering why he would mention that name now. Eugene takes a card out of his pocket and says, "The master of the Black Magic Tower wrote a letter for exactly this situation." Using magic, Amelia snatches the letter from his hand. She keeps looking at him, still wary of him. Once she sees the seal, she knows it's genuine, but she wonders why Balzac would write to someone like Eugene. The protagonist says that Balzac told him if he handed her this letter, she wouldn't kill him no matter what happened. Emilia says that's not exactly right. Some time ago, Balzac helped her and in return she agreed to grant him a favor. That promise was valuable, even for the master of the Black Magic Tower. But he still hasn't used it after all these years. Then she asks if MC understands what that means, because he has the letter and can claim that favor instead of Balzac as long as it's something she can actually do. Eugene's face hardens as he realizes the position he's in. Emilia says that if he wants to live, he can ask, but she still wants to know why he's here and how he got in. Then he makes his request. He tells her to kill herself. Amelia reminds him that she told him to ask for something possible. Then she gives him two options. First, stay silent and die. Second, live but open your mouth and tell her everything she wants to know. Eugene is horrified by both options. Amelia tells him not to worry, that she won't kill him or torture him. She says there are many other ways to make someone talk. With a chilling look, she adds that it's very interesting since he has reached a place that not even the Sultan knows about. She wonders if any of the sand shamans betrayed her, although that still doesn't seem likely. Eugene is stuck. If he asks her to forgive him, he'll have to tell her everything. It's not as if he can lie or hide anything. A magician of her level could extract all his secrets in a moment. When Emilia comes closer, she says that he has been thinking for a while and asks him if his silence should be taken as an answer. With no real way to win, the protagonist considers using ignition. He runs but abandons the idea immediately. Emilia could simply paralyze him again. Amelia says she will count to 3. She'll not wait any longer. Eugene briefly thinks about using his surname to get out of this, but the odds are terrible. When she catches up to him, he wonders if telling the truth is better, that he opened the door and found the moonlight sword. But if Emilia finds out about that, she will definitely accept it. Then something unexpected happens. Just as she finishes counting, Emilia senses a great presence and turns around. Emma's body rises again and Eugene feels a very familiar disgust. Emilia falls to her knees before her master and asks why he is here, calling him the great demon king of imprisonment. That hated title instantly fills the MC with rage. Before he can react, the demon king of imprisonment calls him by his name and tells him that he has been watching through Balzac's eyes. Eugene is shocked to learn that they had been observed the whole time. The demon king says that he came to lay flowers for the friend of his ancestor. Since he saw the statue outside, he should know that this tomb belongs to Hamaldinus, a man whom the world called a fool, even though he was not at all, and companion of his dear Vermouth. Hearing a demon king praise Hamel in such a way catches Eugene off guard. But the moment he hears dear Vermouth, the irritation returns. The demon king says that he understands the protagonist's hostility, but explains that he and Vermouth understood each other and became friends. He adds that it would be unfair to impose that bond on someone born 300 years later. So while he respects the Lionhearts as descendants of Vermouth, he does not demand their respect. Then he says that during the 300 years since Vermouth's death, he has seen many Lionhearts, but Eugene carries the blood of the great hero more strongly than any of them. Those words make Emilia more interested in the MC once she hears his surname. Looking at him closely, she says that his features match those of Keel. She did not expect a demon king to use the body of a death knight as a vessel, and asks him how she is supposed to take this. The demon king tells her that it is up to her to decide, but Amelia asks if he came all the way here just to protect a mere Lionheart, and he replies that Eugene is a descendant of his dear friend. Amelia mentions a freedom and asks if he would take it away for nothing more than that. The demon king of incarceration says that Vermouth may be dead, but his blood still lives on, and now he seems more like the hero than anyone else has in many years. He says that he respects Amelia, but he values his friendship with Vermouth much more, so he will not allow her to harm one of Vermouth's descendants. Amelia steps back, asking if someone who's been dead for 300 years matters more than the person standing in front of him, and instantly realizes that she has gone too far. The Demon King's magic almost crushes her on the spot. Pinned to the ground, Amelia begs her master for mercy. He tells her that the freedom he gives her can never go beyond the respect she owes him. He let her act freely even when she entered Hamel's tomb, but for now he will not allow her to harm the descendant of Vermouth. That last part makes Eugene pause, wondering what he means by "for now." Emilia tells the protagonist to show proper respect to the Demon King of imprisonment, but the MC barely reacts. The Demon King says that 300 years ago he made a promise with Vermouth, and since then, so he has treated the hearts of Leon with kindness. He gave them freedom and never demanded respect, but that kindness should not be mistaken for duty. After all, he is still the Demon King of imprisonment, ruler of countless demons. Just hearing his voice makes Eugene's body freeze in place and leaves his heart spinning. The Demon King says that freedom requires responsibility. Without it, it is just a whim. Then he orders him to go back home and tell this to his family. If they continue to refuse to fear him, he will also stop showing them respect. The protagonist understands this immediately. This is a warning. He asks why he has come now after 300 years of silence. The jailer replies that the promise he made is coming to an end, and the wheel that Vermouth stopped is beginning to turn again. A new oath will be needed, but who will surpass his ancestor and stop that wheel once more? And Eugene asks what oath he means, but the Demon King just smiles and says, MC has no right to know because he is not Vermouth. With a cruel smile, he calls him a foolish lion. At that moment, he realizes something, but the Demon King continues, saying that the protagonist's soul and his very existence could only be born in these 300 years because of that oath. The words leave Eugene confused and his necklace begins to glow a crimson red. The Demon King orders Emilia to return to her dungeon, but she replies that there is still something she wants to hear from the boy. He silences her immediately, saying that she doesn't want anything from him. That only annoys Emilia even more because the MC killed her creature and opened the door that not even she could open. The Demon King looks to one side and then releases his aura. A second later, they are taken towards the door. With just a wave of his hand, the supposedly indestructible door starts to crumble and turn into sand. Inside, there is only the grave of the Arab and Hamil. He tells Emilia to look carefully. There's nothing there and there's nothing in this place that she wants either. Frustrated, Emilia falls silent and accepts his order. Then he asks her if she had grown attached to that body. The Demon King says that his time here is over and that he will return Hamil's body. Emilia mocks him and asks if he's really going to return it when it belonged to her precious friend. In a cold voice, he replies that he does not like Hamil and finally abandons the corpse. Eugene's whole body falls to the ground. Emilia stands up and tells him that he is lucky and that next time things won't be like this. She casts dark magic on Hamil's body, turning it into a small ball of energy. Then she heads towards the exit, thinking that today she can't do anything to this boy. But once the peace oath is over, she'll have her way with him. And from the smile she gives Eugene, it's clear she can't wait for that day to come. The protagonist stays there watching her leave. He clenches his fist, trying to hold back his anger, but it doesn't work. He shouts with eyes full of hatred and punches the wall before also kicking a pillar, wrecking the ruined place even more. Then he remembers that they called him a foolish lion and realizes that the Demon King knows he has been reincarnated. He even wonders if Vermouth's oath with Baphomet was what brought him back, but quickly dismisses that idea. If Vermouth had really wanted to protect him, he would have focused on killing the demons first. So the oath is probably a peace agreement, not the reason for Eugene's return. The Demon King's claim that Hamil didn't like him clearly hurts, but the MC also hates demons and is already thinking of countless ways to crush him. Emilia pulled the Death Knight maiden out of her body, and he couldn't stop her. On top of that, the oath Vermouth made is coming to an end, and it might be necessary for someone else to take his place to stop the cycle once again. And Eugene is in no mood for riddles and is furious because this Demon King keeps talking in circles just because he's older. He is not interested in taking Vermouth's place in any oath. He plans to completely destroy the Demon King's cycle. If the Demon King is tied to the protagonist's reincarnation, then there is no way he would want the MC to maintain a system like that. Even so, Eugene picks up the leaf that had been on his grave and remembers that 200 years ago, someone broke into this tomb after Vermouth's death. When Sienna Murden found out, she rushed here immediately and fought the intruder with everything she had, but then she had to hide. The leaf inside the coffin came from the World Tree, the sacred tree tied to all the faith of the elves. A leaf like this allows an elf to return to it from anywhere. Most likely, Sienna used it to escape from danger, but who could force the strongest mage in the world to do that? Then, a name comes to my mind. Someone powerful enough to make even her kneel. But if Vermouth really fought against her, why would he pretend to be dead to do so? And Eugene remembers the first time he met the group as a wandering mercenary. Sienna Murden was the first to question Vermouth's choice. Looking at him as she did so, the second was the saint, who acted anything but saintly and even called him a stray dog. Moulin Rouge was an idiot, the same as always, but Vermouth stood his ground and said he wanted Hemeldainas to join him on the journey to defeat evil. Eugene didn't care at all about that furry fellow and said he wouldn't take orders from someone weaker than himself. Vermouth replied that if he won, Hamil would join him. The fight begins and Hamil quickly falls to the ground. That furry fellow really is stronger than him. Even more stubborn than ever, Hamil says he just slipped and charges again, sword in hand. The result is obvious. He loses again. Then Hemal asks why Vermouth wants him so much when he's clearly weaker. Vermouth ignores the complaint and simply says, a promise is a promise, so Hemal has to go with him. Hemal points out that as the hero of light, Vermouth could recruit many others. Vermouth replies that he needs Hemal's strength to kill all the demon kings. Then he extends his hand and asks Hemal to join the group. Still holding the blade, Eugene thinks that if Vermouth really caused his reincarnation, then it makes sense that the necklace ended up among the treasures in the heart of Leon. Vermouth could have put it there himself. Even so, coming to that conclusion is too soon. He clearly saw the image of Sienna Murden in Oroth, and the message on her tomb, written by her, clearly pointed towards his reincarnation. So Vermouth may have turned against Sienna Murden, but Eugene does not want to accept that. But just sitting around will not help. If he wants the truth, he must first find his friend. A while later, the Sultan looks at him with suspicion and says that the protagonist has been asking too many questions. He has already heard the report from his man and asks if the MC really believes that a king would send people to rob him. He does not care why they did it. The point is that they tried to harm him. The Sultan insists that it was to protect Eugene, since Hemo, Haman and Keel do not get along and the emperor is being cautious. The Sultan does not trust him either. He believes that the sand shamans who are causing the desert to spread are hiding there, and he cannot allow the protagonist to find them. Then he says that protecting the MC would look as if Hemo was bowing down to Keel. So he needs to know why Eugene came to that empty desert. He bluntly says that he did not come here to be interrogated. The king agrees. Someone from the protagonist's family is not easy to interrogate, so he tried to protect him before anything went wrong. He adds that if Arab had just followed orders, they wouldn't be having this awkward conversation. Then he states that his men kept their distance until the MC attacked them first. That makes him laugh. The old fox is doing everything possible to avoid talking about the sand shamans or the assassins. He also realizes that the Sultan probably doesn't know anything about the tomb, so he says, it's alright, it was a misunderstanding. But how is he supposed to explain that to his family? The moment the lion hearts are mentioned, the king gets nervous and pretends not to understand what Eugenio means. The protagonist reminds him that, misunderstanding or not, his life was still in danger and he has no idea how his family will take it. Of course, being so kind-hearted, he would prefer that this doesn't end badly, especially if it could spark a war between two nations. So the Sultan asks him what he wants. Eugene replies, 500,000 5 waifus like the Black Witch. He says it's a cheap price to pay to make up for the damage caused by this little misunderstanding. The king says that for a 19-year-old, the MC is quite clever, and if 5 gothic waifus are enough to calm his anger and smooth things over, he will hand him over. Once this is settled, he asks what he found in the Kasani desert. The protagonist says that the Sultan was right. There was absolutely nothing there, really nothing at all. He's already taken everything useful, from the statue to the tombstone. And as long as the gothic waifu keeps quiet, whatever happened there will remain a secret. He also says that he will take Lemon with him, since the man has to pay for threatening his life. The Sultan says that if that's the case, he can order Lemon's punishment immediately, which terrifies our favorite Arab. But Eugene says he doesn't want that. He'll just bring him home and make him clean the bathrooms. The Sultan agrees. Shortly after, MC recalls an old memory of Hamil approaching the saint, who for once is actually acting saintly and praying for the soldiers wounded in battle. She admits that sometimes she doubts her God. If God is truly all-powerful and knows everything, then why does he allow his sheep to be led to the slaughter? Then it turns out that she's only praying because she's drunk. Even so, the saint keeps shouting that if he is the light that drives out darkness, then why doesn't he do it? Hamil tells her that they already have Vermouth. He doesn't know much about religion or about the god of light, but he does know that humanity has an unbelievably strong bastard. If God couldn't handle everything alone, maybe he created that living miracle for a reason, and that's why the Holy Sword chose him. And he says that she never expected that from Hammond. He replies that he only said it so he wouldn't have to keep listening to her drunken rambling. Then he tells her to hand over the drink since it's not fair to hog all the alcohol. The saint lies and says that it's not alcohol at all, it's holy water, so she can't share it with someone who has no faith. Hemal quickly says that he has just converted, but Anes doesn't believe him. Back in the present, Eugene finally arrives at the Holy Land of Light. There stands the statue of the saint who had to cross the sea by boat to reach here. 200 years ago, he sent a speaker before setting out on a pilgrimage to the desert. Most likely, his friend went to visit the tomb. So Eugene assumes that the disappearance of Sienna Murden and the pilgrimage of Anis did not happen at the same time. That means Anish probably never entered the tomb. If he had, he wouldn't have left it like that. He wonders if Vermouth is also connected to the disappearance of the saint, and since he found nothing in Hogani, the leaf from the world tree is his only clue now. Arab calls out to his young master. He tells him that they've been here for a week and asks if he has changed his mind. Eugene says no, that they will return to Kiel. Meanwhile, the lion hearts are waiting in front of a teleportation gate. His brother says that he will finally return after 2 years and is curious to see how strong Eugene has become. Then his face suddenly tightens with disgust. His mother notices and calls out to him, saying that he doesn't seem very happy about the protagonist's return. Cian admits that his feelings are mixed. He wants the MC to come back, but at the same time he doesn't, because if he aims to become the patriarch, Cyan might have to give up that position. His mother tells him that Eugene will not accept it as long as Cyan refuses to step aside. Cyan asks if that is really the best thing for the Lionhearts. Shouldn't the strongest one lead the family? She says that he is no longer a child, and whether he keeps that role or gives it to his brother, it is his own decision. Reluctantly, he says that is not what he wanted to hear from his mother. Disappointed, she says maybe I raised him too harshly and he doesn't want to become like Theonis, ruining his children with greed. Sion says that he is nothing like his runaway brother, and that is exactly why she wants him to choose well. If he truly believes he is doing the right thing, she will support him. She adds that he and Eugene are brothers, even without sharing blood. Then she tells Cyan to talk to the protagonist when he arrives. The matter of the patriarch can wait. The pampered child agrees. A moment later, the MC passes through the teleportation gate and meets the family waiting for him. Even so, he says there was no need for them to come out. He would have seen them at home anyway. But his father, after years apart, runs towards him and hugs him. Eugene returns the hug to the old man who's crying and tells him that it's been a while, but he must have been training hard. He looks much bigger now. He has even grown a beard, so his father jokes that it must be because of steroids. Not that kind, the kind Gora's father uses. He just seems disappointed since he told him to stay natural. Then he looks around and realizes that the matriarch is watching him, so he quickly bows and apologizes for not greeting her first. After that, he looks around and asks where the patriarch is, and she says that he is at the Black Lion Castle because of the coming of age ritual. Eugene immediately remembers what that means. There is the blood succession ritual, which involves the whole family, but the coming of age ritual is different. It's only for the direct bloodline. The last one should have been reserved for Avard, but after he was expelled, it never happened. Now 3 children will come of age next year, so the next ritual will probably be much grander. Eugene asks if that is what the patriarch wants, but she says that the elders made that decision. At that moment, another person comes out through the door, Layman, who freezes when he sees all those powerful people in front of him. The matriarch asks who the man behind the protagonist is. The MC replies that he is just a subordinate named Layman. He says that he will not train him, but that the man is trustworthy and will take care of some tasks for him. Then he calls Nina, who looks very happy to see her young master. Eugene tells her to teach Lakshman how to clean the barns, the hallway, and anything else that requires strength. Nina is confused. Is this man his subordinate? He says exactly that's why he will do whatever he's told. Then he explains that this young lady is older than him, so Lakshman should learn from her. Lakhan briefly wonders if he really has to address someone who looks 10 years younger than him as his senior. But he stops thinking about it and says that he will do his best, even with household chores, to repay Eugene for giving him his life back. And when the day comes that the protagonist truly needs him, he will risk his life as a warrior. Then Cyan calls out, asks if the MC has finished, and tells him that they need to talk in private. The two of them walk around the estate until Cyan suddenly asks him what he is, catching him off guard. Eugene asks what on earth he's talking about, but Cyan presses him again and asks if he's really 19 years old. The protagonist finally decides to tell the truth and says no because he was reincarnated. Cyan looks at him and tells him to shut up, which makes me laugh. If he wasn't going to believe him, then why ask? With a determined look, he turns towards Cyan. He asks if Cyan was surprised by how strong he has become lately. The brat seems genuinely novice when he looks at his brother. Cyan says that only 2 years have passed for both of them, but for Eugene it feels like he has lived 20. He thought he was catching up while working hard at magic and sword training, even managing to reach 3 stars. But he managed to get the 4th star of the white formula in no time. Then, Cyan says firmly that he should become the next patriarch of the Lion Hearts. That catches the protagonist off guard, who asks him what nonsense he's talking about. Cyan says that now that he's seeing Eugene's strength up close, he knows he can't do it. How could he be the patriarch when his brother is clearly superior? The MC still doesn't understand the problem and says that if Cyan wants the position, he should just take it. Then he adds that if Cyan insists, they can settle it with a duel, and if he loses, he'll accept whatever is decided. That only confuses Cyan even more, because if he wins, then he should be the one to become the patriarch, leaving the protagonist stunned by that amazing logic. Even so, he says that Cyan should take up the role anyway, since that kind of job suits someone with ambition. Besides, Eugene is not interested in such a troublesome position. Cyan lets out a sigh of relief and suggests a practice match instead of a serious duel. The MC tells him it won't matter, that he still doesn't stand a chance of winning. Of course, Cyan already knows that. A little later, several onlookers witness an alarm. They are gathered around Cyan and Eugene's training match. While blocking, he studies Cyan and realizes that his swordsmanship has become much sharper. His mana is also impressive, especially for his age. Someone like him would be rare anywhere on the continent. But Cyan feels that something is wrong because he's getting tired too quickly. It's as if he's swinging a thin air, and even though Eugene is only defending, his sword keeps veering off course. Even so, Cyan keeps pressing the attack, trying to land a blow. All the people watching say that it doesn't make any sense. Some even wonder if any of them could defeat the young master, the protagonist. One of them replies no, saying that the MC was already absurdly strong 2 years ago and now he's on a completely different level. Cyan has grown a lot, but Eugene keeps blocking every strike without even moving from his spot. Then with a single blow, his brother is sent flying. Cyan falls to his knees and looks up, asking what technique that was. He has never seen anyone handle attacks like that. Eugene casually says it was just a normal block, which only irritates Cyan even more. He knows that's a lie from when their swords clashed. His sword slipped and made him waste much more mana than he should have. He praises the analysis and Cyan immediately asks him to teach him. The protagonist pauses and reflects for a moment. Then he gives him a piercing look and asks if he's really sure. Cyan tries not to criticize that and the MC finally agrees to help. If Cyan becomes strong enough, there won't even be any need to fight over who becomes the patriarch. Even so, there are too many people watching. So Eugene drops his sword and tells Cyan to come with him. Once they near the mansion, he says that Cyan will never be as strong as him, but that he doesn't need that much power to be the patriarch. Cyan accepts that reluctantly. Before he can say more, the protagonist repeats that he doesn't want the position of patriarch. That leaves Cyan wondering what he's supposed to do if Eugene keeps refusing. Since the MC clearly means it, Cyan thinks he will have to take up the position himself. He adds that he has talent but still lacks the qualities for it and hasn't even had the proper training. While he continues to put himself down, he gets a kick on the shin. Cyan asks why, and the protagonist tells him it's because he's acting like an idiot. Then Cyan asks if Eugene will teach him that skill now. MC says he is busy so he can't teach him in person, but he'll write down how to train. Cyan gets suspicious and asks if that's just an excuse to avoid becoming the patriarch. The old southern mountain, also called Euclid Mountain, was the home of the hero Bermit before he gave up that title and moved to the capital. Even after 300 years, the mountain still belongs to the family. There stands the Black Lion Castle, where Bermit spent most of his life, and where it is said his remains rest. Inside, the elders are gathered around a table. The patriarch is reading a letter with full attention. When he finishes, he says that his son has returned to the main estate. A man sitting opposite him says that it is the perfect time since there are only 2 months left in the year. The patriarch says that there is no need to call him here, but the man points out that he has already broken tradition by bringing a child from the collateral line into the main house. That has never happened in the entire history of Lionheart. Although he has known this man since he was young, the patriarch still feels uneasy around him. He is Doin's Lionheart, the eldest of the family and head of the elders, the white lion of immortality. Doin says that the boy has proven his worth, but things have become complicated. Carmen interrupts and says that the patriarch was not the only one who saw Eugene's worth. She also met him in Herod, and for her, his collateral bloodline doesn't matter. His potential, yes. The elder replies that her good opinion does not speak for all the black lions. Carmen snorts irritably while Doin says that he will judge for himself at the coming of age ceremony. Due to Eugene's unusual talent, the council allowed the patriarch to adopt him, but in 2 months he will become an adult, and that also starts the process of choosing the next patriarch. Doyen adds that he heard the protagonist was in Nahama, and that before that he studied magic. From what he has heard, the boy has enough talent to become a disciple of the master of the Red Tower. Doyen says that the hearts of lions live as a pride, and once a lion is raised, it cannot be allowed to leave the pride peacefully. The patriarch replies that the choice belongs to the MC. Doin says he will respect that choice, but only within certain limits. Then he asks if the patriarch intends to present Eugene as the next patriarch. His father says that he wants to keep that option open if Eugene chooses it himself. Carmen closes a watch and says that the protagonist will not want that. Sal told her that he has been refusing the position of patriarch. With a cold look, Dwayne says that he hopes Eugene does not change his mind. A few hours later, at the main estate, MC asks about the Black Lion Castle. His mother confirms it and says that she was expecting the elders to come to the ceremony, but instead, they are inviting both of them there. He asks when they are leaving and she says as soon as they are ready. Since the protagonist is always ready, he immediately tells Cyan to get ready. They're leaving now. As they walk through the mansion's corridors, Cyan is holding the training notes that Eugene gave him. Nervously, he asks if what is written there is really correct because that kind of training is crazy and he will definitely faint. MC says that it's the only method he knows. That's how he used to train his mana before. Then he turns around and tells Sanhan to keep going even when he feels like he can't. That is the only way to get closer to Eugene and become a respectable patriarch. Sahan just looks at him in silence, half dazed and half scared. Then he turns around and mutters that his brother is completely mad. Immediately after, he points out that this is the first time the coming of age ceremony will not be held at the main estate. He says that makes sense. After all the mess with his brother falling in love with a succubus, the Council of Elders is keeping a close watch on them. To him, this seems like a warning meant to put him in his place. And Eugene asks what will happen to Zenon then? Zenon says that as the likely future patriarch, the elders might want to congratulate him early or maybe even allow him to visit the tomb of the great Bermut. That makes the protagonist's face turn serious. The tomb of Vermouth is somewhere in the mountain, but its exact location is a state secret. Not even the patriarch knows it. Eugene does not believe that Vermouth died peacefully as the books claim, and he wants to see the body himself. Meanwhile, Sinan keeps daydreaming about the possibility of receiving the demonic spear or the hammer of annihilation. The spear belonged to the demon king of cruelty and the hammer to the demon king of slaughter. Both weapons are kept in the Black Lion Castle. At present, the old man is holding the spear and his grandson has the hammer. Sinan then says that the elder should have retired years ago because if he had, the demonic spear might have been passed on to him. Later, in his room, Eugene is holding the moonlight sword. He starts to draw it, revealing a sword formed from mana, but notices that it drains his mana like crazy every time he uses it. The fragment of the moonlight sword that he bought at the auction begins to react to the blade and attaches itself near its base. If he gathers the rest, the sword will be able to recover completely. Even so, he is in no hurry. First, he needs to visit Vermouth's tomb. Looking out the window, he finds it strange that he's already leaving the main estate just a few days after returning. He also wonders what to do with the statue hidden in his cloak and then thinks about leaving it in the mansion. But then a sneaky idea comes to his mind. A few hours later, Eugene asks Sana if she has a date. Sana, all dressed up, replies by asking if MC is heading out for a picnic. Then she gets a better look at the Cloak of Darkness and realizes how beautiful the design is. It even contains all sorts of magic, including spatial magic. Eugene tells her to stop staring. He's not lending it. A moment later, the two siblings find themselves at the gate of the Black Lion Castle. He steps forward first and enters through the teleportation gate. Then, out of nowhere, its strong wind hits him and his brother starts screaming in panic because both of them are thrown into the air. As he falls through the forest, Eugene looks to one side and sees a castle. Seeing the Black Lion flag on a tower, he wonders if he should head there. Then he decides it might help since it could lead him to his friend's grave. On the way down, he realizes that his brother is still screaming as he falls, but he thinks there must be some safety measure if the ceremony starts off like this. So he lets his brother handle it and focuses on himself. Back at the castle, several people see them falling. They are the Lionheart elders along with Eugene's father. Doins asks if this is also part of Vinette's power, but finds out that the protagonist is using flight magic. Since the MC stayed calm the whole time, he praises his skill. He asks how good he is, and an old lady says that his flying magic is at least of the 4th circle. After seeing him recover so smoothly from that height, she guesses that it might even be the 5th circle. Then, Doinas asks the patriarch how far Eugene's white flames have grown. Gilead says that the protagonist had 3 stars before leaving for Aerith and then sent a message saying he had reached 4. The old man is impressed that the MC has come so far at just 19 years old and thinks he might be even stronger now that a year has passed. Another old man says that reaching 5 stars before adulthood is impossible, but Carmen replies that someone's lack of talent does not set the limit for others. The old man turns to her offended and reminds her that he has been on the council for more than 10 years. She replies curtly, telling him not to call her that. People might think he is a father or grandfather. He says that's only because she uses magic to look young, even though she's actually an older woman. And she retorts that it's still better than looking worn out. That makes him furious, and he says that she has no class. If she's on the council, he says, she should at least look old like the rest of them. That comment angers the old woman and she quickly shuts her mouth. Doin steps in and says that the children have finally landed and now it's Dominic's turn to move. Dominic is his son and the captain of the 1st Division of the Black Lions. On hearing that, the patriarch says that they should wait until the children reach the castle, but the old man says that this is not a test. Since this ritual is different from the usual succession ceremony, there is no reason to go easy because of age or experience. The patriarch says that if that is the case, then his eldest son should be allowed to enter as well. The old man asks him if he still hasn't let go of that incident and says that even if he is his son, he needs to leave him be. Now he lives a peaceful life with his mother. But the patriarch replies that Edward is still the eldest son of the main family and has the right to participate. The old man puts a hand on his shoulder and says, "That's a pity. That boy is already an adult, so he can't join anymore." Elsewhere, 2 goblins rush to attack, but Eugene kills them with a swift move and it turns out they were a 2-headed ogre. The monster falls to its knees while he remains unruffled. He realizes that this is the second 2-headed ogre he has seen, and monsters like that usually claim an entire forest for themselves, so there shouldn't be 2 in one area. They must have been raised in captivity. Not just them, but this whole forest is a monster farm. Eugene also notices that something is restricting the mana, and there's no way they were just dropped from the sky to fight the monsters. As he goes deeper into the forest, he senses something nearby and smiles, thinking he knew this would happen. A huge monster suddenly lunges at him, but Eugene jumps back and dodges it. Then he asks Finch when she has a rival. That's when we see that the rider is his sister, Seol. She asks him how he managed to avoid that. The protagonist says that the wind warned him, though it's clear she doesn't believe it. He changes the topic and says it's been a while and asks if attacking him is really how she greets her family. Seol asks him if he has a headache, and he's confused until she explains that the whole forest is covered by a barrier that should disturb his mind. He admits that he felt a bit unwell when he entered, but says that the barrier couldn't do much because his mind is hard to break. Seol explains that the barrier is supposed to turn a person's fears into illusions, and says that her other brother is probably shouting at ghosts right now. But Eugene has already suffered endless mental attacks in past lives, so a barrier like this won't break him. She says that they were meant to observe how he handled fear, but instead she had to attack him herself. She draws a sword and says she has no other choice. Even the MC didn't expect to fight a sister like this, but he has no plans to hold back just because she's a girl. Seol jumps off her wyvern and lunges at him, while Eugene simply waits with his sword in hand. With a clean move, he knocks down her sword and sends her upwards. She uses a tree to support herself and comes back right away. But even then, she still can't break through his guard. While she's still in the air, several mana orbs form around her. Eugene asks if she can dodge it in the air, but the wyvern suddenly roars and slashes with its wings, knocking Seol down. He realizes that she used the beast to gain momentum. Seol keeps pressing Yurvak. She pushes forward again and the protagonist dodges by jumping. Frustrated that none of her blows are landing, she chases after him in the air, but Eugene pulls out a whip from his spatial cloak and blocks her movement. Then he slams her heart against the ground. After catching her, the MC says that he's got her now. Seolga says that the fight isn't over yet. A second later, the wyvern attacks Eugene and he barely dodges, letting go of the whip as he gets ready to counterattack. Then he hears his sister shouting at him not to kill Draghi, which completely throws him off in the middle of the fight. While he wonders what kind of name that is, she begs him to spare her pet. Eugene gets angry. She was the one who jumped on him first. So when the wyvern comes back, he says, "It's the third-rate lizard's lucky day." He kicks it under the chin, stunning it. Then he rises up using flight magic and lands a strong punch that smashes the dragonkin against the ground. Eugene lands just as the wyvern crashes down headfirst. Seokal finally breaks free and curses him. She takes her stance again, pouring mana into her sword, then charges at Eugene with another quick strike. This time he moves to stop the sword with his bare hand, leaving her stunned and wondering if he's gone mad. At the last moment he deflects the blow and the protagonist uses that opening to grab her arm, twist it behind her back and take her sword away. He kicks her behind the knee to break her balance and throws her to the ground, completely immobilizing her. Seoka asks him if he couldn't have been a bit more gentle, and Eugene tells her to promise that she'll stop attacking him. She admits that the fight is over and that she can't defeat him, so she can't test him any further. Maid Zo finally lets her go. As she gets up and dusts herself off, Seokan asks her if she knew that she changed the trajectory of her rapier at the last second. He says it was just a 50-50 shot, which annoys her. If he hadn't moved, his hand could have been cut. Eugene says he made that move because he was sure she could dodge it, which only irritates her more. Then he says that all this is getting stranger and stranger and asks her to explain what is going on. Seol just tells him to find the Black Lion Castle. He seems annoyed and says that what he really wants to know is how troublesome this whole process will be. She explains that there are 60 Black Lion Knights here, including the captains, all scattered throughout the mountains searching for him and his brother. Eugene asks if that isn't too much for a coming-of-age ceremony, but she says that the leader of the council thinks very highly of him. His poor brother also got dragged into this. After hearing the numbers, he says that it's too many people to ambush just 2 kids. Ciel says that the mountain is huge and not everyone is hunting them. Some are keeping watch over places where the brothers aren't supposed to go. That immediately catches Eugene's attention, who suspects that one of those places is Vermouth's tomb. He asks where those forbidden areas are, but Ciel says they're just dangerous zones because the mountain is full of monsters and deep inside there are even demons strong enough to kill them easily. That instantly makes the protagonist nervous. He asks why the demons would stay here. Ciel says that apparently they used to train the knights, but the MC replies that demons aren't tame animals. If they're being raised here, it means they'll lose in the same forest as Vermouth's tomb. Saleh asks why he's taking it out on her, But of course, she's also part of the Lionheart family. Then Saleh asks since when he started caring so much about family pride. She adds that as far as she knows, the demons aren't near the tomb. She has been on several hunts and never found any sign of them. Eugene realizes that the head of the council is probably watching him, so pretending to head towards the castle while sneaking off to the tomb won't work. That means he'll need plan B, and for now, he should head to the Black Lion castle. When Saleh returns to her Wyvern to leave, he asks if she can give him a lift to the castle. Obviously, answers like that from Saleh were never gonna happen. She gives him a warning. Run now, because the other knights will arrive any moment. Eugene looks to the side to check if she's serious and all of a sudden dashes towards Ciel. The move catches her completely off guard. She immediately steps back, trying to get away from him. The protagonist doesn't give her a break and casts wind magic. Since she's already in the air, he sends her flying even further. Then he jumps onto the wyvern, which also starts to panic. It thrashes about, desperate to shake him off. Eugene warns it to behave unless it wants another beating. The fake dragon immediately takes off flying, still trapped in the air by his spell. Seol can only watch as her brother steals her mount. When she finally lands on the ground, she stares at them intently. Furious, she shouts at Draghi to come back. Eugene says that if it does, it's as good as dead. Then he sees something that surprises him. A whole squadron of Wyvern riders is already waiting. Carmen is not with them and the MC also can't sense any captain around. One of them reminds the others that this is just a test, so they shouldn't go too far. He can see that the Black Lions are highly trained, better than most Night Orders, even from his previous life. Even so, holding back won't really test him much. So instead, he'll be the one to test them. He jumps off the wyvern and charges straight at the riders. They panic, wondering if he's going all out, and shout for everyone to stop him. Several knights ready their bows and shoot, while Eugene is still in the air. He opens his dimensional cloak and swallows up the arrow whistle. He spins in the air and then sends them flying back. The knights react quickly and cut down the arrows before they hit, but that brief distraction is all Eugene needs. He lunges at a rider and knocks him off his mount with wind magic. The old man from before approaches him with a spear. The protagonist goes unnoticed and realizes that this must be Nishan Leonhardt, the captain of the 3rd Division whom he saw in Arid. The old man mounts his flying steed again and says Ciel must have reached Eugene first, and then asks where she is. Taking out a spear, the MC replies that she is down below. Then he lunges at the motorman. Both of them use spears, exchanging a rapid series of attacks and blocks. This time Eugene comes out victorious. Nishan is stunned at having lost a spear clash, but he doesn't stop to finish it. He quickly passes by him towards the castle, thinking there's no need to keep fighting. Then all of a sudden he sees a huge rock flying towards him. He barely dodges the stone thrown from the ground. Eugene freezes for a moment, trying to figure out where it came from. Carmen appears behind him and casually greets him. A kick follows immediately, sending him flying. He just manages to block it in time and uses wind magic to soften his landing. When Eugene gets up, Carmen lands on the ground in front of him. Kyle had already warned him that the captains would join the ambush, so their presence doesn't surprise him. Carmen asks if her greeting was too rough. At the same time, a group of Black Lion Knights lands behind her. The protagonist asks if so much force is really needed for just one person. Carmen says he's doing better than expected. Cyan Lionheart is still lost in his own fears. She tells Eugene not to take offense. It just means people are paying attention to him. Since he has come in person, the test should be over soon. Opening her pocket watch, she says that for 3 minutes, if he can withstand her attacks, she will escort him straight to the castle. The MC asks if she's being serious. With a piercing look, Carmen says that if he manages it, no one will have any reason to test him anymore. Then she adds that if 3 minutes seems too much, they can make it just 1. Eugene laughs and finally understands why she has always been so confident. He smiles back at her and says that he's still young. So, isn't she a bit too old to keep going like this for a full 3 minutes? Her watch suddenly stops. The other members of the Black Lion look on in shock. Carmen throws the watch to the vice captain and tells him that he'll have 1 minute. That should be enough for her to give him a proper lesson. Eugene doesn't show any fear and draws his sword. Carmen charges in and he blocks a kick with his arm. He tries to strike through the opening, but she catches the blade with her bare arms and follows up with a punch that knocks him down. Even while sliding across the floor, Eugene stays upright and Carmen is impressed. Now she realizes that he's carrying two swords. She had wanted to break at least one of his bones, but his reactions were better than expected. So she decides to get more serious and charges again. This time, he deflects her blow with the sword in his left hand and goes for a thrust while she appears to be open. Carmen blocks it and immediately launches another strike. Eugene barely manages to stop it and the clash creates a strong shockwave. She doesn't let him catch his breath before unleashing another barrage of attacks. The protagonist is amazed by his skill and thinks he would have been famous even 300 years ago. Just by aura alone, he could be on the same level as Emilia. Even so, he can't be sure. Emilia fought to the death and he regrets not being able to face her with his full strength. Even with ignition, he knows he still can't defeat Carmen at this moment. Carmen punches his sword and Eugene barely withstands the impact. His sword breaks completely and she says the 3 minutes are up. He throws the broken sword to the side and declares the test over. Carmen stares at him and realizes that all the time has really passed and she never landed a decisive blow. She held back of course, but not being able to defeat a kid like that still hurts. She asks if there's still a minute left and Eugene says he had been keeping count. That makes her lose her temper. Was he keeping track of the time while fighting her? He says it wasn't difficult since she was going easy on him. At that moment, someone enters clapping. He says the whole fight was incredible. When Eugene looks up, he notices a demonic weapon next to the man. He recognizes it as the pulverizing hammer, once used by the Demon of Carnage. So this must be its new owner. It is Dominic Lionheart, captain of the 1st Division of the Black Lion Knights. Dominic praises the MC for fighting like that at just 19 years old. He says he had heard many stories about his talent and assumed they were exaggerated, but the truth was the opposite. Eugene bows and thanks him for the compliments. Then Dominic asks Carmen if she still thinks more tests are needed. Looking down a bit, she says that this was enough. Then she tells the protagonist to accompany her to the castle. Sometime later, CL catches up to him and starts scolding him. She asks him how he could leave her right there. Eugene points out that she found him just fine and even praises her pet for bringing her here on its own. In fact, he is happy that she came. He still needs to be taken to the Black Lion Castle. Seal blushes, thinking that he wants to travel with her on the Wyvern. MC asks if she has any problem with that. She quickly says that she doesn't mind at all. Later, several Wyverns fly towards the castle on the mountain. CL tells Eugene to come closer before he falls, but he says that a fall like that won't kill him. She complains that he shouldn't grab draggy scales like that. He says that if it can't handle that much, it's just a flying lizard. CL insists that Draggy is a wyvern and sensitive. Then Eugene comes closer, puts his hands on her waist and asks if that's better. Smiling, she says yes. A moment later, she starts to veer off her route. The protagonist asks her what she's doing. CL turns around and says they're taking a little detour before heading to the castle. He complains, but she says that the only thing he'll hear there are useless complaints. Then she tells him to just enjoy the journey for now. Sometime later, in the Black Lion Castle, Carmen walks through the corridors with Eugene. She explains that the Black Lion Order doesn't have many members, and for a family that has lasted more than 300 years, the order is too small to protect everything. Maki asks what they can do, since unlike the White Lions of the main house, the Black Lions are made up only of family members. Carmen says that their job is to clean up Lionheart's dirty business, so outsiders can't be allowed in. Then she asks Eugene to join the Black Lion Knights. He reminds her that he already turned down that offer years ago. Carmen says that back then she hadn't seen his talent with her own eyes, but now she has, and he is worthy of becoming the disciple of the 2nd Division captain. He asks what kind of person goes 2 years without accepting a student, and she says it's just because of his personality. Even so, his skills remind her so much of that captain that she wouldn't be surprised if the man had trained him himself. Eugene says that he never met the captain of the 2nd Division, but Carmen insists that becoming his disciple would help him and that the Black Lions are a great honor for the family. The protagonist says that he would rather protect his own honor first. Carmen then explains that the elders are being cautious with him, especially because what happened in Niyama seems suspicious. The MC's expression hardens and he asks her if she thinks he was plotting something with those people. Carmen says that it's probably nothing, but even so, they can't just ignore it. Something like this has happened before in the family. She adds that Eugene is in a strong position at the moment. People are offering him all sorts of deals, and it's possible that someone has even promised to help him become the patriarch. He quickly says that he has no interest in that. Carmen tells him to look at it from another perspective. With his talent, everyone wants him on their side, and the Sultan might have tempted him with fame and money. The protagonist asks if this is an interrogation, and she admits that it is. Then she says that she won't answer any more questions because the people behind the door will just ask the same ones anyway. When Carmen opens it, Eugene is left stunned to see who is inside. All the elders are there with the patriarch, and in the center stands the Lionheart of Doins, looking at him with a doubtful smile. The main character Bose greets the elders and introduces himself. Then he puts his hand inside his cloak and says that this might be sudden, but they need to see something. He takes out the statue and Hamel's tombstone. Even the chief elder is shocked. An elder does not know what he's looking at and asks what those objects are. The Lionheart of Doran immediately stands up and comes closer to inspect them himself. He reads the name on the stone and realizes that it belongs to Hamel Dainas. This surprises the patriarch, who jumps up and asks if this is the tombstone of Hamel the Fool. The Lionheart of Doins demands to know where Eugene got them from, and he says that he found them in Hamel's tomb. That answer leaves one of the elders deeply shocked. The protagonist explains that he spent 2 years studying magic and learned about Hamel's tomb through a grimoire in the Siena Hall. When the Lionheart of Donins asks him how he managed that, Eugene says that this might be the first time a Lionheart has delved into witchcraft. He believes that Sienna Murdin left that path for them. Hamil was a friend of his ancestor and, unlike the others, never returned. He gave his life for his friends. The MC says that he wandered through the desert and finally found the tomb, although admitting all this is a bit embarrassing. When he arrived, the tomb was already in ruins, only the statue and the gravestone remained intact. There was also a death knight made from Hamel's body, and after defeating it, he ran into Noir. An old man interrupts and asks how he came back alive after encountering the Assistant of Death. Eugene says that the Demon King of Incarceration intervened. The moment he says that, the Patriarch looks at his son in shock. Another old man asks if the ruler of Helmoth really appeared in person. He says that he stopped Noir from exhausting all his strength and gave him a warning. Freedom without responsibility is just laziness, and his kindness will not last forever. Dorian is visibly alarmed by that. Eugene feels he must convey the message since he doesn't really know how far his friend's promise goes. He adds that the Demon King said if people do not show him respect, he will not show it either. That leaves Doins deeply uncertain. He returns to his seat and slowly sits down, saying that he never expected to hear such news from a child. They wanted to question Eugene about his actions, but this is a much bigger problem. An elder says that peace should last as long as they do not take his goodwill too far. But the Patriarch warns that if the Demon King ever feels threatened, peace will end sooner or later. Neheruma has attacked Turith for centuries, so he thinks that the imprisonment might have been because of that. Dines tells him to go and ask the Demon King himself. Even so, he says he wouldn't be surprised if peace collapsed at any moment. The two strongest Demon Kings are still alive, and their forces are spread across the whole continent. 300 years ago, Vermouth Lionheart and his companions defeated many demons, but imprisonment and destruction never disappeared. So he asks who in this era could defeat either of the two. Neither he nor his grandson, not even the Patriarch. The head of the family says that this is not just a threat to the Lionheart family, but to the entire world. Even so, the old man reminds them that they are defendants of the great heroes. If the war starts again, they will be forced to stay at the front lines. Then he asks the Patriarch if the family is truly prepared for that. Another elder says that neither Keel nor the Lionhearts are the ones insulting the Demon King. It is the Empire and the alliance against the Demon Kings. They hate the rulers of Helmut so much that the moment they hear this warning, they'll want to invade them with everything they've got. Dhoni's Lionheart dismisses that as mere show and says they'll carry it out the moment things get serious. Eugene listens to the elders arguing and thinks they are incredibly slow. He doubts that war will break out soon, and in any case, his goal hasn't changed. He still plans to kill the Demon Kings. Then Doyens calls the protagonist and asks him what he plans to do with the items. Eugene says he wants to place them near his ancestors' resting place. He asks Doyens to read the tombstone. The elder starts off with insults, but the MC tells him to continue. Soon he reaches the part that honors a brave friend who gave his life for his companions. He says that his ancestor mourned Hamel's death, so it is only right that Hamel's stone rests near him. He adds that he did not study under Sienna Marichin herself, but under Lavalian Sufis who inherited her teachings. That means Eugene is in Sienna Marichin's lineage. He is also a descendant of the great hero and the only one who truly came to honor Hamel. That is why he believes it should be him who returns the statue and the gravestone to his ancestor's tomb. Duanes already understands what the boy is getting at, but as he points out, they cannot let just anyone go there. Even so, after hearing his objection, the patriarch speaks up and says that he too believes Helmut's gravestone should be placed next to Wormwood's. Common adds that since Eugene was the one who brought both the statue and the stone, it makes sense for him to hand them over himself. After hearing that, Doyle with his lion's heart says that they will clear the way to the tomb. The protagonist is delighted. Now he won't have to look for it alone, and even if he can't open the coffin, at least he can find out the location and come back later. Dwayne says that they will need some time to prepare the way and asks to keep the items for now. Eugene agrees, while wondering if the tomb is sealed by magic. Then the old man orders Gino's Lionheart itself to escort the MC to his room. He also tells the patriarch to postpone talking to his son as they still have a lot to discuss. Sometime later, in the corridors of the mansion, Eugene follows the huge Genos and discovers that he is the captain of the 2nd Division, the same man Carmen said had such a tough personality that his disciples kept running away. Genos suddenly stops and tells him to show him the statue and the tombstone. He says it's quite easy, but asks why. With tears in his eyes, the captain says that he wants to pay his respects. The protagonist has no idea why this man suddenly starts crying. Genos claims that something got into his eye, that's all. Eugene can't make any sense of this lunatic. Later, flowers are placed in front of Hamel's statue and Genos kneels before it as a mark of respect. Seeing him cry and offer flowers to the statue, the MC starts to wonder if the fellow is some sort of descendant. He briefly considers that one of Hamel's descendants might have married someone from Varmatooth, the Lionheart lineage, but dismisses the idea. Hamel never had any children. Then, Eugene directly asks Genos if he has any connection to Hamel. Still kneeling, the old man pauses, then turns around and says that he is the disciple of Hemel Dainas. That leaves him stunned because the claim makes no sense to him. He never taught anyone in his previous life.